Good morning, I'm John Cole Morgan and it's Christmas! No, not really, but it feels like we've been in lockdown until Christmas, doesn't it? It's so fun! Now, unlike many of you, I adore Christmas. I start my Christmas countdown on Boxing Day. It annoys everybody, but look, we've got mince pies. The lovely Allison's brought us mince pies. But now remember, any one of you who buy today and for the whole Christmas festivities over the weekend, you're going to get a badge. And look at how cute it is. I am so excited. It is exclusive to Sewing Street. I'm going to try and rotate that so you can see it's in its gingerbread glory. Absolutely divine. Now you're going to get one of these per customer for the whole weekend. So if you bought on Friday, Saturday and Sunday, you're only going to get one of these. But every single time you check out, now that's every time you check out, not if you buy one day and one day and one day, every time you check out, you're going to get entered into a competition. And the competition is fabulous because you're going to win 10 fat quarters. You've got a chance of 3 chances to win it. So 3 people on Monday will be announced by Debbie in her show on Monday, and 3 people will win 10 fat quarters. Isn't that an amazing thing? Now, I'm not going to tell you, I'm just going to sneakily tell you this. When you get your badge, turn it over. That's all I'm going to say, don't throw this away, this little card that it's on. Turn it over. That's all I'm going to say. Make sure you turn that over. But they're so fabulous. And the fact that they're hexagons, they can tessellate in with all the others. Now, welcome. You're nice and early with us today. We've got our early bird special today. Because it's Christmas, I wanted to have a really extra special early bird. It's Eau Coat. Now, I bought Eau Coat quite recently and I have absolutely loved using it. And the good thing is now, because it's our early bird sale, you're going to be able to do the same thing as well. And it is such a great price, $12.99 today in order to get that. Absolutely great. Now, if many of you have used this before, you'll already know just how fantastic this product is. Now, when you're doing it, the best way of doing it, now, when I bought this, I told Andrew I needed to get one of his old credit cards to do it, and he looked at me and said, just use the new one. Please, use it less. What you do is you take your piece of fabric down, and it is better, before you actually start making your project, take the whole piece of fabric, put it out, get your credit card out and put it on, and you use the credit card to ease the Eau Coat into the fibers of the fabric. It's a lot easier doing it beforehand, and if you don't believe me, I'll tell you, Allison's on in a little while. She'll be able to show you exactly what it is and how difficult it is when you've got it cut out. Now, if you haven't used Eau Coat before, what this does is it makes fabric become oilcloth, or like oilcloth. It's not quite as firm as the oilcloth, and if you move it and you scrunch it up, it doesn't crack. It's water resistant, so you just put layers on it, and you can layer it up as much as you'd like. So if you're a bag maker, etc., you can then be able to do the oilcloth, making it oilcloth once you've made the bag. Or if you want to make makeup bags, the inside, the lining, that's the bit that normally gets quite messy with things. Just then you can wipe it off with the Eau Coat. It's absolutely brilliant. Machine washable. Touch, you can iron it as well to the touch, not a hot iron, just a cool iron. You can iron it down as well. Really, really great this, and it's just fabulous and such a great price. We're going to talk more about this later on in the hour because Allison's used it, but I'm going to show you one thing that I absolutely love about it. Oh, I've just thrown my little gingerbread man on the floor, excuse me. Now, Allison's going to show us how to make this later on today, but this is a kid's penny, isn't it gorgeous? But what I want to show you is how effective it is. Now, before I do this, I'm going to put this on the mat because we tried this earlier. Don't want to mess up anything. So here you've got your normal, this is this fabric that we've got on today. And all we've done is Allison's put 3 layers of Eau Coat on here. Now, you all know I've always got my best press at hand. So if this was best press or whether you're using water of any kind, look, it's just dripping off. It's not absorbing into the fabric. It just drips off. And isn't that fabulous, especially for kids stuff? Especially if you're going to be making kids stuff, it's great because then it makes it that little bit more resistant to be able to do it. That's absolutely great. And it just wipes off completely. Completely dry to the touch now. Absolutely great. It always sells so, so well. I'm surprised it's the early bird, but it's Christmas. We wanted to make sure you had a really great deal for you nice and early today. Now, loads of people are going on the web and checking out loads of different things out on the website. So go and have a little look. All the products we got on today's shows are all listed there already. You can have a sneak peek of what's coming up. But what I'm very excited about, we've got Liberty. These are absolutely, I'm not going to show you, I'm not going to put these up with the graphics just yet. Go and check the website. These are just my top 4 fabrics. Well, I know it's very hard with the Liberty fabric. Look at that one. These are on at 9 o'clock, but I thought I'd give you a little sneak peek. They are just adorable. Now, remember, if you've already checked out this morning, you've already got your badge. Christmas badge is on its way. Check the back of that writing. Little sneak present for you there. And of course, if you've checked out already, you already entered into our prize draw for our 10 fat quarters today. And of course, Merry Christmas from the whole crew. We're so excited to be doing Christmas. I think I'm a little more excited than everybody else, but that's okay. Now, anybody who'd like to get in touch with us today, now please, it's Christmas. I know it's not Christmas, but it's Christmas. Drop us a message. Are you making anything for anybody for Christmas? Have you started making anything? What are your top tips for getting prepared for Christmas, starting early? Want to get in touch with us? Best way of doing that is studio@sewingstreet.com. Failing that, you can get in touch with us on our Facebook page, which is Sewing Street TV, and that's the page, so www.facebook.com/Sewing Street TV. There's a little message icon on there. You can drop us a message on there. If you want to get in touch with us on Instagram, that is @Sewing Street on Instagram, and we'd love to hear from you. We've got loads on the shows today. We've got 5 hours. I'm so excited. I haven't done a 5-hour show since my birthday. It's brilliant. So it's a very, very exciting hour ahead. Now, at 9 o'clock to 8 o'clock this morning, we've got the fabulous Allison Maryon. And of course, she brings mince pies. How on earth can you not love somebody who's not bringing you mince pies? Now, she's brought us today an exclusive crossover apron entirely for us. Look at them. These are so adorable. With little Christmas puddings. Absolutely adore these. So now these are a kit. So we're going to get, the first thing you're going to have is obviously you've got the exclusive, Sewing Street exclusive Christmas pudding pocket detail pattern. Is that what the tongue twister was going to be? There was a tongue twister on there, which we've changed. So this is the lovely little kit that you're going to get here. Let me show you the pattern, because Allison's patterns are fabulous. You're getting, first of all, obviously the Christmas template there for your Christmas pudding. And you're getting the wonderful pattern. Her patterns are so good. They really are lovely. Crossback apron pattern there. These have sold out so many times. Each time we have them on, they keep selling out. But you're also, not only are you getting the Christmas template today, you're also getting the original template that we had on previously. But what's so great is look at this pattern. Look how huge it is. And it's got every single it's got absolutely everything that you need to do this. It's going from sizes, I'm going to just read it on the pattern, I don't want to get this wrong. So it goes from kiddie sizes 20 to 33 inches, and then adult sizes from sizes 10 to 20. So that covers most people on there, so that's really, really good. So that is the pattern. But now, I'm going to pop that just in here so we don't... But we're also, it's so great because I love having Allison here. She can tell us exactly how she came up with the design, the canvas or the gingerbread canvas. So we've also got some fabulous fabrics, which is what Allison's used to make these. So we've got the red canvas as well. So that's for this, the main body of the apron for that. So this is the red canvas. This is what we're going to be demoing with, and let me show you what 1/2 meter looks like of this, because it's the really nice and wide one. Whoops. Look how much, that is $3.99. You will need 1 meter of this to make the apron, so you'll need 2 units, and that'll come to you cut as a 1 meter piece there. But look how fun they are. You might want to buy 2 lots of 1 meters because it's so good. And then we've got the navy cotton canvas as well. Now this one may be slightly darker than the one we've got in the sample. Yes, it is a little bit. But this is lovely, this. Look at that. So that's 1/2 meter of the navy here. You will need 2 units of this if you were going to make this apron. Really good value on that, though. Now, we've also got 2 fat quarters here, the brunette and the cream. So maybe you don't have any fabrics in your stash in order to make the Christmas pudding. We've got a little bundle here for you today, and these are actually fat quarters. So you're getting 2 fat quarters there. You've got the brunette and you've got the cream for the top of your Christmas pudding. Let me just show you what the size of a fat quarter is. You can see, just in case you haven't bought a fat quarter from us before. But it's also a great little stash builder as well. So you're getting both of those together there, the cream and the brunette, for £3.49. But now, if you don't need to do this, the gingerbread fabric that we've got available for you today, brand new today. So what we've done here is you can see Allison started making this kids one out of this fabulous gingerbread fabric here. Really, really sweet. That's the one that we've covered in the Eau de Cote. Now also, what she's done as well is you can see the binding on this red one has got the cream gingerbread fabric. And it just works so beautifully then in order to do. So we're going to start off with a cream gingerbread man here. Let me show you how much you're getting with one of these. So that is what you're going to get for the cream, the red and the green. This is the poly cotton fabric here, $2.99 for a 1/2 meter. Aren't they so cute? Brand new today. Really super fun, these. And $2.99 for a 1/2 meter of fabric. That's a really good deal. And the blend on this is 80% polyester, 20% cotton. And it's 110, what? Millimeters. Just checking. We were just checking there. 110 millimeters wide there by 1/2 meter. 110 centimeters. I'm not awake yet, I apologize. So that's the cream. We've also got it in the red. Now the red is super cute, and you've got this for the, Allison's doing her demonstration in this today. Isn't that adorable? And what is so good is Allison's pattern, you're not just getting the adult pattern, you're also getting it for kids as well. So she's thought of everything. She's very clever, this girl. She knows exactly what she's doing. And then we've got it in green as well. Aren't they cute? Oh, we've had a message in from Liz. Morning, Liz. She's saying, hi, John, missed you this week. Loves my enthusiasm and excitement. Wishing you a very Merry Christmas. Oh, and she's looking forward to getting her little gingerbread man badge. Oh, congratulations. I want to know what you bought. Thank you so much for the kind words. Yes, I was lucky I had 6 days off, 2 weeks in a row. That's not going to happen again. So, yep. Now, we've had another message in from Elena saying, very Merry Christmas. She loves Allison's designs for the aprons. Really great ideas. And she's looking forward to the show today. It's a fabulous lineup, isn't it? Really, really excited. Let me just remind you again what you're getting with Allison's pattern, because these have sold out so much each time. I want to give you as much info as possible because they keep selling out. So this is the lovely little bag you've got. And mine came in that as well, because I even bought one of these. So you've got the wonderful little pattern there. Now this pattern is also, this is the original pattern that we got exclusive to Sewing Street here. You can see the placement over here. So not only are you getting the original pattern, you're also getting the exclusive Christmas pudding pocket applique pattern as well. I'm sure she put that in there as an alliteration to try and catch me out. So you can see you've got both of those available there. And then this giant pattern, which has got all the sizes, adult sizes 10 to 20, all the little templates you need there in order to make the original, as well as then obviously don't forget you've got your Christmas pudding one as well. Goodness me, a quarter of the stock of the apron kit is already sold out. So I'm not surprised about that because it keeps selling out. Now we're just going to remind you how to shop with us while we get Allison on.
Shopping with us couldn't be easier. If you want to shop online, then you can head to our website, www.sewingstreet.com. It will redirect you to our sister channel Jewellery Makers landing page. Don't worry, you haven't gone to the wrong place. We're simply using their website temporarily while we're building our own web shop. Scroll down past the Watch Live part and you'll see all of the products that you will have seen on air on today's live show. You can also shop our catalogue by clicking a category, clicking a product to view closer, and adding it to your basket. Once you're ready to check out, you will need to create an account, which is absolutely free to do so, but it will mean that you can check out on as many orders as you want throughout the day with still only paying one postage and packaging. If you'd prefer to speak to somebody in our UK-based customer service team, then you can do so via the free telephone line number 0800 001 4433. They will not only help you create an account, but will also help you with any of your online shopping.
Allison!
Merry Christmas!
Welcome back!
Thank you.
It's lovely
Good to be here.
have you again.
Thank you.
What you been up to?
Oh, aprons? More aprons?
Now tell me how you came up with these. These are so sweet.
Well, I did them for my niece's children's for Christmas, and I thought I want to have one myself. And that, I mean, it's taken a few years to get them all right. And to put them all on one pattern, so you know, it's from adult to children. And I just love applique, you know, it's my thing. So I just love designing the pockets for it. So you've got if I show you the one that, if anybody hasn't seen it, you've got the original initial one in the kit. So this is the two ways that I've actually finished them.
And that's included in the pattern that
That's
they're getting
in your
today.
initial.
So you're basically getting two different apron designs in one.
Yeah. So you can do it in a plain fabric and just put on a plain pocket to match. Or you can, I mean, it's not compulsory to do the applique, but I just love applique. So this one's finished with a raw edge and bound around the outside edge. This one is done with needle turn. So it depends how you want to finish it. And the two I've done today, the two Christmas pudding ones, I've finished in different ways on those too.
Look at you.
So I love it. I just love applique.
Fabulous.
Yeah. So I'll put them out of the way for a minute.
Brilliant.
But yes, the pattern itself is just one single piece.
I still find this incredible that when you put this together, it's a single solid
just
line
a single
for the bias
piece,
binding.
yeah. And all you do is you cross over the backs and join the shoulders, and then you've got one continuous outside edge to bind.
I still don't believe that.
This, you want me to do it completely
Probably,
today, don't you? I haven't done it complete before. But with the children's one, I don't know if you can turn that round, John. I won't go over there. It's actually a reversible one because I've, there we go.
Oh, wow.
And all you do for that is you just put the two pieces together. If you just put that flap, there, look. So that's the two fabrics, and then with the bias binding around the outside edge.
And how difficult is that to do?
It's no different to doing a single one.
The same
yeah,
thing?
you just cut two together.
Oh, right. So you don't need to turn one say round?
Oh, well, you have wrong side to wrong side.
Yes.
And cut it out.
Yes.
And then just round the outside like you would normally with one piece.
All the way around. Oh,
yeah.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
Well, just to let you know, more than just over half the stock of your patterns have gone already today.
Gosh, thank you,
Happens
everyone.
Every
This
time.
is amazing.
But it's such a great deal. Because you're getting the original pattern that
Yeah.
we had before, as
Yeah.
well as this. You're getting 2 for 1, really.
Well, I'm hoping that it'll encourage people to do applique, because it's fantastic. You can just do so much with it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And don't forget, if you've checked out already, you've already got your badge. Now, I have to just clarify something. You're not winning 10 fat quarters. You win
This is
all of
amazing.
that. All of these. That's what the prize is.
10 bundles of fat quarters.
Brilliant.
Not 10 fat quarters. Yeah, amazing. So this Odie
Sorry,
coat.
who has?
Oh,
Bev has messaged in with a question. Morning, Bev.
hi
She
Bev.
loves this apron.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, can you tell us how much fabric you need for the child sizes?
Right, yes. I've asked for a metre of fabric. For the smallest size, you need 0.75 of a metre. But for the smallest size, you can get 2 out of a single metre.
Oh, wow.
Because it's all in the folding. Because
so
normally...
1 metre would be 2 units if you were interested in doing that.
Yeah. So for anything above the smallest size, you would have 3/4 of a metre. And you would then put your straight edge, I'll do it that way because I've got my pocket on there. You would put your straight edge on the fold and cut out 1 piece. But for the smallest one, out of a metre, you can actually get 2, because you can fold it that way and get it that way. The next sizes, you can't do it. But if you're doing the small ones, you can get it out 2 out of a metre. And I've done those 2, because it's basically 2 pinnies there.
Yes.
So I've got those 2, this one, and all the binding for all of the aprons out of 2 metres.
That's incredible.
Yeah.
So just to clarify, for the smallest size there, if you bought a metre, you would get 4 out.
2.
2.
You get 2.
2.
Yeah.
Sorry, my correction.
But that's the only one. The others you need to 3/4. Yeah,
Fine.
yeah.
Hope
And for
that
the
answers your
adult
question.
sizing, that's a little different too, because you can get it out of a metre if it's 150 wide. But if it's what's 115? Oh,
Yeah.
110, 115. You actually have to fold your fabric differently to get it in. So you can't use a directional fabric if you're using a 110 fabric, because you have to fold it a long selvage,
Right.
and then cut it out on this fold here. So if you've got a directional fabric, it's going to be going across the wrong way of the apron. Getting my teeth stuck today.
It's very early on to
mince
be
pies.
doing that. Your mince pies are very good.
So yeah, so an adult one you can get out of a metre if it's 150 wide, but you need 1.5 metres if it's 110. So you can
So
get
with
all
ours-
of the children's ones out of 3/4, 0.75.
Brilliant. And our fabric is 110. So if you are going to be doing that, you'll be needing
But
1.5.
yeah,
metre.
but it's not directional, so it doesn't matter with this one.
Perfect.
Yeah. So if I just put that out of the way. So shall I show you now?
Oh, yes, please.
John doesn't believe me.
Oh, it's not that I don't believe you. I've just not. It's
He
extraordinary
hasn't
to
seen it
consider
actually
that I haven't seen
completed.
it happen.
Just a quick word about the Odie coat. It's
Isn't it great?
lovely. Yeah, it really is lovely. You've done the spray, and it just with food and things like that, you could just wipe it clean.
You can
I'm
do
not
it again
sure.
if you like.
No, it's all right. I'm going to show this one, because this one I put extra on, and the more coats you get on, the shinier it gets. So this one has 4 coats, and it's starting in places to go quite shiny, like a normal oilcloth would be. I quite like the matte, and you can see that the 3 coats, and they're only thin coats.
Can you move it around so everybody can see where you?
What?
So it can see the
Oh, what,
shine
this
on
one?
the camera. Yeah.
I don't know whether you can see. Can you see? Oh, look, at the top there, you can see it's starting to shine up there. So if you want it shiny, you just put it on thicker. Because these were very thin, you know, it was put on, and then with the
credit
Tesco
card.
scorecard, there we go. We're
Because
and
it's
leaving
really
it to
easy
dry.
to use, isn't it?
Yeah, the only thing is, if you want to speed up, you're going to say, how do you know this? If you want to speed it up, don't try and put it on cling film and then use a hairdryer, because the cling film melts underneath.
But it's really easy to use, and I agree.
Thankfully, I tried it first.
You were telling us earlier that it's easier to put it on the fabric before you make it.
Yes, because of time constraints, I couldn't do that. I'd already cut out my fabric. But you can see, if I put that there, by doing the spreading along around the outside here, look, we've got a few little bits, because you're spreading to the outside to make sure that you're actually getting it everywhere. So yeah, you've got that there.
The odd little thread coming out.
I did also try, you can make a binding from it.
No.
Yeah, because you can press it, only very lightly. Light temperature, yeah. So you can make a binding. It's not bias, and I will have a go and see what happens with that, but you do still have stretch.
Brilliant.
So I'll try that and I'll get back to you. So that's that one.
But the great thing is there's so much in the tub, you've got enough to play with, and you can try all these different things.
Yeah, 3 coats, and what did I take down, about 3 millimeters, something like that. Brilliant. It really was, because you put it on and then you spread it out and take it off again, basically, because you don't want it too thick, else it's going to go a bit lumpy in places. You have to, make sure that you get a good even layer.
Well, you've done very well with that. And
I also tried with my machine, and you don't need a special
needle or anything.
Needle or foot. Oh, there's my bias binding. So if I show you now how to put the apron together, I would say this is a difficult bit, but it's not. None of it's difficult.
Which is why the pattern sells so well.
I think I'm on a straight stitch here. So I don't think actually you would need to do a French seam on this fabric, because you've got a finished edge. You could just do an ordinary seam and then sew it down, I think, but I will show you a French seam, because that's how I
was going to say, that doesn't look right.
Make sure you cross the shoulders, because that's how the pattern says. So you do a French seam. So what you're doing is you're putting your fabrics wrong side to wrong side, so you're actually sewing out on the outside of the fabric. I'm always fumbling, and all the different machines have those in different places, and we've got the needle up as well, haven't we? So
we do, and we've got the thread catcher on that machine as well.
Yeah, so we'll go there. Oh. And then the other side, we'll take the other one over to the shoulder again. You have a 1 centimetre seam allowance. And last time that thing, it's off again, look.
What's that?
Oh, no, it's not. The thread came off the hook. Oh, no, that one. Yes, that's it. So I've done the seam out on the outside, and then you're going to turn it inside out.
And this is where you know if you've gone wrong.
Yeah.
Because it would turn out really easily.
Yeah. That one's going under there. And then we're just going to sew those back. I'm going to trim that back quite close to the stitching.
You'd do that for any French seam, wouldn't you?
Yeah. Just to give you a nice bit, so that you haven't got any of the seam actually showing through when you do your next seam.
Because you do just 1/4 inch down, don't you? On the first time, trim it down and then...
Basically, yeah.
Otherwise 1/8 of an inch and then 1/4 inch.
And then we're going to just do the shoulder seams again.
It's really handy, that little thread trimmer, isn't it?
Do you know, there's a lot on Facebook on sewing pages. There's a lot of questions. What sewing machine? I'm a beginner. What sewing machine should I buy? And I would always say get a thread cutter.
Yes.
And the needle up and down.
Completely.
Because faffing around with this here.
Thank you all for your Christmas messages. And just to remind you, if you haven't messaged in, we'd love to hear from you. studio@sewingstreet.com is the best way of doing that. Did you say another message has come in? I've had a message in from Wendy saying Merry Christmas.
Wendy.
Merry Christmas. Are you all going to make your own
Christmas.
mince pies? I love mince pies.
Right, so now we're going to put on bias binding. That's the apron actually finished. That's it.
That is incredible.
Yeah, so yeah, that's
But
basically
this is why
it.
your patterns are so popular, because they're so quick and easy
They
to
are,
make.
and there's a few ways that you can put on the binding.
You're joking. It is now, what, 31 past the hour? Your pattern has sold out.
Oh my goodness.
So, congratulations
Thank you,
again. We need to get more of them in.
Do you know, it's really lovely because when you do things yourself and you've got things in your head, and it's lovely to think that other people actually like the idea too. So thank you ever so much. I'm thrilled. What was I saying? Oh yes, binding. You'll need to bind your aprons. So this is the normal way you would use a binding. You would sew it. This is a single fold. So you would sew it along one of the final, shall I move that in central there? So that you fold out and sew around the first fold. Then you would press, this is showing on the curve, you would press out and then fold over and sew around the outside edge there. But if you were doing that on this particular pattern, you are going to lose this 1/4 inch here, so you have to take that into account, because if you were going to do that on the children's, if you look at the actual, if I open this out, whoops, if I open that out, you're going to lose that 1/4 inch, so the shoulders are going to be really, really thin and narrow. You might like it like that, that doesn't matter, but if not, you'd have to compensate for that and add a little extra for the turn.
Can I just interrupt you for 2 seconds? The red gingerbread men and the cream gingerbread men have now sold out. We do still have the green gingerbread men. We only have 12 units of this left, 6 meters. So if you are loving our little gingerbread men, they are so cute. Please make sure you check out
and it's
on those
nice
as well.
fabric to work with as well.
And
And
we've also, the one just behind Allison there, she's used the red cotton canvas. So if I could ask you to, there we go.
yeah,
That's what we've got there as well. And we've also got the wonderful navy cotton canvas as well. Our navy is slightly darker than what Allison's used there, but equally as lovely. And don't forget, we've got our fat quarter bundle here for the Christmas pudding if you need that. So there we go. So the red cotton canvas in the graphics is to refer to that. And just remind us how much you need for the fabric you need to make the apron as an adult.
1 metre of 150.
These are what? Are the
1.5 of 115, or is it? Did you say 110?
So this is 150. The cotton canvas
Oh
is
no,
a 150.
you need 1 metre for that.
So that's 1
Yeah.
metre.
Yeah.
You'd need 1 metre, 2 units of that.
And we did think that people wouldn't necessarily want a fat quarter for the little applique, so the holly leaves and berries and things. So, well, this one I've actually used the cotton canvas for the berries, but
Perfect.
I'm sure there's stashes around.
I'm sure there's a little bit of stash out there somewhere.
Right.
Brilliant. So now you've shown us that.
Okay, so
We're gonna
another
set
with the
clock
binding.
and
Yeah.
get you going.
Oh. So we've got double fold bias here, and that is actually folded over again. But if you're making your own, make sure that when you turn it and you press it, you leave 1 millimetre there to turn. When you then always catch the back when you're going to do that.
So the one with the shorter side, is that your top?
Yes,
Perfect.
the shortest, and then you're always going to catch the underside.
And how much bias binding have you got for this child's?
It's 5 metres. It's slightly less for this one, but if you've got 5 metres, and then you've also got enough for the pocket as well, to bind the pocket.
Perfect.
And for the adult one, it's 7 metres.
Perfect.
Right, so are you going to test me now?
Yes.
Because this is all that...
Alison, I think it's fair
Make
to
sure
say
I've got it the right way round a
you're
minute.
going to test yourself now.
Make sure I've got it the right way round.
Now, if you haven't,
Because-
should we just use the other end?
What's that?
If it was the wrong way round, you just grab the other end.
No, you've got to make sure that you've got the widest part
At the
underneath.
bottom, yeah.
Because then you haven't got to keep going, oh, have I caught it? Have I caught it? You're guaranteed to get it,
Perfect.
she says.
No pressure now. So
Right.
now you said to me 15 minutes, so I'm now going to time you.
Right, I've just got to check where my needle is. Right, okay. And, oh, I haven't used this before, so this is going to be interesting to see the Odie coat cover.
Oh, it could be great. So are you very organised for Christmas? Do you do all your makes well in advance?
I do, yes.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, there's always the last minute ones, isn't there?
Always.
But
But that's part of the fun.
that's right. And also I send away as well, so, you know, it's one of those difficult things. You know, you've got to make sure you get it into the post in time for people to get it. I mean, the hopscotch mat was my last year's. Was that last year's or the year before mat? Oh no, that was the year before. And of course that had to get into the post. I don't know what I've got to make this year. I haven't really thought about it. So this has sort of kick-started my planning.
Good, I like to hear it. But I think one of the most, you're doing the 10 o'clock show is your reusable crackers, isn't it?
Yes, I know.
I'm
That
so
was-
excited about that.
That was
I was
last
looking at that
year's.
horrible statistic, 40 million crackers on Boxing Day end up going into landfill. So the reusable crackers, I think, are a genius idea, really lovely.
I do have to say, being under this time, I would normally take a little more time and get closer to the edge.
You've got
If
time.
you'd like
Don't
to
rush
look
it.
at that.
Don't rush it. Don't rush it. Don't forget, everybody, we're on for 5 hours today. It's our Christmas special. I'm really excited about that. And don't forget, anybody who checks out today, you're going to be... Now, hopefully I can get that
that's
back
why
in the
welcome.
tree. You're getting one of these lovely little Christmas badges. I'm going to rotate him so he's the right way round. No, I'm not. Now, when you get this, don't forget to turn your little card around. I'm not going to show you. I'm not going to show you. Now, what's that there?
Actually, I've just had a thought.
Now, remember, you're getting one per customer across the weekend. So if you do buy Friday, Saturday and Sunday, unfortunately, we'll only get one badge. But each time you check out, you're going to be entered into this competition for these 10 fat quarter bundles. Not just 10 fat quarters, 10 fat quarter bundles. All of these available as your prize. There will be 3 winners at the end of the weekend. On Monday, Debbie will announce those.
Yeah, I just had a thought and I'll try it. Not on a live show. But I could, I think it would probably work if you had a rolled edge foot on your machine. I'll try it and get back to you.
So when you come on next time...
I'll be using a rolled edge foot.
No, I think you need to bring a lot more patterns.
It's amazing, isn't it?
It's incredible,
I
but
can't
literally-
say thank you enough, everybody.
Because you've been on the show, I think I've been on the show with you twice with your patterns.
Yeah, well, the last
3
time
times. Is this the
I
third
wasn't
time?
doing the patterns, was I? That was just a,
That's it, it was just a
a
little
side. You
add-on.
just had extras in.
And they sold out each and every time. It's brilliant.
But you won't be disappointed. You really won't. It's a lovely make.
It really
and if
is.
anybody, I know some people do like a good pattern hack. And if you want it, because it's an apron, it's quite baggy. If you want to turn it into more of a tunic, for somebody who can hack a pattern and put in darts here, that would actually bring it in at the top. And it would be more like a tunic than an apron. And you've still got your crossover at the back, so a pair of leggings.
I think you're missing a
you're
trick
good to
there with
go.
another pattern.
Yeah, you're good to go.
Now, don't forget as well, 9 o'clock, we've got that fabulous Liberty bundle. And I won't deny, I've been looking at some of these Liberties, and I'm looking at this and thinking, oh, I've got Alison's pattern. I wonder if I could make one out of a Liberty.
Even if you just did a plain one, and that pocket would be gorgeous.
I'm just looking at these, because you've always got your favourites on these fabrics. I looked at this. These were my favourites for the minute. But I thought that as my... this one for my actual apron, because of course I love Christmas all year round, so I'd wear that all year round. And then maybe one of those as my little pocket as a detail. Now these are 110 wide. I'd need 1.5 meters of this. Is that right? For an adult size,
110. Yes, you
would
would.
be 1.5 meters.
Yeah, and it's not a directional fabric, is it? Because you've got to realise that you're folding the fabric in the opposite way to the direction. So unless you don't mind it going round.
I love that fabric. I absolutely adore it. Oh, we've had a message in from Helen. Morning.
Hi, Helen.
She's saying good morning all.
Merry Christmas.
She's thanking us for cheering her up this morning with our happy Christmas. Just what she needs to stay positive. Well, as long as you are staying positive. It's lovely to have you. Thank you for watching.
Right, there we go. I'm going round one of the armholes now. You can see as well that this Eau de Coat doesn't make it awkward to handle either. It's just handling like a normal fabric.
It's brilliant, isn't it?
Yeah.
But I have to say, you've not lifted your foot once. You're only 6 minutes in.
Well, yeah, I might
and
do
you're
it.
chatting.
I might do it.
You will do it, of course. We've got utter faith in you.
I have made these in oilcloth. You can make them in oilcloth. For any particularly messy jobs.
But that's the great thing about the Eau de Coat, especially if you're doing the kids things.
Yeah.
Is I do think that also, if you're doing as an adult, you need one as well. But it's whenever you're doing finger painting or anything like that, it's all the fun, messy bits, or even baking.
Yeah.
It's brilliant having the Eau de Coat because you can wash it at 30 degrees afterwards. It's great. Now, how do you stop your bias binding twisting where your hand is there? Do you just drop it off the table?
Yeah, it just carries on
Sure,
down.
I
had the scissors on it earlier. I thought, what's happened here? Now I'm going to stand on it. Oh look, see, this is adding to my time, isn't it?
That's all right. You've got plenty of time. I love this little badge this year. Isn't it just adorable?
I'm glad you mentioned about the back though.
What do you mean?
The back of the badge. You know, the piece
Yes.
of card. Don't throw it away.
Don't throw it away. Emma apparently has commented on the badge on the online saying, "Oh my goodness, it's so cute. I've got to have one." Really, really easy to get it. It's completely free. Every order over the weekend, every customer over the weekend, if you order between today, tomorrow and Sunday, one per customer. If you order over those 3 days, you'll get one. They're brilliant.
Right, I'm going around the neck now and I am...
So round the neck is the tricky bit, isn't it?
I'm slightly, not a lot, I'm slightly stretching the bias.
Okay.
So that,
But that's the good thing about the bias, is you can.
yeah, and let's put the needles down, let's just move that, because I'm not sure what will happen with it with the...
Well, no pressure, Alison.
With the
We have now
Eau de Coat.
zoomed in on your beautiful manicure. Oh, can we pop that end bit down? Sorry, I'm being very annoying. But if you can pop
That
that
bit
down, there we go.
there.
You can see
There
your
we go.
fingers now.
Oh, you can tell I'm into it now because I'm getting better
There we
towards
go.
the edge.
Do you collect these badges?
I've got two at home from
Previous one.
previous.
But I've got loads of these. I do a lot of travelling around America with going to different quilt shops and things, and each quilt shop has one of these.
Oh, do they?
So I've
Oh,
got
that's clever.
loads of them. I think I've got about 160 of them. I absolutely
Do they
love
give them away or do you buy them?
No, I buy them.
Oh, so it's like a collection thing, like
I
people
know,
used
here
to.
they give them away.
Like people used to collect thimbles.
Yes, that's
My
true.
nan used to have. Oh dear. My nan used to have great big things on her wall with all these thimbles on, and of course, every time anyone went anywhere, they always bought a thimble, so it just grew and grew and grew.
I adore these. This little gingerbread man is so sweet. It's making me hungry though. So are you coming tomorrow as well to bring us gingerbread men?
I'm in Cornwall tomorrow.
Oh, how lovely.
Oh, after today, I'm on my way to see my daughter Becky. We haven't seen each other since February.
how lovely.
No, it must be Christmas. We were going to a concert in March, and that was when lockdown happened. Yeah, we go every year, and this year, well, Becky got to London because we meet in London, and spend the weekend there at the O2, and I hadn't gone because of the possibility of lockdown, because my dad lived with us and he was shielding. So, yeah, Becky got to London, but it was cancelled the night before. Right, I'm nearly there. How long am I in?
You're on 11 minutes.
No problems.
Oh, we've had a message in from Jane. Morning, Jane.
Morning, Jane.
She's been making one of your aprons during lockdown.
Oh, lovely.
Oh. Then Sewing Street has got her sewing again after a 15-year break.
Oh, that's fabulous.
And she's never been happier, and she owes it all to us. Oh, that's such
wonderful.
a lovely message. Thank you.
It's such a lovely, lovely
And I'm so glad you're back
channel.
sewing again. Isn't it wonderful? Oh, I love messages like that.
Yeah.
Oh, we've had a message in from Tracy in Canada. Morning.
Oh, I think Tracy...
I think it's very early morning in Canada.
Yeah, Tracy phoned in last time. Hi,
did.
Tracy.
Saying Merry Christmas, John and Sewing Street and Allison. The set looks so cheery, doesn't it? Oh, instead of morning coffee, we should have had spiked eggnog. Tracy,
Oh, that sounds
I
lovely.
like your style.
There we go. We're going to shut that off. Let's go down
She
to
says
there.
the apron is a great idea and your demo is brilliant. Really
Oh,
good
thank
idea
you.
for the little ones. So true, isn't it, Tracy? Lovely to have you watching all the way from Canada. Thank you.
Right, now if you're taking more time, I left a little edge there. You can actually join your bias so that you don't have a fold over, but I've taken this one.
Alison will forgive you because you've only got 2 minutes left.
Oh no.
No, you can have longer.
Take ages
but
now
you said
then.
15 minutes. Now don't forget, we've got Eau de Côte as our early bird sale today. And Alison's covered her kids' apron that she's doing now in Eau de Côte, and it is so good. Completely machine washable.
Can I
You
just
can
show
iron
you
it
what
as
I'm
well.
doing with the bias binding here?
Yes, of course.
At the end, I'm just going to open it out fully and
2
then
seconds, 2 seconds.
fold over. There we go. And then I'm going to fold it over and then re-fold the sides back in and then just wrap it around the outside.
Gosh, that looks so good. But it's a good tip about folding it back, otherwise you've got the raw edge on the way.
How'd I do?
Well, you told me 15 minutes.
Yeah.
You did it in 12. So well done.
There we go.
It really does finish it off so beautifully. You can see why the red and the cream gingerbread sold out. They're so good.
It's lovely, isn't
You
it?
see, I would have also used the green to bind that with, because the green would have been
Yeah.
really sweet as well.
Yeah.
Oh, and I'm hearing this is about to sell out now. This is just a reminder, if you have got anything in your basket, please do check out. Until such time as you've checked out, it's such a busy morning. I don't want you to lose out on fabric. And just because it's in your basket, unfortunately, it's not yours until you have actually checked out and paid for it. So please, make sure you check out on your basket. We don't want you losing out.
So with my extra 3 minutes, I could have sewn on the
Well, you
pocket.
can. You've still got time.
No, because I want to show you the
But just to
applique.
double check now, you've done the pocket and you've done the pinny in the Eau de Côte.
Yes, I did it separately because I thought if that was on there and I was Eau de Côting it, when it dried, the two would stick together. Because one tip, when you're actually drying it, I did it on plastic, cling film first, but it didn't work. Thankfully, it was a small piece I tried it on. But I had it on plastic, and I would say about every 15 minutes for the first hour, go and just loosen it from the surface. take it away so that it doesn't stick to the surface that you're actually using to do the eau de coat on.
If you put a layer of freezer paper down, would that not work as well?
I did it on plastic, and then once it had started drying, I took it
Just
away.
kept lifting
I
it
used
up.
baking parchment, so freezer
Fine.
paper will probably do
Work
the
as
same.
well.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
So there we are.
Brilliant. And then you would just attach the pocket on the front?
Yeah.
So clever.
That's been done with the bias binding, and then you just sew around the outside. Actually, the holes are in there. You can see that I did it and took it off to eau de coat it. Because it was touch and go whether the eau de coat was going to arrive. So, but that's how quick it is. And obviously with the adult one, you just got further to go. So that might take you 20 minutes.
Because the great thing about the eau de coat is it's machine washable, where a lot of the other products aren't.
Yeah. Well, and also with the gingerbread fabric, with it being polycotton, it's lovely for children's aprons because it washes so well.
Exactly.
It doesn't need ironing.
Oh, it doesn't need ironing, even better.
Yeah, because I love cotton, but it does need ironing. Right,
Brilliant.
so the applique, if I just go quickly, what's the time? I've
You're
got
fine,
10 minutes.
fine.
Quickly, with the applique, I've bonderwebbed the top. This is the apron, so I've bonderwebbed the top onto the body of the apron.
And the good thing with the bonderweb is you don't need a huge amount of it. We've
No.
got a small section here, which is 17.5 inches by 1.2 metres. That's £2.99 today. Really great little bonderweb bag there. I love these because also, especially if you've never used bonderweb before, it's really, really handy to use just as a trial. And it's 17.5 inches wide and 1.2 metres long, and it's £2.99. Such a great price for that.
So for
And you don't
anybody
use
that
a lot
hasn't
of
used
them.
it, you put your papery side over your pattern, just draw around with a pen, cut that out, and then bond it onto your fabric, which is what I've done here. You can see there that there's my pen line. I've been really accurate.
Very.
So then, did I put the iron on? I didn't. Let's just put that on.
The great thing is the prim.
It does quickly, doesn't it?
It does. You can pop it on the table.
Ah.
They're back in stock. I'm so pleased.
So then you've got your paper on the back, so you just need to scratch that to get it off, and you take this layer off.
Use a pin.
That's it.
It's working.
Yeah.
I find a pin works better.
All right. Go, go, go. It's there. It's me. So you just tear off the paper part.
You do realise, of course, you've set the benchmark quite high now.
What's
In
that?
future, all guests have to bring baked goods.
Oh, sorry.
No, don't you dare be apologising. That's
No one will
wonderful.
want me. So this is the pocket. That's your pocket pattern from in the pattern piece.
And that's exclusive to us, isn't it?
It is. This is,
Wonderful.
yes. So I'm just going to place that on the top of the pocket. Obviously adhesive side down.
What's so great about those little irons is they get so hot, and you don't need very long on it with that bonderweb.
Well, they say about 10 seconds, don't they? So
Yeah, 5-10 seconds.
yeah. And then you can use your chosen finish to go round the outside edge.
Doesn't that just look so delicious already?
Actually, I'll do that.
Or are you going to do it?
I should have done one in custard, shouldn't I?
Oh.
Done one in yellow.
Oh my goodness, are you just doing
Not everybody likes cream. Yes, because you've got bonderweb
What?
there.
What do you mean not everybody
Not everybody likes
cream?
cream. My mum has custard and cream.
Nothing wrong with that.
We always have Cornish clotted cream for Christmas, though.
Oh, divine.
Of course.
How old's your mum?
84?
Wonderful.
Oh, sorry, if you're not. Yeah, you are, I think. So,
Hello,
yeah,
Mum.
because you've got the bonderweb in there, there's not too much of a problem. It's going to bond the two surfaces together. It helps to see where you're going. And we'll just do a hem across the top.
You've got about 4 minutes left.
It's fine.
It's a lovely little machine, isn't it?
It is. It's very quiet, actually, isn't it?
is. Anything with
So
that
there
is
we
you've
are.
got the bobbin at the bottom.
Yeah, I've got the grey at the bottom. But
actually, it
never
looks
mind.
quite nice.
I actually, Debbie had the other day, she had some Gutermann metallic threads.
Oh my goodness, aren't they
And I thought, I'll
stunning?
try some metallic thread. And it wasn't the Gutermann, and it's okay. But
You
I'd
are
like to have
far
tried
too critical of your
I'd like
own
to have
work.
tried the Gutermann one, really. I should have tried that. So then you're either going to finish off around the outside edge, because you'd finish all this here in your chosen finish, which this one here I've done in satin stitch. So that's just basically a zigzag very close together and very narrow. This one I've done in a blanket stitch. And because it's the blanket stitch, I've gone all the way around the outside of the pocket in the same stitch. So that was just round in one go. So I prepared the pocket, went round the outside in blanket stitch, then placed that on, and then went, before, and then you go all the way round, and just to apply that.
Brilliant.
With this one, I've actually put a bias binding round that one, because I didn't think that the satin stitch would hold it so well, because this isn't a finished edge here. So that one, you've got the bias binding round there.
I love the fact that we've done these little fat quarter bundles as well,
Oh,
because it's quite
brilliant.
a nice little
Yeah.
thing to do.
Yeah,
I think it's great.
yeah. So
But I love the idea of using your metallic threads to do it. I think that's really good.
how much time?
You have about 3 minutes.
It'll probably take me that to work out the machine. I've forgotten what it was.
39, I think.
Was it?
I can't remember exactly, but try.
Let's try it.
Test it.
Yeah.
There should be some scrap fabric under there
I'll
somewhere.
use this bit. Look.
And don't forget today, anything you buy,
Yep,
you're going to
that's
get
it.
our wonderful little little Gingerbread Man Sewing Street badge. Really, really exciting that. And when you get it, you're going to get one badge for the weekend, each customer over the weekend. That's if you buy Monday, Friday, Saturday and Sunday, you will only get one badge. But don't forget to turn it round. Don't forget to turn it round. I love the fact they give you little gifts like that.
Yeah,
it's
it's
great.
lovely, isn't it? I mean, you could needle turn this one like I did with the other applique, with the baking applique. That's that one there, where it's actually turned in under. So you could needle turn it if you wanted that kind of edge without any stitching.
Brilliant.
I thought I'd just...
And you're back with
As
us
we've
at
got
10
time.
o'clock, aren't you?
I am, yes.
Wonderful.
With my no-waste alternative Christmas crackers.
So you've got about 90 seconds left.
Right, no problem.
No pressure.
No problem.
Should have
Oh,
finished
I'm
a
on
whole
the fast.
apron in that time.
Just showing you how if you go all the way round, this finishes off the whole pocket. I think most machines have a blanket stitch, don't they?
Yes, or a zigzag of
Yeah.
some kind. Or my little industrial only does straight stitch. So that wouldn't.
My featherweight,
Oh, I'm so jealous of you.
I've got a zigzag attachment for it, and I haven't tried it yet. I really need to, but
Well, it's not as if you haven't been busy.
no, need a 48-hour day, don't we?
Indeed, I definitely
So
need
there we
that.
go. That's what you do. You just carry on all the way round with that blanket stitch, all the way,
How
and
brilliant.
it's attached as well as decorated.
They're fantastic.
So
Well,
there
it
you go.
is so lovely to have had you again today.
Thank you.
And I'm so thrilled your pattern sold out for you again.
I know,
But we
it's
do need to
amazing,
start
isn't
getting
it?
some more in
Oh,
because we'd like
goodness.
to go for a whole hour. We'd like to go for a whole hour where you've actually still got stock
Well, it
at
went
the
from
end
10
of the
minutes
hour.
to 31 minutes, didn't it? So
It's just because
saturate
it's
the market.
It's been brilliant. But it's because you've done the 2 for 1 in there as well. And
Yeah,
I'm so excited to have you back
Yes,
at 10
that's
o'clock
lovely. I'm
for our
pleased about this.
recycled
Yeah.
little crackers.
yeah, lovely.
Sorry? Oh, I thought you said they are or they have already? They're already selling incredibly well, your cracker patterns. We haven't even started them. That's the great thing about the website, is that you can go through and you can see what's coming up. So your patterns are selling incredibly well today.
Oh,
Congratulations.
Wonderful. Thank you, everybody.
So we're going to have a very short break now while we redo the set, and we're coming back with amazing Liberty fabrics.
If you'd like to get in touch with us during our live show and send in any messages or any questions, then you can do it on studio@sewingstreet.com. Alternatively, you can message us on our official Facebook page.
the seam ripper. My favourite piece of kit with the sewing is the seam ripper. Hello, I'm Janice from Birmingham. I specialise in dressmaking. I used to run a children's shop and I love making children's clothes. My mother encouraged me to sew from an early age. When we were young, we did dressmaking in school. My claim to fame was the sewing quarter, but I'm now making also jumpsuits for ladies and men of all shapes and sizes, and it seems to be going for the festivals around the country. See you on the show!
Hi, I'm Rosie Wells.
My name's Poppy and I'm a nutritional therapist.
Hi, I'm Ruth Lynette and I can't wait to join you all on the brand new Gingerbread lifestyle channel.
If you're a fan of primal living, you're going to adore what's around the corner.
What is lifestyle? Lifestyle is healthy habits.
Feeling good, it's about looking great,
Making sure that we're taking good care of ourselves inside.
and it's about the life that you lead and the home that you live in.
All of this is why I'm so excited.
We've got the most wonderful team.
Homeware deals and primal deals under one roof on one channel.
I can't wait to share this brand new channel with you. So we'll see you soon on Gingerbread Lifestyle.
Gemporia Lifestyle, coming soon to Freeview Channel 74 and gemporia.com.
Hello there, I'm Debbie Shaw and I would love you to join me on the first Monday of every single month for Sewing Street Surgery. Now this is a dedicated hour where I answer your questions, and that could be questions about techniques, it could be questions about tools, it could be questions about new products, or maybe something that you've seen that you just don't understand. There's a lot of questions about tensions on sewing machines, and there's a lot of questions about working with different weights of fabrics. So if you have a question that you'd like to ask me, the easiest way to bring a question over to us is to go to our Facebook page and post your question on there. I will collate all of those questions throughout the week. If we need any new products for you, or if we need any new demonstrations, those will all be worked on leading up to that first Monday of the month. So do join me, Debbie Shaw, on Sewing Street Surgery on the first Monday.
If you love sewing, then you need the UK's favourite sewing magazine. Every month, you'll receive exclusive patterns. Follow simple step-by-step guides suitable for all skill levels to make your own stunning clothes, accessories and more, together with inspiring tips and tricks from industry experts. Join in and discover your love for sewing. Try Love Sewing today and get your first 3 issues for just £6.
Christmas is going to be here before we know it, and as with every year, we want to make sure that we get our makes ready in time for gifting on the big day or for decorations in the lead up. We're here to help with our Christmas make shows, starting with our 3-day event on Friday the 31st of July until Sunday the 2nd of August, and we'll be live for 5 hours each day too. Expect lots of festival quilting, FPP, dressmaking and needle felting to make all your decorations, advent calendars, cushion covers and so much more. We'll have our expert tutorials from some of our favourite guest designers and a fabulous competition exclusively for our Sewing Street family. Keep your eyes peeled on our email newsletter, Facebook and Instagram for more details in the run-up. And don't forget to tune in from 8 AM to 1 PM on Friday the 31st of July until Sunday the 2nd of August on Freeview Channel 74, Sky 670 or on our YouTube channel.
It's Christmas! Sorry, I get very excited. Welcome back, I'm John Cole Morgan. It is so lovely to have you here on our second hour of our first day of our Christmas in July special. So excited. Well done if you've already got our wonderful early bird of the early coat. Allison was showing all the wonderful ways of being able to use that earlier. Such a great deal. Don't know why it's an early bird. It always sells so well. Now, if Christmas wasn't enough, and the fact that you're getting an amazingly cute and adorable little badge, every customer over the weekend gets a free badge. Make sure you keep the little piece of paper and turn it over. Not saying any more. we've got Liberty, but not just Liberty, a whole Christmas mega bundle of Liberty. And I couldn't be more happy. I just very, very quickly flicked through to see my favourites in here. Really, really hard. But the mega bundle is just spectacular. Now, these are also available by the half metre. Sorry? Wow. Okay, so obviously this has been selling so well this morning. We have less than 10 of these mega bundles available now. So, oh my goodness, so we've got everything that we can get at the moment of this collection. We might be able to get more in soon, not quite sure when, but we've got less than 10 of these. We haven't even shown them to you yet. So let me show you how much each fabric is. So each one of them, you're getting a half a metre, and that's how much fabric you're getting. But this is definitely one of my favourites in the collection. But just to give you an idea, look how adorable that is. And if you actually look closely on the houses, one of them has got the Liberty shop on it. Love that. So that's how much fabric you're getting in each one of these. They are just adorable. Now, the only way to get them all is in our mega bundle, and there are less than 10 available. The next one we've got available is this. Is that just not adorable? Brilliant. Am I showing the mega bundle? Perfect. So that's the whole mega bundle all in there, that wonderful collection here. Let me get the last two on the top. There we go. So that is your mega bundle. All of those, a half metre of each one. 2, 4, 6. How many are there? 18. 19. Yes, 18. Sorry, it said a free half metre. I wasn't sure if that was the... Perfect, the half metres included. So it's 18 half metres there, 9 metres, and the price that you're saving is equivalent of a half a metre in that. So the code on this one is Sierra Zulu Yankee Victor 96. And is this just not... This is definitely one of my favourites in this collection. So you can get these by the half metre as well. And this is that by the half metre is £7.49. Isn't that just adorable? I'm determined I'm going to get some of that to make Allison's apron. And then, of course, we've got the second one here, which is JFYV45. Love that. Now, this one I absolutely adore because I looked at it, and there it is there. Hoping I can get this in. Slide that over. Now, anybody who's ever been down Great Marlborough Street and seen the front of the Liberty shop, it is so breathtaking. It's so breathtaking. And I love the fact that they've popped their little shop on the fabric there. It's so adorable. Their level of detail on here is so sweet. And you can just see the little pops of snow in the background as well. Very, very cleverly done. But even if this you're getting a half metre and you're wanting to make a Christmas decoration out of it, or a bottle bag or a gift bag or something, it's such a great, great fabric, this. Really, really lovely. And it's one of those things you would reuse every single year because it's just such great quality fabric and really pretty. And then the next fabric we've got are these beautiful little birds, and the code on this is Oscar Alpha Yankee Victor 06. Get these the right way round. I just love the little robin for Christmas. It's such a great symbol for Christmas, is it not so? And that green is so rich and beautiful there. So this one's available today for £7.49. Really, really great price there, half a metre. And then this one is also one of my favorites. Let me see if I can find the code. It is Zulu Tango Yankee Victor 24. Just look at these beautiful decorations there. It's beautiful, beautiful vintage baubles there. And we've got it in another colorway, other colorways as well. I just really love the soft blue theme. I think every year we pick a different color for our Christmas theme. And the last couple of years we've had blue and silver, and then a couple of years ago before that we had white, and then we do the traditional gold. So now I'm starting at the top of the tin. Victor Zulu Yankee Victor 45. So I think I'm now back in order. I love that metallic-y glow on there. And I love the fact you've got the Liberty on the selvage as well. Because like myself, I collect selvages. It's such a great, great selvage. And the selvage is also in the metallic. So you can see there it's got that shine to it as well. But the great thing is that these go with different ranges as well. It's great. You can mix that in with any of the other ranges as well. But we've not only got the gold, we've also got the silver. Love that. Beautiful silver metallic there. Look at that. Really pretty. So that's £7.49 by the half metre there. Oh, but this one. Every single one of them is beautiful. And what I love about this, I'll show you when we go to the overhead. Look at these beautiful, beautiful baubles. Really, really pretty there. And then, look, I love it. Every year we buy Liberty bauble, and that one's got your Liberty on it there, and all these baubles are so fun. They're really sweet. Love that. And then we got our blue, exactly the same design in a different colorway with a beautiful silver metallic in there. Really pretty. Don't they look so different? So this one's also £7.49 for the half metre. And also this one has got the Liberty bauble as well. Love these. It's just that level of detail that you just, when you're looking at it, you can see the little angel there. That just reminded me, my grandmother used to send us in South Africa little paper angels. She used to get them from a charity every year when she bought her cards. And that was the exact way that little angels looked, and you pop them all out. So it's amazing. Fabric like that takes you right back to things. Now remember I said to you, got these wonderful vintage baubles in a different colourway there. This is the one in the red. So pretty. And again, £7.49. It's got that wonderful traditional colourway there. Really pretty. And of course, what Christmas would be Christmas without stars? And the great thing is with Liberty fabrics, it just feels so soft. Really, really luxurious, really lovely feel to it. It's what you would expect. And it's a great quilting weight cotton as well. It's just really, really lovely. And it's not, because sometimes you feel fabric and it's not quite as, you feel it and you go, yeah. But this, and you've got that wonderful traditional Liberty selvage as well. And it looks like a nice little gold star on there. It's got this wonderful dark yellow in there. If you don't want to go too Christmassy, that's a nice way of doing it as well, because you've got the red, the gold, the blue, and then just that tiny little pink dot there. Really, really cleverly designed. We've had a message in from Karen. Morning, Karen. Oh, she's watching us while working. Loving that. Oh, she's saying Liberty Christmas fabric, she's in love. Me too. It's very hard not to put this in my basket every time. I'll never make any money. I'll just be drowning in fabric every time. It's brilliant. But I did a bit too much shopping this week, so I've got to stop. Is there going to be an advent calendar? Oh, please say yes. I'm saying nothing tomorrow. I didn't say a word tomorrow. So the next one in our wonderful bundle here, and also by the ½ meter, isn't that just gorgeous? Really, really beautiful. They look a little bit like starfish, don't they? You see, with this as well, you wouldn't need to go Christmas. You could do this in any way. Love that. Thinking under the sea with a little starfish. I have to say, it's terribly tempting. The mince pies are just there. Have you? Hannah's eaten 3. I've had 1. 3 mince pies, not starfish. But you see now, this one, I might have jumped out of order for you here. Oh, okay. Found it. This is the wonderful little House and Liberty shop colourway. And just look at that. But it's totally different with the pink roofs and the red roofs and the green background there. Really, really pretty there. And again, we've got our wonderful little Liberty shop. You can see the little Liberty shop there. It's just that eye for detail in each one of there. It's so different in the green, but so pretty as well. I kind of feel like that's more Christmassy than the blue one was. Oh, this is very pretty. This is proper traditional Christmas, this one. Look at that. Doesn't that just feel proper Christmassy there? I love that. Really pretty with all those beautiful decorations on the tree. £7.49 for the ½ meter there. But don't these fabrics look so different in a totally different colourway? The exact same design, but a totally different colourway. They look so different there. But the great thing with these is these are such timeless fabrics, and if you are going to make Christmas quilts, they can come out every year as well, because I've got my Christmas quilt collection or Christmas shirt collection. Admittedly, I was going to wear a Christmas shirt collection here, but I think my lockdown diet hasn't worked quite so well for my Christmas shirts, so we need to fix that at some point. Then we've got our wonderful red collection here. Look at that with our Christmas baubles as well. And you can see our little Liberty baubles there again. Love that. Where have I lost it now? There it is. Just love these. But these as gift bags are so good, because I think what's really important nowadays is that we are doing things that are recyclable and reducing our carbon footprint where we can, and doing things like this with beautiful, beautiful fabrics that you'll use over and over again. It's just such a nice, easy way of being able to do it. But again, isn't it so interesting how the fabrics change just with a different colour? Isn't that brilliant? But you see, even as a little project, there are so many different things you can do with this. Imagine a little wash bag or a little makeup bag out of something like this would be beautiful. You can do loads of different projects as a small project there. And again, the detailing on here is so good. Liberty again. Or even like a little mug rug, that'll be good. Because I think I stopped sending Christmas cards a couple of years ago, but something like that's really lovely because it's something they can use as well. I think that's really sweet. Now this is just too cute. It's so sweet. Look how adorable that is with all the little birds and the snowflakes. They're fabulous. These robins are so sweet. And these ones are $7.49 for the ½ meter there. Love that. Oh, and then the mistletoe and berries. Is that not just too Christmassy for words? Absolutely loving that one. Holly and mistletoe. So, so sweet. I'm just going to keep looking at the mince pies there. Aren't these brilliant? Now, I need to pick some of these to work with later. Oh, we've got a bit of a stock update. The mega bundle. Wow, less than 5 available for our mega bundle. Oh, there are 3. There we go. We get 3 left, so make sure you do check out on those. Now, all the fabric are available by the ½ meter, so you can check out with those as well. I'm just picking out some because I've got to do some demos now. It's really hard. Actually, I'm going to do that one. You can tell I'm finding some favorites in here. How many do I need? I can't remember how many I need now. 1, 2, 3. I'm going to grab one more just in case for good measure. 2 blues, 2 greens and a red. There we go. Brilliant. So we have got some wonderful demos coming up. I don't mind which one we do first. We'll do the log cabin first, yes. Because I love this because it's quite a traditional block and what I love. So this is one that I made previously with this ruler. The ruler is spectacular. I love it. So that's the official log cabin that you're meant to make out of it. But this ruler is brilliant because not only are you going to get the log cabin block, which is that one there. I'm not sure what's easier. Is it over here? So that's the traditional log cabin that we're making here. That one's that one there. Now I'm going to make the court steps out of here, which is really, really, really easy to use. And it's so great because the instructions that you get given are so detailed and so easy to use. And they tell you exactly how wide to cut everything out. You'll see I've already cut out my cream sections here. Very, very easy to do. So what I'm going to do now is just cut a couple of these strips out now. Log cabins traditionally have got a red center because what's meant to happen is it means that you're always keeping the home fires burning, which I love that imagery. I think that's really lovely. So what's so great about this log cabin ruler is it makes your life a lot easier when you are when you're a beginner and you're just starting out. It makes your life a lot easier because when you're just starting out, your seams aren't always quite right and you sometimes make an error and then you're feeling bad and you just want to be upset and you know what, then you think you're a terrible person and a terrible quilter because we're all very kind to ourselves when we make things, aren't we? But it's so much easier to be able to do this with the ruler. Now what's so simple is it's got a centering square block. Oh, hang on. Just want to double check. Yes, that's for the log cabin and the courthouse steps. So what it is, you'll see you've got those white lines there. So you line the edge of your fabric out there. And all you do then is you trim down. And that's how simple it is to do your first section. And then what I've done over here is I've just cut these out at 2.5 inches. And then you're just going to take, these are just width of fabrics. And all I'm going to do next is just very roughly, you can tell I'm paying a lot of attention to this. All I'm doing there is I'm just cutting those off. Now, some of this fabric is directional. I'm just going to turn this on and off to get this right. Oh, we've had a message in from Sheila. Morning, Sheila. Saying, hello, all you lovely people. Oh, she's just having a quick look at the moment. She's got it on record for later. She's loving the Liberty fabric. Oh, she's making a stocking for her girls. Maybe grown up, but they still love a stocking. Isn't that wonderful? Oh, love to all and a big kiss. Thank you so much. Lovely to have you. Merry Christmas. Now, if anybody has been watching us and just nodded off and woke up, don't worry, it's not December. It's still July. We're trying to get you everything ready for Christmas. So all I've done here is I've cut my 2 sides in my plain fabric. What you're going to be making is we're going to make the courthouse steps block there. So all the fabrics on the side are going to be in cream. So you can see I've got a little bit extra on the top and the bottom. That's absolutely fine because all I'm going to do now is I'm going to flip that on, 1/4 inch seam down the side there. And what I'm going to do is I'm not going to do a 1/4 of an inch. I'm going to pretend that I've made a mistake, but I'm actually going to show you the joy of this ruler. There we go. And that's the great thing about this ruler, which actually does make your life so much easier. Because now, for example, what I've done now is I've made my seam really, really large. But it's not going to matter because we're going to show you how easy it is to rectify with this gorgeous ruler. We've also got this wonderful prim iron back in stock. I'm setting my seams just nicely there, and I'm pressing to the dark side. If I wasn't demoing, I would be doing my seams open. There we go. So what we're going to do now, the first thing you're going to do, now the ruler has different ways of doing this. You must do what works for you. For me, I prefer cutting the fabric off and trimming everything down as I go. So all I do now is I line my ruler up against the edge of my square and I then trim off the excess there. And I do the same over here. There we go. So that is our first little step there. But now what is so great is you've got this wonderful set of instructions showing you exactly how it is you do this. So what we're doing now is we've done our first round there. And now can you tell just how big I did my seams there? Because that black line there is meant to line up with the edge. But what's so great is the fact that, yes, I've made a mistake. You're going to go there, and what you're going to do, so you can see my seam is so wide there, which is what it shouldn't be. All you're doing now is you're going to trim this side off here, and then I'm going to rotate this round, and I'm keeping this in exactly the same section there. You can see I've got the same distance on either side, and I rotate round this way, and I trim this off. So there we go. This is the great thing about doing this ruler is I know I've now made a mistake in this, and that's absolutely fine because the ruler helps you and fixes it. Now, to make sure I don't make the mistake again, I'm not redoing the block. I'm not unpicking anything. You don't need to. So which order should we do this in? I'm going to do blue, green, blue. So I'm going to cut off a 2.5 inch strip here. And there we go there. Just taking the selvage off there. Now to make sure I'm not cutting towards myself, I'm going to take this and I'm going to cut myself a 2.5 inch strip with the fabric. I'm just double checking it's 2.5 inches. 2.25, yes, so I'm going to do 2.5. There we go. I'm going to do this green one as well. I love these fabrics, they're so good. And the great thing is that mega bundle, only 3 left the last time we checked. We've only got 3 left of that beforehand. But don't worry, there's still chance. If there's only 3 left, oh goodness me, I did not cut that very well, did I? Right, let's pay a little more attention while I'm cutting that. Gosh, that was not great. Sorry about that. Right. So there we go. That's my next colorway. And because I made a little bit of a mistake there. There we go. So we're going to start with the blue. And what you do then is you're going to line that up, because then what you're doing is you're sewing that onto the top. So I'm just roughly going to cut that off there. And I'm doing the same over here, roughly cut that off. And you just simply pop that over there, making sure I try and do a better 1/4 inch than I did the first time. But I did that as an error to show you how good the ruler is at helping you if you are a beginner and you are still learning to do these things. It does all your jobs for you. It makes your life so much easier. So it doesn't sew it together for you or do your pressing or bury your ends, unfortunately. I think the day they make a ruler that does that is going to be a day they'll make millions. And the great thing about this ruler is that it's a nice, easy way of, it's quite quick to do this as well. So there we go. Going to get my lovely little prim, press set my seams. Right, so there we are. We've now completed our first round. But what's so great about the ruler is you've now done your first round. Now remember, we've trimmed that off and we had our little error. So all you're doing now is you can see, you've now got to make the decision on how you do this. I'm centering that in the middle. You can see I've already cut this line off. And all you do now is you trim that edge. And you trim that edge. And I've just realized I have my rotating cutting mat here and I haven't been using it because this makes your life so much easier for this. So I've trimmed off 2 sides, being that side and this side. I then take my ruler again. Now this makes your life a little bit easier because over here you'll see you've got a black dotted line, and over here you'll see there's a black dotted line. You line those up with the edges that you've just cut. There we go. And all you do next is you trim down. Yes. And you go there. So now you've already done the central section there. And the way you're going to do this is you're going to go light, dark, light, dark. So the next layer I'm going to do are these 2 light sections on the side. And to be just very, very accurate, you can tell, I've just put my fabric edge to edge there. And I'm going to stitch that on here. Now the great thing with this block is you don't need to use another fabric if you don't want to. You can carry on using the same fabric, but it does make that nice little bit of interest, being able to create a different, using all the fabrics that you can. Oh. And remember, we've got the Creative Grids back in today. Such a great block. And this does a 12-inch as well as a 6-inch block. You don't have to only do the one. So you're effectively getting a ruler which does 2 things, which I love. We do have the 8-inch one as well. Check the website for that one. It's a similar process of doing that, just you cut your strips at different widths and you cut it the exact same way. You're just obviously doing it at different sizes as you go. We've had a lovely message in from Poppy. Morning, Poppy. Saying good morning, all. Oh, she's saying this is her favourite log cabin of all time. Mine too. And it's all Christmassy. Now you can see, sorry to interrupt you, Poppy. All I'm doing here is I'm just trimming these edges off as I go along. And the rotating cutting mat comes into its own here, because all I'm doing is I'm putting the ruler up against the edge that we've already trimmed, and I'm trimming off my excess there. Sorry, Poppy, what was the rest of your message? She's saying happy Crimbo. She's looking forward to her log cabin ruler arriving. Poppy, please make sure you pop onto the website all the makes that you make. I can't wait to see them. Thank you. Now we've got the... Oh, just big enough. Just big enough there. And I'm going to use a pair of scissors. Where did I put my pair of scissors? There we go. And then I'm going to pop those on here. This fabric is so lovely to work with. It just feels so beautiful. But it's Liberty, what do you expect? But it's got mistletoe on and nobody's coming to give me a little kiss. This is the bad thing about not being able to sew at home. I do love this fabric. It's just so easy to work with, it's great. Oh my goodness, so the Liberty bundle, mega bundle has been selling so well this morning. We only have one of them remaining now. Not surprised, it's such great quality and it's really lovely to work with there. And it's Christmas. So the one that I'm ironing back here, this mistletoe and the hollyberry one, is now the one that's in your graphic at the moment. Isn't it just beautiful? So all I'm doing here is I'm just gently pressing my fabric back as I go. Because I like the backs of my blocks looking perfect, because you like to have the front and the back looking just as good as each other, I just give it a bit of a turn to check. Now remember, I'm using my lovely rotating cutting mat here, and I'm back with my beautiful ruler. Now remember, we're on our second round now. So what I'm doing is my central square, I'm squaring that off in the middle to make sure that's right. And then I'm going to trim off this edge and I'm going to trim off that edge. And you just lift your ruler up, rotate it round 180 degrees, and you can now got your lines that you can center up with there. So the last ones I'm doing in this colorway on the sides, in the cream. Just getting my lovely scissors here. So the cream's going to go on the edges here. Now remember, if you're looking for the solid color, we have got loads of different colors on the website. If you just type in 100, sorry, my foot has gotten tied up in the cord there. If you just type in 100 in cotton, you'll have all the different colors that we've got in stock. Because I'm always looking to see what we've got in to make colors and different designs and things that I'm coming up with. Look to see what we've got as our color palette to work with. And all I've done now is I've sewn the cream down this side. I'm now sewing this over here. And we're only 2 seams away from finishing this block. And there we go. So I'm going to just press those open now. And the great thing about this is that normally when you're making the block, you're not going to be chatting and doing all of that. You'll be sitting and focusing and sewing and getting it all done. But it's just such an easy way of being able to do this block nice and simply. I just need to cut this, but I'm going to have to cut it lengthways because I need it to be, I'm going to cut 2. No, I'm going to cut it lengthways. Wonderful. So this is going to be my last colourway on the outside of my block. I'm just trimming off my selvage edge here. And then just to make sure I've got it sort of accurate, that's obviously the full width of fabric there. And I'm just going to trim that off to about there. And I'm going to sew that one on there and that one on there. Now the only disadvantage of our rotating cutting mat is this block ends at 12.5 inches and our rotating cutting mat is exactly 12.5 inches. So unfortunately for the next round you can't do that, but obviously if you were using the 6-inch ruler, the 6-inch blocks on the same ruler, you would easily be able to do that on the rotating cutting mat, because that's the great thing about this ruler. You've got 2 different sizes here and it's really easy to use. So the fabric I'm attaching now is what the graphics on your screen are, and it's such a beautiful fabric to use. It's really lovely. Ah, that'll be my primer iron falling on my foot. Oh, sorry, I know I'm not in your screen. I've just gone downstairs. Apologies. So now all you're going to do is you're going to repress these open, pressing your seams however you like, hopefully not dropping the prim iron on my foot again. There we go, setting your seams. Now this bit is really, really fabulous, because if you had a bigger 1/4 inch log cab rotating cutting mat, you don't even need to lift the ruler up. It's great. So this is now, that's it, you're done. That's your block made. So all you're doing now is you're popping your ruler in the center here. Now the way I like to do it is, because I know I went funny in the middle, you can see that I'm centering that black square around the middle. And then all I'm going to do now is I'm going to cut down the 4 sides. Right, so there's the first one. Now, because I don't have a rotating cutting mat, we do it like all by hand. Old-fashioned way of doing it. And now because you've already cut these 2 sides up, you line those edges up there perfectly. Now, as you all know, in the beginning of this, I made a specific error to make sure that I hadn't set my seam up correctly in the middle. And that's why this ruler is so good, because how forgiving is that? And the block just looks beautiful. It just looks fabulous as a cushion or a bag or anything like that. It's fabulous. You might want to change your colorways. I did this because I wanted to have my methodology was I'd have my building, my tree, and then my sky. Whether that's right or not, you can do it how you like. If you wanted to do this as your first one, then the blue is the second and your green is your outside, you can just have a play with it. So that's one of the blocks you can make with it. This is the second block you can make, and there is a third block you can make as well, which is the half log cabin. And that is really, really interesting to do that one as well. And the ruler makes this in 2 sizes, both the 6-inch and the 12-inch. It's just a really, really beautiful ruler to use. Really simple, lovely, lovely way of doing it. So that's the 6 and the 12. Don't forget to check the website as well, because we do have an 8-inch one as well. Make sure you check that one out as well. So the Liberty Mega Bundle has officially now sold out. Congratulations if you got it. Hopefully in the future we'll be able to bring that back to you as well. It just depends on stock and whether we can reorder it as well. So we're going to show you a few that are going to sell out by the ½ meter. What did I do with them? Here we go. The which one? Okay, so the houses. Don't slam the door. Okay. Houses in blue and green, and the robins in blue and green, was it? So the houses, these two houses, are already, are they house close to selling out, are they? They're in single figures left of these. So remember, these are by the ½ meter. So the houses on blue were down to single figures as well. Oh, it's upside down. I'll do that way. So these are in single figures now. We've got that one. We've also got the houses in green, also down to single figures. These may be the last time we're showing you these today because they may sell out. So if these are in your baskets, don't forget to check out. It's the $3.95 P&P all day. You're not going to lose or make anything or lose anything by selling out, by checking out multiple times during the day. And also the robins in the green. Again, single figures as well. You're not surprised. Look how beautiful they are. So this will probably be the last time we show this as well because this is selling so well, down to single figures in the green. We've also got the same one in the blue, also down to single figures. And what's so interesting is being able to see what everybody else thinks is their favorite fabric. Those are probably the last time we'll see those by the ½ meter because they're officially down to single figures now. So now we've got our wonderful Scrap Crazy here. Have I got time to cut one out? No, we're going to do the 8. So this is our 6-inch Scrap Crazy. Just grabbing our 6 inches. So these come in 4 different pieces. I'm going to pop them on the mat. It just makes life a little easier. So you can see that's how your little block comes together. You've got 4 different segments of the ruler there. You've got a wonderful set of instructions here. That just shows you one way of being able to do it. And it's great because it gives you a nice little quilt idea of how to put the quilt together. Loads of different instructions on how to do it. You've also got different ways of being able to build different types of kits. It also shows you how to be able to cut all your fabric out from a 6-inch square, which I absolutely love. These are the type of blocks that you would make using the 6-inch Scrap Crazy here. And I did go a little bit crazy. Oh, I can show you. I'll carry on showing you these. So you can see you've got lots of different options on how to use these, and it just changes so much with each way that you use the different blocks. And then I did go a bit mad and go and do a Scrap Crazy, proper Scrap Crazy on the 6-inch. That might be better up there. So you can see it just has got this really fun way of being able to do it. This is such a great, great ruler. I loved using this one. We've had a few demos on the YouTube page if you want to have a check out for that as well. Just type in John Scrap Crazy. It'll pop up there as well. So the difference, we've got 2 different rulers on today. We've got the Scrap Crazy 6-inch and we've got the Scrap Crazy 8-inch. Right, sorry, I'm with you now. So the Scrap Crazy, these are totally different designs between the 6 and the 8-inch, so they're totally different rulers. Whereas the Log Cabin, the 8-inch, 6-inch and 12-inch rulers, they all make the same blocks, just in different sizes. With the Scrap Crazies, they make totally, totally different projects. You can see you've got 4 different rulers there for the Scrap Crazy 6-inch, and you've got an option of making 2 different blocks. You've got the A, where you can add an additional pop of colour in the middle there, which I've done in... Find it. Here's one I prepared earlier. So that's one if you're going to be doing your E piece in the middle there. Otherwise, your traditional block would be coming out like that. So that is our 6-inch Scrap Crazy. We've also got our 8-inch Scrap Crazy, which is a lovely ruler as well. Popping that back into space. So the 8-inch Scrap Crazy, you can tell we've got a totally, totally different ruler here. You've got 3 pieces for the Scrap Crazy 8. Because the great thing with this is there is very, very little waste on this. It is a wonderful way of being able to use most of your fabric as easily as you can. So I can just show you the nice way of doing this, because what I like to do is I like to layer my fabric up. Stay. Is that all right? Oh my goodness, I just looked up and a little mince pie thief just arrived to come and take a mince pie. I love it. It was very unexpected. I looked up and there was another person in the room when you're not expecting it. And the hand appeared and took a little mince pie and ran away. I love that. Now, the reason this is so important is that I'm now layering these up, and I'm going to put 5 different fabrics on here. And people may be thinking, why? That makes no sense. And I'll show you why. Because, dum, dum, dum. Oh, you can tell my really accurate cutting there. We all do it. So I'm going to just quickly cut off this edge here. I know you'll be a lot more organized in your demo when you're demonstrating for yourself. So I'm going to make a nice little strip there. Oh. And I'm going to rotate that to get rid of my salvages. And don't forget, today we've got that wonderful badge on offer for you if you check out today. Exclusive to us, and you're only going to be able to get one of those all weekend, 1 per customer. But each time, isn't it an adorable badge? I love it. He's so, so sweet, isn't he? He's so sweet. So what you're going to do now is, now I'm putting my cream on the top only because my cream is not quite wide enough. So the first one you're going to cut out is your C block. Now your C block, you've got to cut 2 out. Now there are, the great thing about this is it does show you a really easy way of cutting these all out. Of course, there's your strip of fabric there. You can cut them all out that way. It's absolutely easy to do. So I'm going to try and do that now, but I'm just not quite sure. Oh, it is. Never mind. So you're going to cut out your D block first. I'm going to line this up to the edge as close as possible. And the great thing is the instructions show you exactly how best to cut these out over there. Now, because I don't want to be cutting towards myself or anything, I'm going to just rotate this as I go. Oh, okay, one of the fabrics wasn't there, which I thought it was. Live telly, what could possibly go wrong? So there we go, we've got 4 D blocks now ready to go. So that's 4 of your D block. Now we're going to do 2 of your C blocks. So you line this up because you've obviously cut that as a straight line on the edge of your C, just there, that's nice and straight there. And what I'm doing here is I'm cutting my C line all the way up there, slide my fabric over ever so slightly there. Now, because I'm wanting to make sure I'm staying safe as I cut this, I'm rotating that round, and you'll see I've cut that bit, this bit. So all that's left is to cut this bottom bit. And when you've cut it out, you've got this little notch here. Make sure you cut that notch out because it's going to make your life a lot easier when you come to put these together. So that's your first C. Then you've got your second C, which you're going to cut out here. Going to just take that all the way off the edge. And last but not least, Okay, that's your C. Next, you're going to cut your A block out. So you can see the A, cutting line for, sorry, you're going to cut out block B first. So that's your B. You'll see that it says they cut line for template B. You line that up with the edge of your fabric there. And then you cut that way. Make sure you get your nice little notch there. And then you cut away from you there. And then you're going to cut your, I'm going to just rotate this to make sure I get this nice and square. And again, you're always cutting away from you. Make sure you keep nice and safe. Okay. And then I'm going to cut my B line, my A line out here. Now this line I know is nice and straight because I've just cut it. So I'm going to now cut there. Cut there. Brilliant. I'm going to rotate that this way because then I know I'm cutting away from myself. Lining my template up there. And there we go. So that is where we are now cutting out all these little sections. I am going to cut one very quick D out of this. And you'll see why in a moment. Right. But now what is so great about this is now you've cut 5 out. And you can see it didn't take that long. You've now got to lay these all together. So the first one is I'm going to lay these out. So there's your first one. And then I'm going to make my D's over here. And then I'm going to make my C over here. And then I've got another C over here, but obviously I want to make sure because I've cut 5 out, you're going to be able to have 5 pieces in here. And there is all 5 pieces ready to go. So that's... Now, when you're doing this, how long have I got? So, don't worry about it, because what happens is, the reason you've got gaps here, if you look at this and you rotate this over, you can see you've got that notch mark there. So you'll have a seam that goes along there, which will then mean that this will be the same height. And then when you're stitching this along, it'll all slot together to make a block like that. Because this is one thing that people do get a little bit overwhelmed about. Now, the reason I cut 5 fabrics in one go is, look at this. So that's my first block. So that's my first block there. But now, because I've cut 5 fabrics, and because I've moved only one at the top, all I'm doing is, there we go. And I have 5 full blocks already cut out. Because if you cut them in groups of 5, make sure you've got a sharp blade when you're doing it. You then keep going, and then your next block looks like that. Because the great thing with this is it's a really lovely ruler just to try something. It's so different. And the effect that you get is so different per block that you do. Because what I loved about it is I cut a whole load out being the exact same block. And that gives you a totally different look as well. Because the back of the block here, you've got different ways of being able to create it. And you can see you've got a pinwheel in the middle there. So what's really good is if you use those pinwheels all being the same colour and the rest all being different, it completely changes the look of the quilt. It's a really lovely ruler to just play with and practice with and see how you go. It's great. Because the good thing is if you wanted to just give it a go, fat quarters are perfect for this because you don't use a huge amount of fabric and there is very, very little waste on this as well. It's a really, really lovely. Now we've also got these wonderful basic fat quarters here, which are fabulous to be able to play with and have a go with. Really, really lovely these. They're a pack of, is it 9? 8. Pack of 8 of these. They are 54 centimeters by 45. Really, really lovely. 100% cotton. Nice and easy to practice with. Love those. And $12.99 for 8 fat quarters. Such a great price. Also, if you wanted to do some little Christmas makes, that's a really great project. They are a lightweight. So maybe you want to be able to use all of these together as a project all together, because it might not work quite so well when you mix them up with other cottons. But it's such a beautiful colourway there. Look at that. Great place to start as well. It's a lovely colourway. If you're wanting to do little stockings and things, it's a really nice way of being able to do that as well. But I have to say it, I'm so loving these. Now, Gingerbread Men are taking over our show today, and I love them. Look at these. That's it. Now, these ones are a pack of 8 little gingerbread men. Look how adorable they are there. They are just so lovely. $3.99 for those 8 buttons. They're really, really good. But I have to say, I think the reindeer might be my favourite. Just so cute. Look at them. I wonder if the bells ring. No, they don't. But they're so cute. Really, really sweet. Love that. Which is probably good that they don't ring, because I'd be sitting... I have a very annoying Christmas decoration that pops. I press the button, it goes, Santa's coming, whoopee! My husband loves it. Then we've got our wonderful gingerbread men as well here. These are so sweet. Oh my goodness, they're gingerbread men and gingerbread ladies. So this one looks mixed. This is 34. This is 34. These are the gingerbread ladies. These are the gingerbread ladies. Those are the gingerbread ladies. Look at those. Aren't they sweet? And you're getting 25 of these 18mm buttons there, $2.99. They're so sweet. But if you prefer to have your little gingerbread men, or maybe you want to get both, we've got this one available today as well. Also 25 of them, also 18mm. And these are also $2.99. Such a great price. Remember, every order you place today, you're entered into a competition, and you'll be able to win 10 packs of fat quarters. There will be 3 winners at the end of the weekend. That'll be announced by Debbie on Monday. So in the next hour, we've got our reusable crackers. Oh my goodness. So we were meant to have 3 bundles for this next show at 10 o'clock, but we can only offer you 2 because the other bundle has sold out. They haven't even been on air. You've all been on the website seeing how beautiful and amazing they are. Sold out. So we'll be back in a few minutes. We're just going to get Allison back in. See you in a minute.
Would you like to take part in our weekly competition? If you do, then all you have to do is head to the Sewing Street fan page group on Facebook. Post your picture of your make. Myself, Debbie Shaw, and John Cole Morgan love looking at all of your makes every week. We pick our favourite and announce the winner every Friday live on the show. Happy sewing and good luck.
Hello, I'm Kerrie from Living in Loveliness, and I'm delighted to be part of the Sewing Street team. I'm based in Wolverhampton, and I absolutely love working with fabulous fabrics. In particular, I love working with fat quarters and showing you how to get the most from your scraps. I love bringing communities of sewists together and encouraging people to sew for greater causes. Most recently, we have been sewing for our NHS and key workers. I look forward to bringing you hints, tips and techniques. I'll see you soon.
If you'd like to get in touch with us during our live show and send in any messages or any questions, then you can do it on studio@sewingstreet.com. Alternatively, you can message us on our official Facebook page.
Hello everyone, I'm Delphine Brooks. It's so great to be here and part of the Sewing Street family. I'm local, I'm only down the road in Warwickshire. I started sewing many years ago when I was very young, doing lots of art and painting, and eventually I went into textiles, and I really enjoyed doing the two together. I then had a bit of a break. Something you don't know about me maybe is that I spent many years in the Royal Air Force and eventually in the police as well. And then I went full circle and I've come back to my happy place of sewing, and which I really enjoy. My best sewing tip is measure twice and cut once. I have chipped up a couple of times by not measuring properly, and I do always regret it. So now I always measure twice, cut once. Anyway, I really hope to be with you again soon, and I look forward to seeing you again soon. Thank you.
Shopping with us couldn't be easier. If you want to shop online, then you can head to our website, www.sewingstreet.com. It will redirect you to our sister channel Jewellery Makers landing page. Don't worry, you haven't gone to the wrong place. We're simply using their website temporarily while we're building our own web shop. Scroll down past the Watch Live part and you'll see all of the products that you will have seen on air on today's live show. You can also shop our catalogue by clicking a category, clicking a product to view closer, and adding it to your basket. Once you're ready to check out, you will need to create an account, which is absolutely free to do so, but it will mean that you can check out on as many orders as you want throughout the day with still only paying one postage and packaging. If you'd prefer to speak to somebody in our UK-based customer service team, then you can do so via the free telephone line number 0800 001 4433. They will not only help you create an account, but will also help you with any of your online shopping.
Christmas is going to be here before we know it, and as with every year, we want to make sure that we get our makes ready in time for gifting on the big day or for decorations in the lead up. We're here to help with our Christmas make shows, starting with our 3-day event on Friday the 31st of July until Sunday the 2nd of August, and we'll be live for 5 hours each day too. Expect lots of festival quilting, FPP, dressmaking and needle felting to make all your decorations, advent calendars, cushion covers and so much more. We'll have our expert tutorials from some of our favourite guest designers and a fabulous competition exclusively for our Sewing Street family. Keep your eyes peeled on our email newsletter, Facebook and Instagram for more details in the run-up. And don't forget to tune in from 8 AM to 1 PM on Friday the 31st of July until Sunday the 2nd of August on Freeview Channel 74, Sky 670 or on our YouTube channel.
Welcome back. We've got a fantastic hour ahead with Allison. I'm so excited. Little bit stunned because we've sold out of one of the kits yet. One is about to sell out. There are 2 left. But before I do that, let me just remind you that every single one of your orders over this weekend, each customer is going to get one of our exclusive Sewing Street badges. Now, when you get your badge, it's got this wonderful little piece of paper on it. I'm not going to flip it round, but make sure you keep your little piece of paper. That's all I'm saying. Now, we've got a fabulous couple of days ahead of us. Now, make sure, if you haven't already, please sign up to our newsletter because you get a bit of a heads up about what's going on, what's on the next day. That gets emailed through to you every day. The easiest way of doing that is www.sewingstreet.com/sign up, and that will give you the upcoming shows, what's going on, introductions to new designers, different products that are coming up. Really, really nice way of being able to do that. Every single time you check out with us today, whether you do multiple times during the day, you will be entered into a draw. We're going to have 10 fat quarter packs. We've got 3 sets of them. 10 full fat quarter bundles there worth over £100. Those are going to be drawn out on Monday morning. 3 lucky people will be announced on Monday morning, be able to get those done. So it's just a fantastic hour. Now, we've already sold out of these beautiful green ones and maroon ones. Already, you're joking. Okay. Where have they gone? They're gone. They're gone. I haven't even explained anything to you. So another little bag going into the sold out bundle at the bottom. So these are both gone out now. The only available option, stunning colourway, is this gorgeous tealy blue. And I know it's not teal, it's a turquoisey blue with this beautiful brown colourway there. Such a lovely, but look at the detailing on these charms. These charms are just too adorable. And they're different charms in each one. Look at these. Look at that one. They are so fun. Now, these are your Christmas cracker alternatives. Each one of these, when you open them up, you can pop all... Oh! I didn't know we had jokes. What do snowmen wear on their heads? Ice caps. Oh my goodness, that's brilliant. I'm sorry, I have to read one more. Are they all different? Oh my God, you've thought of absolutely everything. What do you do if you cross Santa with a duck? A Christmas quacker. Oh my goodness, these are brilliant. Don't worry, I will do all 4 of them by the time we've finished. So this is all included in your kit. Let me show you what you've got. This is how your kit will come in a wonderful little bag like this. You're going to get a wonderful set of instructions as well, detailing how to make these all. Loads of pictures on the back on how to do it as well. Nice and easy. Then your bundle will look like this. Loving this. So everything you need to make this, all the crackers, and I've just torn straight through Rudolph's little body. Look at the detailing, the sticker detailing is incredible. So not only are you getting the 2 fabrics, you're getting your lovely pack of wadding as well, which is great, lovely, great. Oh, that feels beautiful. That is so lovely. And I love this, that you've got this beautiful, beautiful print on the brown fabric as well. That is so, so sweet. And the blue fabric as well is just gorgeous. And they coordinate so well together as well, because the brown of the berry is the same as the brown on the fabric. She's very clever, this Allison lady. She's very good at this. So those are our wonderful fabrics there. But that's not all. I've torn through Rudolph to be able to empty this lovely little bag of goodies for you as well. This is why they've been so popular. We all know. Where are the... Oh, the jokes. We need the jokes. Don't worry, I'll read them all to you so you can do them. So you've got 4 different zips. 4 different zips. And these beautiful, beautiful charms. Oh. It's got the 4 different zips there. And we've also got these beautiful, beautiful charms. They are so adorable. Are they all different? So they're all completely different and unique, each one that you get. They're so pretty. Really, really lovely. Now, I've gone on for a little while now, so I'm going to go and remind you how it is you can buy with us while we get Allison on.
Shopping with us couldn't be easier. If you want to shop online, then you can head to our website, www.sewingstreet.com. It will redirect you to our sister channel Jewellery Makers landing page. Don't worry, you haven't gone to the wrong place. We're simply using their website temporarily while we're building our own web shop. Scroll down past the Watch Live part and you'll see all of the products that you will have seen on air on today's live show. You can also shop our catalogue by clicking a category, clicking a product to view closer, and adding it to your basket. Once you're ready to check out, you will need to create an account, which is absolutely free to do so, but it will mean that you can check out on as many orders as you want throughout the day with still only paying 1 postage and packaging. If you'd prefer to speak to somebody in our UK-based customer service team, then you can do so via the free telephone line number 0800 001 4433. They will not only help you create an account, but will also help you with any of your online shopping.
In shock news, the 18 mince pies that arrived, there are 7 left. They are so good. Everything that Allison's bringing into us today is just flying out the doors. Flying out the doors. Congratulations, another 2 packets amazing, sold out. Well done. How did you come up with this idea?
Well, a couple of years ago, there's normally 5 of us. There's my parents and us and my daughter at Christmas. And I was absolutely amazed at the end of Christmas Day, the amount of rubbish that we had, paper-wise, because I like using the foil wrapping paper that you can't recycle. And I thought, well, this really isn't good. So I started off by making bags for all my Christmas presents and things like that, individual bags. And then I thought, well, crackers, yeah. Why do we have to throw away all that cardboard? Well, it's not only thrown away, is it? Producing it as well. I must be able to make something. And this is what came about. It came
so
about
good.
because these bags are so lovely. And I know Kerrie uses one as well. I have one for my clips. And I also have one for my sewing kit.
No, I wish I could play with those as well. They're brilliant.
So your sewing kit. So, I mean, once you've got the technique, the world's your oyster.
Because that's a great thing
the
about
world's your
this.
bag.
Not only are you getting this wonderful kit, but also you've got the pattern then that you can scale up if you want to.
They're so useful. And because I did so many workshops last year, I had loads, because obviously I demonstrate at each one. And what I did was I got a piece of white plastic chain and hung them all on as an advent calendar for my daughter. So,
that's wonderful.
And I saw there was a lady on the Facebook page that's just done it as well.
What a clever idea.
You know, the most expensive bit is the zip, but once you get past that, you know.
Exactly.
Yeah. So the kits you
I'm
can
glad
make
you told me
4.
that, because my husband makes me an advent calendar every year, and I've never been able to make something for him, and I think that's genius. I love that.
And of course, you can also gift them. Guess which one's for you? By the charm.
For me?
Yes. The charm.
Oh my God, Alison, that's so sweet of you. Oh my God, I love it. I'm not going to tell anyone. It's just for me. Oh, that is so sweet of you.
I didn't know what Andrew does, so I couldn't personalise his charm.
That's actually perfect, because that's what it is.
Gingerbread man.
Perfect. It's perfect.
Andrew's a gingerbread
Oh,
man.
I love it. Oh, he'll love that. I'm not going to show you, Andrew. You can get those when we get home. But I'll show mine. These are so lovely. I've got this wonderful Singer sewing machine charm because Alice and I both collect featherweight sewing machines. They are lovely.
Well, my daughter loves pizza, so I bought a pizza charm for her.
Oh, my goodness.
My husband's an ex-sailor, so he had a boat, and my mum does a lot of jigsaws, so I bought little charms that were appropriate for each person that was receiving one. And then, of course, you make your hat out of your wrapping paper and put in something silly.
Is that because I chat too much?
Oh.
He will work. Not wind him up enough. Come on.
Oh.
You know what will happen in about 2-3 minutes?
Oh,
I love it. Can I pop it?
I don't know. Can he pop it?
Oh, that's genius. Oh, Alison, you're so kind. This is
It's just fun to film them as
These
well.
are wonderful.
Because we always used to have little table presents as well.
So the last time Alison and I were on, I was gushing about all these wonderful bobbin holders that Gutermann had in their early bird, and I loved those. And I didn't end up getting one of the early birds. Wait, let's hear the joke. What did the scissor police say to the needle and thread? Aye, aye. What's sewing on here then?
I made that one up.
That's lovely. Oh, Alison, you are so kind. Thank you so much.
So, anyway, each kit you can make 4 crackers. And
How many? Sorry, Hannah? Alison, I hate to tell you this, but at 18 minutes past on your show, all of your kits have sold out.
Oh, my goodness.
So we need to talk about quantity. We need to talk about quantity. Thank you so much for that. That's very sweet.
Well, I will explain it in case
you
there
must.
are some more.
Of course.
Yes, you can make 4. And rather than putting one Christmas fabric and a lining, I've actually put together, in the kits, there's a more traditional Christmas fabric and a more contemporary Christmas fabric. And you can choose which to do. Or, during the break, I thought, I wonder what it'd look like. Well, how... I thought,
in the break.
Well, perhaps you could do both. So that's that's what you get in the kit. I'll put
can
that
I
back
just say,
away.
that's cracking.
Yes, you can.
I can take no credit for that. Well done, Hannah. That was a good one.
So I better show you how to make them now, because like I say, once you actually get going, they are such a simple make. First of all, you start with your squares of fabric and a little piece for your pull. I didn't put a pull on there, look.
That's all right. The fact that you knocked that up in your break is astonishing.
I had a lovely little machine. It was very good. So I'm using this one for the outside. So I'm just quilting that one. I'm only doing a lined quilt, but you could quilt however you like. If you want to do little holly leaves or something like that, you could. So you're basically, with your outside, the choice of your outside fabric, you're just going to quilt along. I'll just do that quickly. I'll just pin the first ones to get them in so that we get a straight line rather than it.
And what pen have you used down the middle there?
That's one of those chalk pens.
The chalk pens.
You know, the one with
brilliant. I love
the
those
changeable
chalk pens.
colour. Yes, because I've done it in green, look.
Brilliant.
Because it's Christmas. I mean, I have made them without the quilting.
But now all you're doing is you're just doing the quilting then without the backing.
We're on 1/4 inch. I need to move that
Sorry.
over then. Sorry.
You can move it to 3.5
I will
if you
at the
want
end
to on
of
the
this
next
one.
one.
Yeah. And when I was doing all four, I was doing it like chain piecing.
Now, everybody, we've been talking about this wonderful Elna 570 sewing machine. That's what your graphics are, and you're getting amazing free goodies and bits and bobs left. We bought so much in to be able to keep us stocked up for the whole of July and the whole of August. But as you can tell, such a great deal. There are 3 left.
Oh, no.
So we're not able to get them back in
yesterday.
until, when was it, Hannah? September? End of September. Goodness me.
That's
So at
this
the
one.
moment
This-
we know
that's
it's
this
September,
one.
that's that
Oh,
exact
it's a
one.
lovely little
It's a
machine,
lovely
yeah.
machine. So we brought enough in for 2 months stock. We've only got 3 left. So if you are looking for one, we're everywhere at the moment is struggling to get stock in with deliveries and
Have we got
everything.
another
So
bobbin?
COVID has played a role on every single aspect of our lives, unfortunately, including when we can get sewing machines. So if you are interested in getting one, please don't wait too long. It's such a great deal. 2-year guarantee, comes directly from Elna. Great product. I've still got my Elna sitting in my studio, which I haven't opened yet.
Haven't you
Check off
opened
my
that
birthday.
yet?
No, I haven't had time.
And I know your birthday because it's the day after mine, so you've had that a while.
Oh, you're the 28th?
27th. I thought you were the 28th.
I am.
Yeah, 27th, yeah. Right, nearly done.
Well, this comes together really quickly.
It does, you'll be surprised.
Andrew will
There
be
we
so
go.
touched with this. Thank you.
Oh, that's all right, you're welcome.
And I can see what the big one at the top, he loves it. It's one of his favourite things to do. He loves doing those.
So I'll just cut off the excess. So, as I said,
And the
there's
great thing
enough
is
for
there's a
4.
lot of wadding in there as well.
Well, because there's 4, you can get 4 because I've put in 4 zips, but if you wanted to buy a couple of extra zips, because there's 2 fat quarters, and they're
Yes.
big fat quarters because they're from 150, I think it was,
Mhm.
fabric. So there's enough to make another couple as well.
Oh, brilliant. Just
Or
need a
if
little
you-
bit of extra wadding.
Yeah. Well, no,
And a
there's
couple more
waddings
zips.
there.
Waddings
the
as
waddings
well.
there, yeah,
Brilliant.
because you only use wadding on the top. You don't use it on the underside. But if you also wanted to do your own lining, oh, lovely, thank you. If you wanted to do your own lining, but then you could get 12. But obviously they'd be different in the different fabrics. So there's the 2 tops. I'm just going to press this for the tab. Just making a little tab, little piece for your pull. The iron's on, isn't it? Yeah.
It should be, yeah. There we go. I've left the steam on it as well.
I think I said last time that's a novelty for me because I don't use steam because in
You
my
don't?
sewing room is away from the house. And although I've got a dehumidifier, I do
Oh,
worry about
yes.
the damp because when I close it up.
Well, even in my studio, which is insulated and everything, I still get little bits of damp in
Oh,
there
do
as
you?
well.
Yeah.
I've got my little dehumidifier and it goes at about 60 and I get about 4 or 5 litres of water out a day.
Yeah.
It's astonishing how much water is in the air.
Right, I'm just going to...
But it's great for your iron. We've had a what?
Perhaps we'll start that a little further along.
Oh, we've had another message in from Bev. Is it the same Bev or a new Bev? Hello, Bev.
Hi, Bev.
Right. So, Alison.
Yeah.
This is a little bit of a reprimand for you.
Oh, what have I done?
Are you ready?
Oh, no.
Are you ready?
What have I done?
Bev is saying you cannot be on Sewing Street for quite a while, please,
have you
because
spent a
she
lot of
spent
money?
so much money
Sorry,
today. But aren't they fabulous kits?
Well,
Such
what you
great
need
kits.
to do is you need to use a lining then that isn't the Christmas fabric, and then it be even more.
Well, I'm thinking dinner parties, just a normal
Yeah.
dinner party. If you're having
Yeah.
some of this Liberty fabric for a posh little dinner party there,
Yeah.
that will work really well.
Right, so we've got our zip, and a little charm for later on. Oh, I have also put in the kits the little split rings that go,
genius.
because they don't come with that, so I've put the split rings in as well.
So who's got the job at home to put the split rings on?
I've worked out now how to do it. Not good for your nails, but right. Okay, so now we're going to assemble it.
You know the
So
needle
we've got-
threaders?
Sorry?
You know the needle threaders?
Yeah.
Those metal things.
Oh, of course, yes.
Try that.
Yeah. Right, so I'm going to put the zip pull towards, oh, I'm just going to check. I like to have my quilting going down to the bottom. So I'm going to put my zip there, and then I'm going to take my lining and making sure that's the right way up. You can see I actually did that in case I did the other way around. So we're going to sandwich the zip. Now, because I want...
foot, does that matter?
No, it's all right. I
You
can
sure?
use this one.
Okay.
Yeah. Because I'm going to run along the edge of the zip, I'm going to sew on the wadding side, but it doesn't matter. You don't need a walking foot or anything. It works quite well. So do that one. Right, how do I move it to that side?
So where it's got the plus and minus.
Plus and minus,
underneath the 5.5. Up a bit. Over to me. There. No, other way. There.
one?
Minus.
Minus.
Minus, minus, minus. 3.5 is the middle. So
3.5.
If
So
you press plus 3 more times, two more times.
that's the middle. I want it the other side.
Oh yes, so that's
about
going
1.5.
to the left. Yeah, that's coming towards me.
Right. Okay.
What could possibly go wrong?
No, we need it a bit further over than that. Get up. Sorry about this. There we go. I just need to make sure that I catch the zip in.
Of course. Aren't those Fisker scissors brilliant?
They're lovely, yes.
I absolutely adore those.
Actually, I did think when I took them off to do my other little bag, I wondered if you would have needed them.
Oh no, you're fine.
You weren't doing your quilt today, were you?
The good thing
block
is
of the
we've
week's
got
2 next week, isn't it?
Yes, so we've got hundreds of them in stock, and we've got about 6 of them over here.
Oh, something that I didn't mention is that you want to make sure that your metal stop at the bottom of your zip is away from the bottom here, because you're actually going to sew across your zip.
Oh, that's a top
So
tip.
you don't want to be catching the metal there. So I'm going to do the same on the other side now.
Making sure you get your lines in the right direction.
Make sure my quilting's going right. So I'm going to line that one up, and then this one. Let's just pin that one in first.
Do you know, I've only ever put one zip in once.
Oh really? Well, you need to do these then.
No,
so
it was absolutely perfect. I don't think it's possible. It was an invisible zip and it was exactly perfect.
Yeah.
The fabric was lined up exactly right, and I've decided I'll never do another zip again because it'll never be as perfect as that
no,
one.
I was going to say there's
So
got
I've
to
only
be,
done one
there's
zip
got to be a
once and it
punchline there
works
somewhere.
perfectly.
Right.
I use it as my crochet bag.
Yeah. Whoops.
I'm just
There we
looking at
go.
these gorgeous Goosemans. These would work really
That's
well
what
for these, won't they?
I thought when I was doing the.
They're so good, aren't they?
Yeah, they'd be lovely.
I love these.
Right, I'm going to press this now because
Because these are
you
good
could
for
just
all of these
carry on.
projects, aren't they?
Yeah, lovely. Especially for Christmas.
Oh, I'm
Got to
looking at
go have a
this
little bit of
one.
glitter for Christmas.
Oh, I love that. Look at that colour.
Lovely, isn't it? Yeah.
Beautiful. And we've got the gold as well. Got to go with a bit of gold.
If you've got a really hot iron, do be aware that it's a plastic
yes,
zip.
Of course.
So I'm not actually going directly over the zip. But you need to fold this through because I'm going to top stitch the fabric at the zip, but you want to make sure that your fabric doesn't get caught when you're using the slider.
If you want the steam turned off, by the way, you just press that little button in the middle of it.
That's all right, it's a novelty, it's quite nice. What's the middle 3?
3.5.
3.5. There we go. So now I'm just going to top stitch across there. Making sure that the lining is pulled right back so that it won't get caught in the zip. Okay. And threads. And the nice thing about this method is you don't have any raw edges.
Oh,
you
that's
don't have any raw edges in the bag.
But these definitely would work for decorating those if you wanted to do your top stitching and anything.
Yes, you
in
just
that.
wouldn't put those in the bobbin.
No,
you would put something else in the bobbin. Yeah.
Really, really lovely these.
Right.
These
so now.
ones,
oh, sorry, John.
Would you need to use a different needle with these? A metallic needle?
You can get a metallic needle. Yeah, it helps because needles are quite rough on the back I think they smooth it off.
That you've got it in, it is. Yes, I'm sure it was.
Right, so I've got the 2 lining pieces.
Oh goodness, I'm hearing I'm not supposed to be showing these. Oops. Oh well.
Oops.
Oh, look at that. $8.99. That can't be right. That's probably why I'm not allowed to show them.
I don't 1, 2, 3.
7 spools for $8.99.
That's just over £1 a piece. Oh,
that is great value.
What I've done is I've joined the lining edge to edge, and then I'm going to join the fronts edge to edge.
Oh, I've missed a step. Sorry. Yeah. Oh, do you leave a gap?
No, we're just, you're just folding. There, look.
Oh, you're just doing the bottoms?
No, you're doing the side edges.
Yes.
So you're putting those together. It's a bit like origami. You'll think, what on earth is she doing?
Well, it's because this is where my brain gets a bit like, hang on, your zip's not going to be able to open. What then? You're going to unpick a seam, but you're not. You're only doing the bottom bits.
No, I'm doing the side bits.
Oh right, okay, I'm with you now.
So now you've got the two fronts and the 2 linings, and I'm just going to put a 1/4 of an inch seam, which is
5.5.
Memory sieve.
It's all right. You're allowed to have a memory like a sieve when you've ended up selling out both of your shows.
I know, amazing, isn't it? I'm just so grateful
talking
to everyone.
about sellouts. Oh my goodness, talking about selling out. Allison, the machine, we bought enough for July, August. There is 1 left. There is only 1 left today. So please have a little look on the website. 2-year guarantee. It comes directly to you from Elna. And remember as well, whether you buy the sewing machine today or whether you're just buying anything, not only are you getting your free pin, you're also entered into the competition where you can win 10 fat quarter bundles valued at over £100. 3 people will win this today. And it'll be announced on Monday. They're brilliant, aren't they?
It's lovely.
So where have you stitched now, and what are you doing now?
I've stitched the zip inside.
Okay.
So the zip is inside, and I've put right sides to right sides on the front and the lining.
Yep.
Now we're going to take the bottom of the zip, and we're going to bring the front in, and the seam is going to go on the teeth of the zip. So that's going to go there, and then you're going to do the same with the lining. You're going to pull that in as well.
Talk about origami. Yep. But the thing is, it's one of those things that once you see it...
Good job we can take photos. So I'm just going to pin that to hold that together. And then we're going to sew. I'm using a 1/4 inch seam all the way along. So you're going to sew right away across. Obviously, this is a plastic zip. You wouldn't do it with a metal zip. You're going to go over, and then you're going to reinforce it a little. Just go back and forward. So just slow down when you get to the zip.
And you know where the back and forward is?
Yeah, I know that.
Perfect. Just like to check.
Yeah.
So because you're only doing the first side, you don't need to leave anything open or turn your zip in and out.
Not yet,
your
no.
zip yet. Okay.
Right, so I'm going across the zip. Just going to go back again a few stitches. And that just reinforces it. Because you're going to pull the bag closed from down there, and then I'll reverse.
I really love my little bag. It's so
I'm so
sweet.
disappointed the teeth didn't work. I thought they would go
They will.
You must get squashed or something. Right, okay, so now we've got a really weird looking concertina thing. So I'm going to
Allison.
pull the zip. Oh. You've got to have something silly, haven't you?
Sorry, I love it. I
In
love
a cracker.
it.
Right, so I'm going to pull the zip down. Only
Sorry,
a
I'm
little,
totally distracted.
only a little down. It's my fault for bringing it.
Back to the zip. So you've opened the zip
I've
a little
opened
bit
it a
now.
little bit, and all I'm doing now is just holding the zip together. I'm not actually sewing it. I'm just going to go across it once and then reverse. Just above the bag, because that is going to just hold it together, because now we're going to open the zip.
Right.
And try not to forget that bit, because it's a bit of a faff.
I
if
really
you
want
do.
to ask you how you know this. Yes.
You're sort of ooh. So the zip's in and I've opened it. So now we're going to put in the tab. So we just fold that in half. I mean, you can, if you want to, you can do a little.
So you can do these any
fancy
size
bit.
you like as well, can't
Oh
you?
yes, up, down, little tiny ones for your.
I hear wonder clips in there.
Right, so now you're going to fold your zip towards the lining, and then you're going to pop your, oops, not that way, that way, the top of it down into the bag at your zip. So that's the lining is where the zip's being pointed. So I'll just sew that in there, pin it. And this one here, we're going to just pin that in there. So I'm going to sew along here just about 1 inch, because that's making the corner. You need your initial corner.
Is that the equivalent of boxing a bag?
No, because you're going to actually put it through into a point.
Ah, okay.
There we go. So, whoops, we need that bit there. So we've got the zip, line up the teeth, and I've put in the tab, the top of the tab facing into the bag. And we're going to sew across the zip again. So as I said before, be really careful when you reach the zip. But you're going to leave a 2 to 3 inch gap. So I'll reverse. Oh, what was that? That was the iron.
I did exactly the same thing.
You said that. I'll put it round there. I'll take it with me. So I'm reinforcing this because I'm going to be turning it through. So we don't want the stitching to split. So we've got the 1/4 inch. I'm just going to slow down now as I reach the zip, because you've got quite a bit of bulk there. There we go, it's gone. Like a knife through butter. And we'll reverse back. You know that you have those moments and you think, oh, I hope I don't break a needle. Because so many of the new presenters have had machine issues, haven't they? On their first shows, me included.
The what?
New present. Oh, sorry.
So, Alison, I
What
blame
now?
you
What
entirely.
now?
I
What have I
blame you
done?
entirely. The 570 has completely sold out.
Oh,
We
you
do
won't
not
be
have
sorry,
stock
it's
now
lovely.
until September. But you're not surprised. It's such a great deal, isn't it? What you got? What you looking for?
These, I want to clip the zip now, so I don't want to use good ones.
Use the paper ones there.
Which are those ones?
Nope, the ones with a little ribbon on the handle.
Oh, that's posh paper ones. Fiskars for paper scissors.
Well,
So we're going to cut off the bottom of the zip.
Don't look. Don't look.
Don't need that anymore.
Boom, boom, boom.
With these lovely scissors.
They're gorgeous, aren't they?
And I'm also now going to cut off the top.
So you know what my problem is with scissors?
What's that?
I have a pair of scissors for absolutely everything. I have a pair of scissors to cut bonder web, a pair of scissors to cut wadding.
Oh, that's so organised.
Paper, and poor Sylvia, the one day she used the wadding scissors to cut fabric. So that's it. We've now got 2 fabric scissors, and the second one, she's going to kill me for saying that. Hello, Sylvia. She's sitting with her lovely friend Pat, busy watching us now.
Oh, right. Hi, Pat. Hi, Sylvia.
We've had a message from Andrew saying thank you very much for your gift. You're very kind, and he's so pleased that you've sold out absolutely everything you brought with you.
Hi, Andrew. Sorry, I didn't know what he did, so I couldn't.
Honestly, that is the perfect thing. He absolutely loves them.
Andrew, you're a gingerbread man.
No.
Oh, where was I?
Right, so we're now turning your bag the other way around.
So I've got the bag. So we've now got this whole.
So you've trimmed off the zip both sides.
Yeah, that's all off. I've trimmed off the edge of the tab. So now.
Did you trim the corners off as well?
Oh, I did, yes.
Perfect.
Yeah. So now, this is why you need your zip open, because you're going to turn it all through this little space here. So the easiest way to do it...
If you have forgotten you've done your zip, you finagle
Oh,
it
yes.
out. Yeah.
It's possible to do it, but it's just difficult when you've got all... Yeah. It's easier if you remember to do it. So the easiest way to do it is to go to the furthest corner, put your thumb in and push that through. And then we'll go to the other corners and pull them through as well.
Perfect.
And then you can just roll that back.
Gosh, that's so clever. And it comes together really, really quickly
Isn't
as well.
it an easy make? Yeah.
Oh, I love that.
Push out the points. There we go. Now, I do hand finish these.
Of course you do. We don't have time.
No.
So you can pop that under your machine.
Yes, I will close that up with my machine. But once that's closed, you've got no raw edges at all. All your raw edges are enclosed in the lining. Remember, and I'm on 1/4 of an inch, that's it. Got a nice little ladder stitch in there, and you can't see the stitching. So the next thing, there is just another couple of things that make they're not essential, but they make it safer because you don't want this lining coming forward and getting caught in your zip.
True.
So we'll have somewhere. Just want to take the lining back over into the zip.
Could you bring it closer to me so the overhead can catch that?
Oh, sorry, yes.
A little bit closer
I'm getting carried away.
There you go.
There we go. Yeah, I'm just doing some overcast stitching at the top to hold the lining back.
Brilliant.
Oh, look, that's gone through there. That shouldn't have gone through there. But
live telly, what could possibly go wrong?
There's no knot on there, so that will come out. So that'll need doing. But yeah, that's basically holding your lining back so that it doesn't come through to your zip. And there you go. Oh, you can also turn it inside out and put a little stitch there to keep it back in the corner.
Now with this, just taking this one step closer, obviously we've got the Odie coat as our, what have you done? You've got the Odie coat as our early bird. If you wanted to, you could also Odie coat the lining, couldn't you?
You could, if you wanted to put makeup in it or
using
something.
That for a bag or something.
Or sweets or doggy treats.
Yeah. Wonderful.
Oh, you could put doggy treats in there, couldn't you?
It just becomes a really useful little bag. I'm going to be using this in my car.
Could put a little eyelet in there. And
I love it. I'm going to be putting little sweeties in mine. Allison, I cannot... And then you just put the little charm on the edge of that when you're finished.
What's the time?
Brilliant.
Let's go.
Well, Allison,
this on.
There's nothing left to sell of yours. We're done.
I can ruin my nails now.
And all you're doing is you're just popping the little charm on the edge of your braid.
I've already put it on the this split ring.
Brilliant. Alison, thank you so much. Do you know when we've got you back in?
Thank you, everybody. Yes, I am, but
Brilliant.
I can't remember the date.
That's okay. Well, thank you so much. Get home safely. Thank you so much for being with us. We're going to redo the set and see you in a few minutes with Kerrie.
Would you like to take part in our weekly competition? If you do, then all you have to do is head to the Sewing Street fan page group on Facebook. Post your picture of your make. Myself, Debbie Shaw, and John Cole Morgan love looking at all of your makes every week. We pick our favourite and announce the winner every Friday live on the show. Happy sewing and good luck. If you'd like to get in touch with us during our live show and send in any messages or any questions, then you can do it on studio@sewingstreet.com. Alternatively, you can message us on our official Facebook page.
Hello, I'm Kerrie from Living in Loveliness and I'm delighted to be part of the Sewing Street team. I'm based in Wolverhampton and I absolutely love working with fabulous fabrics. In particular, I love working with fat quarters and showing you how to get the most from your scraps. I love bringing communities of sewists together and encouraging people to sew for greater causes. Most recently, we have been sewing for our NHS and key workers. I look forward to bringing you hints, tips and techniques. I'll see you soon.
Hello everyone, I'm Delphine Brooks. It's so great to be here and part of the Sewing Street family. I'm local, I'm only down the road in Warwickshire. I started sewing many years ago when I was very young, doing lots of art and painting, and eventually I went into textiles and I really enjoyed doing the two together. I then had a bit of a break. Something you don't know about me maybe is that I spent many years in the Royal Air Force and eventually in the police as well. And then I went full circle and I've come back to my happy place of sewing, and which I really enjoy. My best sewing tip is measure twice and cut once. I have chipped up a couple of times by not measuring properly, and I do always regret it, so now I always measure twice, cut once. Anyway, I really hope to be with you again soon, and I look forward to seeing you again soon. Thank you.
Shopping with us couldn't be easier. If you want to shop online, then you can head to our website, www.sewingstreet.com. It will redirect you to our sister channel Jewellery Makers landing page. Don't worry, you haven't gone to the wrong place. We're simply using their website temporarily while we're building our own web shop. Scroll down past the Watch Live part and you'll see all of the products that you will have seen on air on today's live show. You can also shop our catalogue by clicking a category, clicking a product to view closer and adding it to your basket. Once you're ready to check out, you will need to create an account, which is absolutely free to do so, but it will mean that you can check out on as many orders as you want throughout the day with still only paying one postage and packaging. If you'd prefer to speak to somebody in our UK-based customer service team, then you can do so via the free telephone line number 0800 001 4433. They will not only help you create an account, but will also help you with any of your online shopping. If you'd like to get in touch with us during our live show and send in any messages or any questions, then you can do it on studio@sewingstreet.com. Alternatively, you can message us on our official Facebook page.
Christmas is going to be here before we know it, and as with every year, we want to make sure that we get our makes ready in time for gifting on the big day or for decorations in the lead up. We're here to help with our Christmas make shows, starting with our 3-day event on Friday the 31st of July until Sunday the 2nd of August, and we'll be live for 5 hours each day too. Expect lots of festival quilting, FPP, dressmaking and needle felting to make all your decorations, advent calendars, cushion covers and so much more. We'll have our expert tutorials from some of our favourite guest designers and a fabulous competition exclusively for our Sewing Street family. Keep your eyes peeled on our email newsletter, Facebook and Instagram for more details in the run-up. And don't forget to tune in from 8 AM to 1 PM on Friday the 31st of July until Sunday the 2nd of August on Freeview Channel 74, Sky 670 or on our YouTube channel.
Hello, I'm Kerrie from Living in Loveliness and I'm delighted to be part of the Sewing Street team. I'm based in Wolverhampton and I absolutely love working with fabulous fabrics. In particular, I love working with fat quarters and showing you how to get the most from your scraps. I love bringing communities of sewers together and encouraging people to sew for greater causes. Most recently, we have been sewing for our NHS and key workers. I look forward to bringing you hints, tips and techniques. I'll see you soon.
Hello there, I'm Debbie Shaw and I would love you to join me on the first Monday of every single month for Sewing Street Surgery. Now this is a dedicated hour where I answer your questions, and that could be questions about techniques, it could be questions about tools, it could be questions about new products, or maybe something that you've seen that you just don't understand. There's a lot of questions about tensions on sewing machines, and there's a lot of questions about working with different weights of fabrics. So if you have a question that you'd like to ask me, the easiest way to bring a question over to us is to go to our Facebook page and post your question on there. I will collate all of those questions throughout the week. If we need any new products for you, or if we need any new demonstrations, those will all be worked on leading up to that first Monday of the month. So do join me, Debbie Shaw, on Sewing Street Surgery on the first Monday.
Today may be my favourite day because it's Christmas, I've had mince pies, I've had Allison, I got a gift, and it's Kerrie! And Liberty. Sorry, forgot the Liberty.
And Liberty.
Welcome back, it's lovely to have you.
It's lovely to be
You've
here.
got
And
your
it's Christmas.
badge.
I've got my badge.
Santa's coming.
It's very exciting to have a little
Lovely,
badge.
isn't it? It's such a cute little badge.
It
so
is.
everybody who buys with Sewing Street this weekend, you're going to be able to get one of these lovely little badges exclusive to Sewing Street. Make sure you keep your little piece of paper. Check the back. Nice little thing there. And everybody who buys or does anything this weekend, every time you check out, you are entered into a competition automatically to get one of these. And remember, it's $3.95. Check out as many times as you like in a day. Don't pay any more or any less, but each time you check out, you get a chance to get one of these.
It's so exciting. I'm so distracted. I was supposed to be setting up, but I want to play with the fabrics.
And they're so good.
They're really beautiful.
Look at your dress.
I know, it's Christmas.
Gorgeous. And so many beautiful,
Lots of beautiful kits today.
So we got loads of different kits we'll be introducing during the show, and the lovely Kerrie is going to be doing that now. Everything is on the website, so if you want to jump ahead, many of you have already done that, go through, have a look. Kerrie's kits are always absolutely beautiful, beautifully wrapped, gorgeous patterns, really easy to understand, nice and simple projects which are so, so effective when you finish them. And she makes it look so easy because it sometimes is a lot easier than you think because it looks so complicated. So
we do
welcome.
like easy.
Why don't we start off with your white Christmas wreath?
Shall we? It's very
Isn't it
nice to have
beautiful?
white. It is very lovely. So I've got a few different wreath kits to show you. These are really popular, obviously fabulous for Christmas. Of course you can make them in lots of different colours, but we've got a lovely white one here. So in your kit, what you receive in your kit is everything to make this wreath.
It's really pretty.
So we've got this beautiful white wreath. When you receive your kit, you've already got your hanging loop on there, ready for you to start. So a nice, easy project to get you started. Perfect for sitting in front of the TV, actually, and preparing, being super organised for Christmas. So what comes in your kit is, of course, your polystyrene heart, already with your hanging loop. And then you get... You always do this so much better, I just tear it away. I like folding it, but I always just want to rip it. So in your kit, again, you'll receive everything you need to make this beautiful wreath there. And we'll just pop that down. So you've got your step-by-step instructions. So really nice, easy step-by-step instructions. Just to mention, you will need a pair of pinking shears for this kit.
Perfect.
So your fabric comes in there, and you also have your little tool to help you bodge into your little heart. So it comes with your fabric.
I've never seen one of those.
You
That's
get a
really
metre and a
fun.
half of fabric, so it does take quite a lot of fabric. And then you also get your tool. And my recommendation, of course...
No, the tool, I'm sorry, I'm excited.
You're
What
excited
is that?
about
Let's
the tool?
see.
It's a bodger.
It's just literally called a bodger.
We're going to call it a bodger.
Ooh,
I'll show you in a moment. We'll get you to have a little go maybe, or I'll leave something behind for you to have a go, because it's very satisfying. I have to say, this is one of those projects, it's very satisfying to make, and it's nice and easy. We do like easy. You'll also need just a little bit of PVA glue. This is optional, but I definitely recommend it if you want to bring this out year after year, or if you want to have it around all year. You know, you could have your decorations up all year.
What about a glue gun?
No.
No.
What you will need, and I'll show you in just a moment on one of the other kits, is just a dab of glue, just so it secures it into your heart there. So that's your white collection.
But the great thing with this as well, this could be Christmas, Valentine's Day, it could be just a romantic anniversary.
Yeah.
It's not just for Christmas.
And
It's
actually the
great.
white one, of course, absolutely. I mean, I'd be inclined to keep the Christmas one up all the time. I won't.
Oh, I do.
You do? I
do.
I put them up the other day just to take a photo, and I didn't want to take them. I didn't want to put them away. So that's your white kit. We'll pop that to one side for now. And I am going to demo on the heart to show you.
Perfect. And then we've got the tree garland in front of you as well.
We have. So we're going to do a couple of things today. So I'm going to demo for you how easy it is to make one of these projects using your little tool and your fabric. And I'm also going to show you how easy it is to use the kit to make your tree garland. And then finally I'm going to show you how to make a placemat from the most recent Fat Quarter Fun. So we've got a nice busy hour today, which is very exciting. So that's the white.
So the tree garland kit, let's see that one next.
Okay. Do you want me to show you how to do this, or should we go to tree garland straight away? Should we go
We're just
tree
going to show
garland?
the kits first.
Okay, of course.
Because then we're going to show... You're doing my job now. It's wonderful. I'm just sitting here. I haven't eaten a mince pie, but I'm looking at them. Did you get a mince pie?
I haven't, and they're so close to me.
I know.
I'm quite concerned I might
You've got to
knock
watch
it off.
out every now and then. The door opens and someone pops in and gets
I'm quite
another
concerned I might knock it off. I'm very clumsy.
No, you're fine. You're fine.
So this is for your tree garland that we've got here. So let's just bring this in a little closer.
I was going to say, there's a nice little needle there.
There's
Is that
a little-
yours or Allison's?
I think that's from a previous project.
That's Allison.
But it's perfect because I do need one. So thank you very much, Allison. There's one that you prepared earlier for me.
So how many different...
So you're getting 3 different fabrics in here, and they're beautiful because you've got your metallics on there as well. So I'm loving the metallic
really?
fabric.
So I'm glad you're introducing this. This is limited on the website now.
Okay. Oh, do we have time to show it if it goes to limited? So in your kit, you will receive a nice big plump bag of stuff in there. You've got 60 grams of toy stuffing.
And is that then for... You'll make 6 different decorations?
You'll make 6 different, and it's entirely up to you. So in your kit, there's a couple of options. I quite like to have mine hanging. So on here, to attach it to the ribbon so it's not sliding up and down, I've simply just popped a little tack stitch on there to secure it into place so it's not moving or it's not sliding up and down while it's on that ribbon. And in your kit, again, you get everything that you need to make this project. So you're receiving your pattern. So you've got your step-by-step pattern.
Your patterns are so good because you've got the little history of you and it's wonderful. Bring it a little bit towards me and then everybody can see it as well. There we go.
There we go. Let me just have a little look. So you've got lots of steps in there showing you exactly what to do and how to do it quite quickly and get the most from the fabrics in your kit there as well. You've got your welcome letter, which you'll always receive, and then you've got your templates for this pattern.
Just to give you a note, we've got less than 20 of these left now.
Right, we'll be fast. So you're receiving your ribbon in there, and you've also got 3 quarter metres of fabric in there as well. So
Are they long quarters?
Yes. So you've got, they're just beautiful, aren't
They're
they?
gorgeous.
It's so lovely. I've loved this week getting ready for the show and having all the beautiful fabrics around. So that's your tree garland kit. We'll just fold it a little bit like that.
You've also got the tree that uses the same technique as the wreath.
That's it. So here we go. So
That
this
is really
is
good fun.
This is great actually in the middle, although the lights don't come with it. I've seen lots of people put bells on these and put little sparkly lights on there. So of course you can create
I'm thinking
this.
buttons as well. You could
Buttons
put
would be
buttons
great. Oh, everything needs buttons, doesn't it? Everything needs buttons. I'm sure if you're like me and you love buttons, you'll feel that as well.
So you get the polystyrene centre for this as well?
Yep, so you get your shape. So you get your polystyrene shape in there. And then you get your fabrics in there. This does take a lot of fabric as well. So you've got a lot of cutting to do. Well, not a lot of cutting, it's all folded nicely for you. So perhaps we'll show you in a little demo in a moment. When you open that up, if you keep this in 4 pieces, you can cut this kit quite quickly. So it's a nice fast project. So you've got your 3 beautiful Christmas fabrics there. You've got your green, your red and your gingham. And then of course you've got your step-by-step instructions to show you what to do. So that's that one.
And then you've got another little heart one as well.
And then we've got a heart option. So you could have the tree, you could have the heart, or you could have them all. Be super organised for Christmas.
It's wonderful.
And then finally we've got the heart. So this is the one that I'm going to show you and demo on there.
That's adorable.
And again, in your kit it already comes and you've got your hanging loop on there, so you're ready to go. Ready to go with that one. There we go.
Is this the solid heart or the inspired heart?
This is the solid heart.
Solid heart.
This is the solid heart. And the fabrics are the same as the tree as well. So you're receiving those fabrics in
And
there.
the great thing is with the dobbing tool, you can do all 3 of these techniques with them.
Yes.
Brilliant.
Yes.
A little bit closer to me.
A little bit closer. There we go. And of course you get your tool in there as well.
I was going to ask if you got the dobbing tool
There we
in.
go.
They're really pretty though, I'm intrigued.
They're cute, aren't they?
Very.
Nice little accessory to add to your collections, and it comes in handy for lots of projects.
Pointing.
It is. It's mainly used, if I'm honest, it's used quite a lot in card crafting to score your fabrics, but it's perfect. Perfect for this little project. Okay.
Brilliant. So now you're going to show us on how to use the dobber.
We're going to do that one now?
Perfect, that'd be lovely.
So if I show you quickly how you cut your fabrics, we'll just pop these to one side. Got a lovely stack of...
I know, it's wonderful.
A lovely collection there.
It is literally a big pile of loveliness.
We'll pop that under there for now. So you'll receive your fabrics.
So just sorry, I
into
have
the
to
kit.
do this very quickly. Now, if anybody has got the tree kit, this one here, in your basket, there is 1 left. So please check out immediately. I hear it is in a basket. If you don't check out, somebody can come ahead of you and check out ahead of you to get that. If you haven't checked out, it's not yours yet. So this one, we're down to just 1 of them left now.
Okay.
Perfect.
So just to show you what you'll need to do for your kit. So if you keep your fabric folded into 4, and naturally as you fold this out, just keep that so you've got 4 layers there, and we're just simply going to take off the raw edge. Now you could do this with a rotary cutter on your cutting mat if you wanted to, and you'll have your straight edges, but I just think using the pinking shears just gives it that extra.
And also it won't fray then either.
Stops it from fraying, and it just gives it its extra texture there as well. So we're just creating, I won't cut all of this, but I just want to show you how easy it is. And you can use your mat if you want to, but your squares are ending up about 2 inches wide. And we've done this so many times. Now we don't need them to be perfect, so don't worry about marking them up. We want some nice texture into there. And if you just get rid of that edge there, that will naturally create your first square.
Oh, that's
and then all we're going to do
brilliant.
is just create a little stack of fabrics there. So
and you
we're
do
ready.
that with each colourway?
Each colourway. So if we just do another little one off there, just to show you how quickly that comes together. You could, if you wanted to, perhaps I've seen this done as well, and it does look really beautiful. If you've got some nice shimmery gold fabric, pop a little bit of that in.
I like it.
Or tulle. Tulle looks really nice. And so you can keep them as they are in the kits, or you can add your own spin to them as well.
Excuse me.
Get carried away there.
The other thing about adding to it is it extends your kit.
Yes, absolutely.
Because I love adding my own little touches of fabric when I buy a kit.
Yes.
And that way then you've always got a little bit left over that you can carry on.
Yes.
You can make 2 kits
Yeah.
possibly.
That's a nice idea, actually. There we go. So I won't cut them all, but just to show you how quickly this builds together, we'll just do a couple there. And you actually, I find just using the pinking shears is much faster than actually using the rotary cutter. So I did have. So we're simply going to use.
Sorry, which one sold out? Your padded tree garland
Oh, it's
is sold out now.
That was my little demo.
That's why we wanted to show it nice and early on.
Right, so you'll notice that I left the back ready to show you today.
Wow, that's good. So this is now the solid heart.
So this is your solid heart. And what I would recommend with your solid heart is that you're actually starting from the centre of your heart. Remember, you've got your pins and you're going to work from the centre when you're popping them in around, and then fill one side, turn it over, and then onto the other.
Do you mind moving a bit this way? Then
Yeah,
we can
of course.
See it from
I
there.
seem to keep moving that way,
That's
sorry.
all right.
I'm drawn to the sewing machine,
No,
that's
you're
what
drawn
it
to the
is.
mince pies.
It's definitely the mince pies. So
I'm
now
so glad Allison left them.
she left them behind. They won't be there by the end of your show.
We're trying not to think about it.
So we'll keep the fabric. So we haven't got to worry about pattern. So just placing that onto your hand, angling your tool so it's at a diagonal from one of your corners. And naturally, as you fold this over into a little triangle, pinch the bottom. Now this is where if you want to add your PVA glue, you can. It doesn't come in your kit, but I would definitely recommend adding it. Just bob it into your glue and then pushing it into your heart. So really, really easy.
Now do that again.
Let's do it again. Let's do it again. And it's very satisfying.
I was
as
going to
well.
say that
very
really
satisfying.
is very good.
I've jumped ahead. Let me show you. Let me show you that. So you can see here each of my squares aren't actually squares, so don't worry about getting them perfect. It gives it that nice texture. So again, with the fabric on your hand, pop your tool at an angle, fold that over to create a triangle, and as you pinch the bottom, you'll get a nice edge on that tool. Pop it into your glue and push it into your heart.
And the dauber, the polystyrene, all the fabric, they're all
Everything's in the
kit.
kit.
It is called a
Everything's in the
dauber,
kit.
isn't it?
You can call it a dauber if you
What
want
is
to.
it?
I said a bodger, but you can
bodger,
call it a dauber.
sorry,
I'm not
bodger.
sure what the official name is for it, if I'm honest, but it's quite nice to bodge.
I love it.
And what I would recommend the distance from your last one, because that definitely comes up, so your fabric stretches and you've got enough on your heart. It's important, if you have a little look, that you leave just a little less than perhaps your finger space in there. And what you'll notice if you have a little look onto the back, as you start to fill your heart, it fills anyway and you get that lovely feeling onto there.
But if you just rotate it again, it just looks so effective with those fabrics.
It really does.
And,
Really
and I see what
beautiful.
you mean about it doesn't matter if your squares aren't square and they just work so brilliantly. And if it is slightly longer, it just means it'll pop out a little bit more.
Even if it is longer and you feel that it's popping out too much, you can simply go back on. This is if you're using your pinking shears, and you can just trim.
Brilliant.
Just give it a little trim to get that lovely feeling onto there.
A bit of pruning.
A little bit of pruning.
It's got to be done. So would you alternate your colours the way you just
I
did?
tend to, yeah. So what I tend to do, I'm making it look very messy here, but what I tend to do...
I think it looks very organised.
That's very organised for me.
The way you start it is you start in the middle and you go around that way.
Yeah.
Then do you come back to the middle and go and do another round?
I would, yeah, definitely,
Okay.
and work on one side. Your tree, so if you've had the Christmas tree, it's really important that you're really careful on the top because, of course, you've got the point. Yeah, you've got your point. And you'll notice on your tool you've got two edges, so I would recommend using the smaller edge on the top here, but really take your time. And this time, and it does say this in your pattern, start from the bottom and work up because it pushes your fabric up. And if I just cover the heart, because we've actually got two, we've got the white and we've got a Christmas version of the heart as well. So if you like, if you prefer this shape, so you have that one there in the middle, similar to your white one. We have also got that today with the Christmassy fabrics as well. And on here, you've got a seam on your polystyrene. You may not see it here, but look at your seam. Again, it's in your instructions. Start from the V, and you're only actually working up to your seam because this is designed to go flat onto the wall.
Oh, of course.
So if you start in this section here, in the top section, on that V section, and then just work your way down either side, and you'll find that your fabric stretches.
Yes. Gosh. Now I'm going to say this quickly because the last time I did we sold out. There are less than 20 of these kits available. You're going to get the polystyrene, you're going to get the fabric, you're going to get the bodger / dauber / pointy sticky thing. And we do have a limited number in the Christmas fabric as well. Can we show the Christmas kit
Yes,
as well?
absolutely.
Because we have got a limited number of those as well.
Yep. So let's just pop those to one side. So same technique. You've got a lot more fabric. Actually, this one is the same as the tree. This takes 1.5 meters, so you get a lot more fabric in here. It's surprising how much it uses actually.
But it looks so effective.
They do. They look really beautiful. So in your Christmas collection, there we go. Again, you've got those 3 colours, and there's your tool.
Oh, you got a blue one.
You've got a blue one in there. So your colour of your tool may change. They do come in different colours. Yeah, matches
It'll
the
be
pattern
nice
look.
and random. It does.
It matches your pattern. And you can see just on the front there, they look fabulous in lots of different colours, but this is your Christmas colourway with your tulle. Again, you get your heart that's got your hanging loop on there.
Perfect.
Just one
And these
less thing
are
to do.
incredibly limited at the moment, so please, if you have got them in your basket, please make sure you check out. We don't want you losing out on any of these. How brilliant.
Fabulous.
And it's the same technique, doing exactly
Same
the same
technique on each of those collections.
Very, very
there.
pleasing on that.
It is, it does definitely help. So we'll pile those up.
So tell me, I know it probably sounds like a silly question. How do you know when you're finished?
When all of the surface area is finished. What you might find that happens actually is that you may end up with a few extra squares, and as you start working around, because of course you're leaving that gap, what I tend to do is just sort of hold it at a distance, and sometimes you can see the polystyrene just popping out there. Oh yeah, we've got a little piece there, so there we go.
You finish when I can't see any polystyrene.
It is an unfinished one.
Sorry.
John, you're not supposed to say that.
Sorry, as you said that, I was like, there's one.
So there you go. That was perfect, really. You planned that. I love it. We planned that before.
We did. Sorry, that was all perfectly staged.
So we've got a little section just here, and you can just fold those fabrics. We've got a big section just there. We can fold these fabrics out of the way and just take a moment to pop some more in there, because you do want it nice and full. And actually, because we're covering all the way around this, you
Can
want
you bring
to...
it a bit closer to me?
Yeah.
There we go.
There we go. And again, just popping those in.
Oh, well, you can see it a little bit there.
That's it. So we continue to do that until you're happy.
Now, the amount
You've
of
got
glue
enough.
that you're putting on, can you just show...
Yep, so let me
Just-
do that one more time. It
If
really
you use a
is...
green one, you might be able to see the glue a bit
Okay.
better. Because I think
That's
that's
a good
something that
idea.
some people might not know.
So you really want to make sure you folded that fabric close to your tool. So you've got that nice and close. If I hold it just over there, it's easier to see on the white. And then just using your glue, we're just simply dotting it. So you've only got a small amount.
Oh, yes, it is
Just
very
a small amount on there, and that will just secure it into your fabric. So what I'd recommend with your glue, just pop it onto, I always use a saucer, but just pop it onto a plate so it's quite flat. And then you're not getting too much, you're not getting too much glue on there and getting too
And I
messy
love
while
the
you're
fact
doing
you're
this
using a
project.
really nice saucer as well, because it's got the automatic curves that if you do go a bit up, it's
You can
just going to
slide
slide all the way
I do
down.
love China, so yeah, it's just a shame not to use it. It's a shame not to use it for your glue. Some would say it's terrible to use it for your glue.
It's more of a shame having it in a cupboard, not using it all.
Very true.
What we've got left is the solid heart. The tree has sold out. Oh my goodness, we're now in single figures for the Christmas-inspired heart now. So this is the design, but it will be in the Christmas fabrics. Those are down to single figures now, and you can see how effective that is. It's really beautiful. Now in the white heart that I've got in my hand, we're in our teens on that one available. All exactly the same technique. It looks incredibly therapeutic. So we've got a few of those left now as well.
It's really therapeutic to do. It's a nice project. It's definitely, you know, what I would recommend doing for that particular project is preparing your fabric. So taking your time to cut your fabrics, lay them all out, and then sit in front of the TV.
Perfect.
Put a lovely film on and just enjoy.
Got to be done.
Just enjoy that time.
So
to
next
do
you're
it.
going to be showing us your placemat.
I'm going to show you the placemat.
Gosh, you brought lots to us today. It's wonderful.
I know. I've had such a lovely week.
It's brilliant.
It's surrounded by Christmas.
I know.
So
I got into
excited.
trouble doing the. I put the Christmas channel on, and Sylvia was in. She doesn't like the Christmas channel.
Oh, I do. It's never too early for Christmas.
And we have a device that in the room where you tell it what to play. And she said, stop, don't, and then it picked a Christmas channel. And it put it on. It was brilliant.
That's amazing. When do you start planning for Christmas?
Boxing Day.
That's when for the following year? Yep. Oh, really? You love it that much?
Completely. I was telling Allison I buy all my mincemeat in the January because it's obviously a quarter of the price then, and the lifespan on it it's for ages. And then when in September I open them up and I put some brandy in them. Oh no, I love it. I'm absolutely addicted to
Very
Christmas.
organised.
We've already got
do
the
any of
colourway picked out. It's brilliant.
That's so good. I'm always just delighted if I go somewhere and they've got mince pies. I don't do any baking at all.
So which one is your placemat kit?
So this one is the new issue. Let me just find it.
We like a new issue.
This is from...
Oh, that's pretty.
This is from your Fabulously Fast Fat Quarter Fun, and this is the Christmas inspired. So this is issue 5, and we've got 3 lovely projects in here for you, all with these lovely stars in there.
These are brilliant.
And the fabrics that come with these, let's just open these ones up. I just feel like you and Vicky do this really delicately, and then I just tear into it.
They're your kits, you can do them how you like.
That's it. So these are the fabrics that you receive. So these coordinate with your tree garland.
It's as if your dress was made out of one of them.
Do you know, I was doing this week, and I've got a lovely lady, Annie, who makes all my dresses. And literally 2 days ago, there was a little bit of fabric, a lot of fabric left.
Rubbish.
And I said, any chance you could make one? She did it in the afternoon. I was so excited.
It looks stunning.
So lovely.
And it matches our badge beautifully.
It matches the badge, and I'm blending in with the set today, which is I'm going to match the placemat in a moment. So in this issue, you've got 3 different projects. You've got your star centerpiece there. So you've got your 3 fabrics in there. Now, all of the Fat Quarter Fun issues that I've done previously, you get all 3 projects from your 4 Fat Quarters. Because it's Christmas, I wanted to do some substantial projects in here. So you'll need a little bit, you'll need a 40 by 40 inch piece of batting to go with this collection to make these projects. And you'll also need a metre of fabric for the back of your project as well. So just to pop on to the back of your project. You can, of course, use your Christmas fabrics, or you could pop a plain fabric onto there.
Well, it makes sense to do Christmas because then it's reversible.
Absolutely, absolutely. So the 3 projects that you've got is, I'm going to show you the placemat in just a moment. We've got a little star mug rug, which is made in the same way as your centrepiece, and then you have your 4 fat quarters in there as well. So shall we have a little look at the placemat?
Yes, that'd be great.
Let's pop these to one side. There we go.
That is really pretty, and I love the way you've quilted it as well.
Oh, it's lovely, isn't it, to just sit and do a little quilting. So I'm just going to get the ironing board so we can place the pieces onto there.
Because the thing is, you can put that on the centre of a table and just put candles on top of it as well. It's brilliant.
Absolutely. And if you like the project, you can make it from your other one. So you've got one for Christmas.
Because you've got the pattern in there as well.
So you've got all your templates. So there we go. So this is for your placemat. We've got, and on the side, we're going to put some pockets to pop your knife, fork and spoon in there as well. So as with all my patterns, what we're going to do first is just lay them out in the order. And this is shown on the inside of your step. So it's shown, I think, on step 2 on there. So we're just placing them in the order, getting the most from the fabric so we can showcase each of those fabrics onto the project. And nice and easy, really. So we're going to fold. This is a little bit of binding. So we're just going to create a little bit of binding at the top of our pocket. So just place that. So with the wrong side of the fabric facing up towards you. Do I need to move over a little?
That'd be great.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So let's just move across a little. So with the binding, so this is just to run along the top of your pocket there, with the wrong side facing up towards you. We're going to fold that in half and just give that a little press. I just think it's really nice to bind the top of your projects, just to use those scraps from your projects and really showcase your fabrics. And this is our pocket piece. So what we're going to do next is just align the top raw edge with the top of our pocket. Do we have any pins to hand? Sorry, John. Oh, I can see them just at the side. I'm so excited about the wreath.
I would offer to hand them to you, but alas, we can't.
No problem. There we go. So we're just going to slide the pins and just sew straight across the top of that raw edge there, just using your 1/4 inch. Just take that off. And then removing your pin. And just to finish that binding, we're going to press against the binding. So when we turn this over, your raw edge is pointing up towards your folded edge. Naturally, as we bring that folded edge over, because of the way we've pressed it, your folded edge will sit just below that stitch line there. So you know that you're showcasing as much of your fabric on the front.
Oh, that's so pretty.
Just makes the world a difference, just adding a little touch of binding there. And also, sometimes those little pieces would just go in the remnants box and not get used up, so I think it's a nice way to incorporate that into your project. Now, if your machine has some lovely Christmas stitches, mine doesn't, but wouldn't that be if you had holly on your Christmas machine?
I think mine does.
Some little
My little
trees.
baby one.
So
I know my big one does, but I haven't opened it yet. I'm too scared.
So you could use those decorative stitches. And what I'm using here is just a red to complement the fabrics. But of course you can incorporate any colour from your fabric. So we just simply...
Would a top stitching thread work for that as well?
Yeah.
Slightly thicker as well. That would be pretty.
Absolutely. So I'm just going to use a zigzag stitch. I generally tend to use a zigzag stitch because I know that I'm distributing that zigzag. Have we done free motion today?
No, not yet.
Oh, I thought the machine wasn't moving. So it's moving, it's on its way. It's me being impatient. So I'm simply just sewing across the top of the binding. I'm just so excited. I love that you like Christmas as much as I do as well.
I adore it. Every single person who's friends with me on Facebook hates Boxing Day because I do my countdown on Boxing Day.
I'm not sure I do that.
Oh, I do. I love it. I love it.
You must... No, I'm not sure whether you love it more than me. That'd be a terrible thing to say. But I definitely am not planning on Boxing Day. I'm recovering from eating all the food and all the chocolate. So returning back to our project now, and what we're going to do is to just bring these in line with that top raw edge and just slide some pins through the fabrics. Just put that to one side. And lining those up, and the same with the bottom as well. So just to secure those into place.
Have you started doing all your makes for Christmas yet?
Only for patterns. Only for patterns. Although I've been doing a lot of online classes, so actually while I've been doing the online classes, I've been making gifts for people. So I've been quite. I feel like I'm organised because of doing that.
See, my top tip to love Christmas is have everything done by the end of October.
End of October?
End of everything.
Yeah. I have to say we're... a little pot of glue there. I like it all done. I like it all done and wrapped by the end of October because it's just so busy on the lead up to Christmas.
But the other thing is as well, I find if you can avoid doing the panic Christmas shopping all the way through November and December, it just makes Christmas so much nicer.
Oh,
and then
yeah.
Each year I've got a group of ladies that we go and we do wreath making in the first week, and then we do our cranberry sauce in the second week, and at the end of October we try and do our Christmas cakes and we bake them all, and it's brilliant.
You're so organised.
But it changes the way you do Christmas because you actually aren't doing the whole commercial fighting down Oxford Street.
Oh no,
and everything.
oh no. Don't
And
do
then
any
my
of that.
top tip as well, Boxing Day, straight down Oxford Street because no one's there.
Boxing Day, you're supposed
No,
to
Boxing
be...
Day, Christmas Eve.
Christmas Eve. Oh no.
Christmas Eve, we're down Oxford Street
we
every
like
week.
going to look at all the lights on Christmas Eve.
Oh, it's beautiful. Well, I love a little trip to Liberty.
It's lovely to hear everybody's
Different
traditions. Yeah. We go away on the first weekend of December. We have like a pre-Christmas Christmas with our children. We've done that for years, and we just go away and we give our children a small amount of money and say, buy a little gift, and then we play a pass the parcel.
Oh, that's good.
To pass the to get a little gift. My youngest always makes sure he receives his own back, so he'll fix the game or ask us to continue until he actually gets the one that he's bought.
That is so good.
So he always, with his little bit of pocket money, always buys what he wants. He doesn't quite grasp the concept of it yet.
So now you're just folding those over to hide the raw edges of the binding.
That's
there
it.
as
So
well.
we're going to bring this onto the side, and that's going to naturally tuck that pocket into place and secure that onto there.
Because that's got so much fabric at that point, are you still doing 1/4 inch?
Yes.
Okay.
On here, yeah. The main part where you've got a lot of fabric really is where that binding's attached. So just
Did
simply
you go do a reverse stitch over that at all?
You
or
can
not
do,
need
but I
to?
generally tend not to, because I'm going to pop this onto some batting in a little while.
Oh, okay.
And that'll get caught into the edge. Some machines naturally start with your reverse stitch.
They do.
There we go. So the next thing we're going to do is to just open up that panel to expose that lovely pocket onto your project. I'm going to press the fabrics towards the pocket this time. And then you can see quite quickly you've used lots of your beautiful fabrics and you've got that placemat ready to go. So let's have a little look. We've got some batting just under here. And I've chosen this lovely fabric
that's beautiful.
to go onto the back as well. So we're going to pop the placemat.
And that's your own fabric. That's not in the kit.
That's
for the
not in the
backing,
kit. No, this is from my own stash. And so is the batting as well. So you will need that.
Of course. Now with this, would you need to use heat resistant wadding if you wanted to?
Yeah, absolutely. If you've got, I tend not to, if I'm completely honest, but absolutely you could do. I tend to use batting in lots of my projects for lots of reasons. So on here, we're actually going to pop a little star as well. So that star features in your project.
Oh, those are lovely.
And all of your templates are in the pattern as well. So we're going to feature this on the centre where your plate will sit. And also the third pattern in here is to make this a little larger. So you've got 3 different sizes for your little stars there. So to make it a little larger, so you've got some for coasters as well. So from your kit, you will actually have enough fabric to make your star centrepiece, 2 of the placemats and 2 of your little mug rugs as well.
Brilliant.
So to create this little star, what we're going to do is to just place it out in the star formation there.
Now, because that's got the bias on it, would you be using Best Press?
I haven't used Best Press in here.
I love my Best Press. Because with bias, a lot of people get very nervous with bias, so it's always nice
Vicky was saying she loves Best Press as well yesterday. So what we're going to do, starting from your centre triangle, we're bringing this in line. And what's really important here is that these points are matching up. And we only need 1 little pin. You might even get away without pinning that. And we're going to do the same on the bottom. So again, bringing that across, making sure those points marry up, as you can see there. And that will give you a really nice finish onto that pattern there. I'm going to pop 2 in there. I can see a little movement. So what we're going to do is to just sew along those raw edges. If you've got a 1/4 inch, then you can absolutely use your 1/4 inch foot on this step if you want to. I've lost a little bit of thread there.
I think your top thread snapped there.
There we go. Oh, still missed it. There we go. So just sewing along there, using that 1/4 inch seam allowance on there. And I just thought it's quite nice to showcase that that lovely star in the centre of your project as well. Now that's sitting snug under the machine. We don't want, we've got lots of extra thread there. Okay, so just cutting those joining threads and all your excess threads, it makes it a little easier for your next stage. So take a moment to trim those away. I made that look really difficult there, didn't I, trimming that thread away? Okay, so what's really important here is that we're pressing the stars. So on the top of the fabric, what we want to happen here is that you can see that little part of the star for when we come to put that 3rd section on. So as we press that seam, naturally as we bring this one in, again those points are marrying up there. And we're going to do the same on the top as well. Let's just do the first one. Just make sure your pin is out of the way when you're sewing across. I always tend to leave mine a good 1/4 inch back. And then this time, as we press our seam, we're pressing towards the centre square, at the centre diamond. It's a diamond today, isn't it? And there we go, we've got 1/2 of our triangle. So we're going to do the same on the opposite side as well. John, you look deep in concentration.
I'm just loving this process. I think it looks fantastic. And it's something that I've always looked at and thought, gosh, that's really complicated, but you've just made it look
so as long as you can
easy.
see that little point, so you've got your point that's popping out here, naturally as you sit the second diamond.
It's just the most simple explanation.
Yeah.
It's
and
so
also
clever.
when you think about your 1/4 inch, you can see as you sew across your 1/4 inch,
Yeah.
it meets here, so you get that lovely point. And we want that nice point in
you
there.
get that lovely point. I'm not sure I'd be getting that lovely
Well,
point.
when you use this technique, it's the way you press your fabrics, and then you get that lovely point in the middle. And if you don't, you could do a nice little stitch on there.
Buttons.
Well, I would say a button, but it's for your plate, isn't it? So you might find we don't want to lose our gravy on Christmas Day. So maybe not buttons for this particular project.
That idea.
Okay.
And you said that you got coasters on this as well.
Yes, so it's the same. So the coasters are made pretty much in the same way.
Brilliant.
So you've got 2 projects that are combined, really. So you're making the coasters in the same way. They're slightly larger because, of course, you want your mug. You want your lovely mug of tea to sit on there. Gin. Your mug of gin. So you want a nice big mug rug for your mug of gin. That's awesome. So we've got your 2 stars there, and if you look, you've just got your fabrics opposite each other. You've got your 1/4 inch in there, so you know when you sew those together naturally.
They should line up perfectly.
Yep, and they'll nest together as well, which is beautiful.
Gosh, that's so clever.
And again, it is quite small, so take your time with this. And in the steps, I show you which direction to press your seams in as well. So you get a nice little star there. Because it's quite a small project, just take your time as you go across the centre there, because we want that nice point. I'm just going to pop it on because I can see I had a little bit of movement. I had a little wiggle in there, and we will see that on the front of the star, which we don't want to see. And then when we open it up, there we go. And if you press against the seam, you'll see you've got that beautiful.
Oh, that's just perfect.
That beautiful point just there in the middle. So let's give it a little press.
Brilliant. What a great detail to have in the centre of that placemat as well.
I know, it just seems such a shame not to have it on there. It looks lovely just the way it is. And you could leave it like that and do some really nice quilting, or you can add your little star.
Either would look beautiful.
Absolutely. Now, there's lots of different ways that you can do applique onto your project. For this one, to keep it simple, because it is quite small, I would just pop this onto the a piece of paper sometimes, just so your glue's not transferring onto anything else. Spray a little 505 glue onto the back of your star and just position your star.
That's brilliant.
However you want to.
Could you do that with Bondaweb?
You could
Bondaweb your
absolutely.
fabric beforehand as well.
You could Bondaweb you could definitely Bondaweb it if you wanted to. And most of the time when I'm doing applique, I would probably use that technique, but for something so small onto here, I've gone for glue this time. So to find the centre, this is the important bit because we want it to sit in the centre. We're just simply going to fold the placemat in half to create a crease. Your seam's pushed out to the side here, so we're lining that up so your raw edges are lining up, and we're just creating just the centre there, just for us to see.
That's
so
brilliant.
Just a little fold line, and then naturally, as we rest the centre of our star on top, and line up your points.
Your points line up and your centre seam line up.
And you can decide which way you want
do
your
it.
star to sit.
Oh, that's just so clever.
There we go. And all that's left to do really to complete this is to just sew around that star. And again, you can use lots of different stitches on there. But all I've used is a really narrow zigzag stitch on mine.
Wonderful. We've had a lovely message in for you from Dawn. Morning, Dawn. She's saying, good morning, Merry Christmas. Loving your kits.
Merry Christmas.
Looking very gorgeous and very festive this morning, Kerrie. She's really enjoying the show.
Very festive.
And very Christmassy. Looks brilliant.
I love you said
Thank
happy
you so
Christmas.
Much. It is.
I love she said happy Christmas. That's the first person to say happy Christmas to us.
No.
No.
Oh, to us, yes. Sorry. It was like,
Well,
I feel like
kind of meant me, really. If people have been saying
Christmas!
People don't normally say it this early, do they? Have people been saying happy Christmas to you already?
It's been wonderful.
You are funny.
I love it.
I love it. I love that you like Christmas so much. So I'm just simply, you can change your stitches on here. Have a little play, what I would recommend. So mine's quite close together. So you're going to really see that star stand proud. And what I'm doing is lining the needle up, so naturally as it drops to the side of the star, we're really going to emphasise the star on the centre of our placemat. So I'll keep this quite speedy. And you can see just there that already we've got a lovely finish to our star. And that's just securing it into place. Of course you could use your bonder web or your spray adhesive, or like I'm doing here, just slide some pins to secure it into place. The pins are far enough back so my needle's not going to come into contact with them. And each time I get to the point, I just make sure the needle's in the fabric and pivot each time, so I'm bringing that around to me.
I love the fact you've used that red thread. It just pops so beautifully there, doesn't it?
Yeah. It's really nice. I mean, you could change the colour of the thread.
Of course.
That you're working with. If you're not particularly confident, sometimes people say they're not particularly confident by using a bold thread. You could use a lighter colour thread if you wanted to.
Well, I was preparing my demo for tomorrow, and I used the most gorgeous yellowy gold all the way through. It was beautiful.
Gold would be lovely with all the
It would, wouldn't
metallics. What are you making tomorrow?
I'll give you a sneak peek in a bit.
Sounds very exciting.
Oh, we've had a message in from Anne as well. Morning, Anne.
Morning, Anne.
She's saying fabulous kits from Kerrie. Love your patterns and your choice of fabrics. Aren't they brilliant?
I think that my favourite time, I love wrapping the kits. I love choosing the fabrics and designing the patterns, but I love choosing the fabrics.
I know. I won't deny I've spent the last week looking at fabric online, and I can't wait for them all to arrive.
And sometimes you have an intention to make something.
There is a thread cutter if you need it.
Oh, above the top.
Sorry, you love these?
It's a bit difficult to pull it up to there for this one. I could see it was going to get caught up. Sometimes we buy fabrics with the intention of making a project, but actually when it arrives we think, oh, actually it would be better as something else. So I really love choosing the fabrics.
Oh, we have a message in from Karen. Morning, Karen. Oh, she would love to know what dress pattern you're wearing. Is it rude to ask?
No, not at all. It's actually designed for me because I quite like lots of pleats and I like to be able to move my arm. So the lady who makes it, Anne, actually doesn't use a pattern. She just made it up, and I literally just gave her two of my favourite dresses and said combine the pattern. But I particularly love having wide arms. So I do get lots of emails asking me about...
You might want to have a chat with Anne about doing a pattern for that.
Oh, I'm trying to encourage her. She's just fabulous. And she's really fast as well.
That is so pretty.
So that is the top of your placemat. And all we'll do, now this is optional, but I quite like adding a little bit of quilting on here, just along each of your seams. So if you just fold...
Oh my goodness, that's so clever.
If you just fold this back, then we're just simply going to sew along, and again, just on the red as well, just to give it a little, just to give it a little extra. Well, we don't
I haven't even thought of that, because of course you've got a pocket there, but you just assume the pocket's attached, but it's
so
not
just tuck it back out of your way.
Using 1/4
inch? In fact, what I'm doing is just lining the side of my foot up. You could, because we're using a batting here, you could use your walking foot on this as well. I like to see projects come together very quickly, so I never really stop to change mine unless I'm doing a quilt, to be honest. And it's really nice, even though
I'm a little worried about your PVA behind you there.
I'm more worried about knocking the mince pies off.
That's kind of what I was leaning towards.
I had a feeling you were saying that,
I'm not
John.
saying anything more.
Now, you could stop just below the pocket line if you wanted to, but of course when you took this across then you finished it. Could it be even worse? We could have ended up with glue on the mince pies. I should have thought about that today. And again, the same on the second side as well. So just again, lining that up onto the seam. And I'm just sewing, allowing the foot to rest against the seam line and just making sure I finish with a locking stitch there. Because of course, when you wash these, you don't want any of those threads to come undone. Oh, you've got little scissors on this machine.
That's what I was saying.
I've been using this machine the whole time I'm here and I've not even noticed that.
Right. It's a beautiful little machine.
Right, so I need a little pair of scissors and we're just going to trim the fabric and then to pop the back on as well. And these are nice big placemats as well. You've got your little pocket here. You could put some little Christmas favours in there
Love
if
that.
you wanted to.
Did you see what Allison made?
I know.
So
I know. She was
cute.
showing me. She's made them for you, hasn't she?
So
What's in there?
sweet.
She didn't tell me what was in. I'm quite excited to know. Yeah, that's awesome. That's so lovely.
It's really silly, but I love things like that.
Oh, I love anything silly.
But she made Andrew one as well. Which
Oh,
is so
that's
sweet.
really lovely. Well, the whole
It's
point...
officially my first Christmas present.
I haven't had a Christmas... Alison, I haven't had a Christmas present. We've only met today, though, so that's fine.
To be fair, it is July. We've got time.
I feel really mean now if she watches and turns up with something.
Oh my gosh, it's got a little bell on it.
I
as
know,
well.
that's right. And
Sorry.
it's got a little sewing machine.
I know.
It's very cute.
We've had a message in from Sarah. Morning, Sarah. She feels like she's in Australia, sitting in the garden, enjoying the full sun while watching gorgeous Christmas makes. Isn't it wonderful?
Oh, lovely.
Sarah should be doing her prep for her show tomorrow, but she's just enjoying it out in the garden. Looking forward to seeing you tomorrow, Sarah.
The weather is fabulous today,
really
isn't it?
is,
So
isn't
it'd
it?
be a shame not to make the most of it.
It is. Well, to be fair, I think we all got in here at 6 a.m, so we haven't really popped our heads out the door.
Oh, it's
since then.
really warm. It's really warm out there.
Wonderful. They said something like 32 degrees today.
We're going away for a couple of days tomorrow.
Fabulous.
Um,
You were going away a couple of days last time you were in as well.
I wasn't.
Oh, did
It's
you
the
not?
first time. I was probably talking about it.
Oh,
I'm so
okay.
excited to actually go. And we're just going to go and do lots of walking, really.
Oh,
So it's quite nice that it'll be a little cooler. So what we've done here is just place the fabric pattern facing.
And you've just trimmed that
And
roughly
I've
to what the size
trimmed
was.
it exactly
to what you've got
exactly
there.
to the size, and then pop this onto the top. You should be able to see that, and you can see that lovely star there as well. And then we're going to, if you've got a fabric pen, just mark up a turning gap. But I have a feeling I've probably buried it under all of the Christmas things. So I'm going to leave a 3-inch turning gap.
There's one there if you want.
Do we have one?
Yep. Where the pinking shears are. Anyway, there you can see any one of them there.
There we go.
Perfect.
There we go.
Rather make sure that you've got what you need.
It's just a little reminder to stop and start. So we're going to start on the first pen mark.
Now, just a question. When you get to the edge of the pocket thing, will you just show us whether we need to do anything specific at
We've
the edge
already
of the pocket?
pinned this in.
Oh, brilliant.
Yeah, so here on your pocket, so let me just find it. So your pocket is here.
Mhm.
If you're concerned that perhaps you might not catch that, what you could do, I would probably normally put more pins in, to be honest, is just pin through that to
Perfect.
make sure
That you
that that's
caught
not
it at that
moving,
point.
yeah.
Brilliant. I just know that I would worry about that, so I always think if I'm going to worry, it's best to ask.
Oh yeah, it's definitely worth them. To be honest, I'd probably normally put a few more pins in.
Live telly, what could possibly go wrong?
I didn't have the pen to hand. I'm just in awe of the studio today. It's so lovely. I was
It's
here
wonderful,
yesterday
isn't
and I've come back today and it is Christmas today.
Did you drive through both days?
Yeah.
Gosh, that's a commute.
It's not too far.
It's not.
No, it's not
Okay.
too far.
Well, we're loving having you here, so thank you.
I love being here. It's very calm here. It's very calming. So we're simply just sewing along the raw edge and turning when we get to the corner. And you can see, done lots of chatting today about Christmas and our love for Christmas, but you can see just how lovely. It's really very nice actually, because I talk about Christmas a lot and people say not until October or not until the 24th
Not
of
till the
December.
2nd of December sometimes.
And just on your corners now, we're just going to trim those corners because you've got quite a lot of fabric, there.
A bit of bulk in there.
So just at the angle, just cut on either side to a point to reduce the bulk. Here I've got a little bit of overhanging fabric. So again, to reduce that bulk, I'll just trim that down. So repeat that on all 4 sides. There we go. Tidy up as we go today. I always leave a mess behind.
Tidy as we go.
There we go. And poke your finger through your turning gap to your furthest point. And as we bring that through, we can now see that beautiful mat.
You do make it look very easy, but that was quite quick to make. It's brilliant.
Nice quick
it's
project.
So clever.
And you can see because we pinned the side there, just because we've added those in, it's there. These are nice. Now, the table centre takes a little longer, but the placemats and certainly the mug rug, you could see how quickly this goes together.
Oh, I love this.
If you're quite new to doing things like that, or perhaps your point's not, you're not happy with your point, and it doesn't have to be perfect. The whole point is that you're enjoying, the sewing journey. So, don't get too tied up on achieving perfect points. You could simply just pick out one of the colours and maybe just do a little hand sewing as a start, or even into your star point. So if you enjoy hand sewing, there's lots of
I'm just looking
ways.
at the Christmas puddings behind you. If
They're
it really
so
is
good.
bad, you could do a little baby holly in the middle
Yes.
of it.
There we go.
That.
I love those.
They're really good, aren't they? Sold out.
I know that I was having we were having a cup of tea. It was quite nice.
Oh, good.
We were having a lovely little chat. She was showing me your Christmas presents.
She's so sweet.
Okay, so naturally, as you press where you've got that little turning loop, and our lovely, although I'm not going to hand stitch the today, even though Allison left me a needle and thread, what we're going to do to just finish and get a nice finish on there is to just pinch this together and hand stitch. But today I'm just going to sew across that just using that top stitch. And because you've got lots of threads here, I would definitely recommend just going around, even though you've pressed it, because you don't want that fabric from the back exposed on the front, which it sometimes can do. Certainly here for your pocket, we want a nice finish onto there. Like you get your crackers and you get little jokes and things in your crackers, you could tuck those in there, couldn't you?
Would you like to hear Alison's joke?
Yes. You've actually got a joke in there, that's so well thought out.
She's really done well. What did the scissor police say to the needle and thread? Aye, aye, what's sewing on here?
Of course it's going to be a sewing one. I do love the jokes. That's very good actually. I will forget it though, I'm not very good at remembering jokes.
It's on catch up. You can watch it on YouTube
There we go.
at any point after it's uploaded. It's a 5-hour show today, so it might take a bit longer.
So I'm just sewing around to finish the placemat now using an 1/8 of an inch on the edge because I want that stitch quite close to the edge there. Again, you could use, if you have those lovely stitches, you could finish these with those beautiful stitches.
But I suppose at this point it's all about the thread as well. You're wanting something really beautiful to just show up
absolutely.
nicely.
I think actually when I make some more of these I will use a gold thread. I think it would look fabulous with a gold thread on there.
I'm not saying anything.
There we go.
I'm not saying anything.
Oh, I missed that.
Aren't they gorgeous?
They are really lovely.
They're really good.
Is there a red?
Sold out.
Oh, it's sold. Oh.
Nearly sold out. No, it's gold and a really deep purple.
The gold would look fabulous.
It would, wouldn't it? Oh, we've had a question from Sheila. Morning, Sheila. She says, good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Oh, she'd like to know what type of wadding you use, and what a great tutorial.
Thank you very much. And this is 80/20 batting from
80/20.
80/20, yeah, from the Reusable company.
Oh right, we've also got the 80/20 on by the half metre on the website as well. Only a little bit left though, not a huge amount. But that was so quick and looks so beautiful.
If you're buying the batting, I'd definitely go for the metre because you'll need it for your star as well.
Yeah.
So I definitely recommend. And then you've got lots if you want to make some more, because you do end up with lots of remnants in this kit from your project, so you can make lots of those little coasters.
So this kit, it makes the centrepiece. Can we just remind people what the centrepiece looks like?
So this is your centrepiece.
You get to make 2 of those placemats.
2 placemats.
And 2 mug rugs, slightly bigger than that star.
For your mug of gin.
Mug of gin. Such a great price there. But now I see as well, tucked away in that little corner over there. Careful, I don't know what's underneath it. There we go. Now this sold out yesterday.
It did?
But we were able to bring a variation today, or is it the same one?
We've got the same one. We've got 4 different options. We've got the same one, although the binding is different to what I showed yesterday. And these are the quilts here.
Perfect. So if you want to open up the kits, and you can just tell us the code on the back.
I'm really sorry I haven't got a code.
Oh, we haven't got the code.
Sorry.
We've got option numbers on there.
Yeah, I've got option 1.
Option 1.
Yeah.
So once you've got it, we've got to get the codes on it. Sorry. I should be saying what's in my ear, not... Right, let's do that again. You at home, if you would like to search for this, you just need to type in the code that I'm about to read out to you. Okay. So this is option 1.
So this is...
So HYL 194. That's what you're going to type in and you're going to get. So the code, the description is coming in now. So it's Hotel Yankee Lima 194, and this is what your kit's going to look like. It's exactly the same as the one from yesterday, just a slightly different binding.
That's it. So we've got holly on the binding.
This is actually a very good question, because I watched you yesterday. You were fabulous. What size is the quilt?
The quilt finishes at 50 by 50.
50 by 50.
Yeah,
That's a really good size.
So you've got a really lovely snuggle blanket there. That's for between now and Christmas, or throughout Christmas. And the nice thing is, really, you've got plenty of time to get ready, haven't you, if you're making it for a Christmas gift. The only difference from this kit is we've got holly on the binding today, and yesterday we had the polka dot.
Which sold out.
Which sold out.
It's brilliant. Great. So what is option 2?
So that's option 1.
So the code for option 2, you're going to be searching that now, is T for Tango, B for Bravo, L for Lima, 157. And option 2 looks like this. Each of these quilts come with a wonderful pattern. So this is enough for the front and the binding, if I'm not mistaken.
That's right, yeah.
And then the pattern then telling you exactly how to do it. That fabric is lovely. Can you bring it a bit closer to me? Simply because I want to get closer to it. That is beautiful. Love that. And then you've got the polka dot binding there.
And you've got a lovely polka dot binding. And the star green as well.
So if you wanted to watch the demo yesterday on YouTube, that's available for you now. And now we've also got option 3 available. That's a lovely colourway, that.
Beautiful, isn't it?
Really good. Quilt measures 50 inches square. Unfortunately, the little gremlins are back, so you're going to need to search for them. This is now option 3, and the code you'll need to type in for this.
You'll love this one.
Oh, that is beautiful.
You can actually see that
fabric.
pattern.
The code you'll need to type in is M for Mike, G for Golf, L for Lima, 153. $44.99. The quilt's going to be 50 inches square. You're getting the pattern, enough fabric to make the top, as well as the binding.
There we go.
And of course, don't forget, it's Christmas. If you check out today, anytime today, tomorrow or Sunday, you're going to get this wonderful little badge exclusive to Sewing Street. And don't throw the paper away. There's a surprise on the back.
I didn't look at the surprise.
And then just last but not least, we've got option 4 available.
I'm interested to go and have a little look at the lovely
it's a
surprise.
And then the very last one we've got available is option 4. Our little gremlins are playing up again. So the code for this is E for Echo, M for Mike, L for Lima, 193. Oh, I think this might be my favourite. Look at those. You've got the green polka dots for the top, that gorgeous holly for the main top, and then you've got that lovely white polka dot for the binding. Such a great way. But now, if you didn't need the fabric, we're also offering the pattern on its own. And that's available. Do we need to search the code for this one as well? So the code for this one you will need to search as well. That's going to be K for Kilo, R for Romeo, L for Lima, 129. Maybe you want to make this with your Liberty fabric that's been going on. You'll need 1.5 meters of each colourway.
Yes.
1.5 meters of each colourway.
Sorry, a metre and a metre and a quarter.
Metre and a quarter. We don't do that. We do it by metre.
Oh, right, okay.
So you might make a little bit larger quilt, maybe.
Or a cushion.
Cushion. Bags. Love it.
Actually, there is, in this, there's enough left in there to make a nice centrepiece with your pinwheel star. So perhaps you could use that extra fabric for your sashing.
Oh, I like that. Kerrie, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
I've
lived
today.
Have
you back. Nice to see you. Happy Christmas.
Happy Christmas.
Now, we're not finished today. We've got another hour. Victoria Peat's with us next. So we're just going to change the set and we'll be back with you in a minute or two.
Hi, I'm Rosie Wells.
My name's Poppy and I'm a nutritional therapist.
Hi, I'm Ruth Lynette and I can't wait to join you all on the brand new Gemporia Lifestyle channel.
If you're a fan of primal living, you're going to adore what's around the corner.
What is lifestyle? Lifestyle is healthy habits.
Feeling good, it's about looking great.
Making sure that we're taking good care of ourselves inside.
And it's about the life that you lead and the home that you live in.
All of this is why I'm so excited.
We've got the most wonderful team.
Homeware deals and primal deals under one roof on one channel.
I can't wait to share this brand new channel with you. So we'll see you soon on Gemporia Lifestyle.
Gingerbread Lifestyle, coming soon to Freeview Channel 74 and Gingerbread.com.
Hello and welcome. We love hearing from you and we really hope that you can follow us on our social media platforms. We've got Instagram, which is @SewingStreet. We have Facebook. We've got 2 Facebook pages. One is the Sewing Street TV page and the other one is Sewing Street Fans. All 3 of these are monitored all the time by our wonderful team, and if you want to message us on air, drop us a line on either of those 3 and we'll definitely be able to answer your questions that you may have. If you post on the actual wall, we can perhaps answer there. Otherwise, message us as well. That works really, really well. Thank you so much for being involved, and it's only because of this community that we're able to bring you all these different diverse products and to be able to answer your questions that you may have. Another way you can stay in touch with us is by signing up to our newsletter. These newsletters are sent out to you very regularly and they include not only our guest profiles of upcoming guests, but also amazing shows that we've got coming up for you. And if you want to look at the amazing products before everybody else, that's the best way to do it. If you'd like to sign up and you haven't already, the link to follow is www.sewingstreet.com/sign up. You won't regret it. Thank you.
If you love sewing, then you need the UK's favourite sewing magazine. Every month, you'll receive exclusive patterns. Follow simple step-by-step guides suitable for all skill levels to make your own stunning clothes, accessories and more, together with inspiring tips and tricks from industry experts. Join in and discover your love for sewing. Try Love Sewing today and get your first 3 issues for just £6.
Hi there, my name's Allison Maryon and I'm thrilled to be joining the Sewing Street family. I live in Staffordshire where I run a couple of sewing groups and I have a passion for vintage sewing machines and also applique. I've stitched in some form for as long as I can remember, but I absolutely love teaching and helping people stretch their skills and hopefully demystifying some of the techniques that can be quite daunting for beginners. So I'm looking forward to meeting the team and getting into the studio. See you soon.
Christmas is going to be here before we know it, and as with every year, we want to make sure that we get our makes ready in time for gifting on the big day or for decorations in the lead up. We're here to help with our Christmas make shows, starting with our 3-day event on Friday the 31st of July until Sunday the 2nd of August, and we'll be live for 5 hours each day too. Expect lots of festival quilting, FPP, dressmaking and needle felting to make all your decorations, advent calendars, cushion covers and so much more. We'll have our expert tutorials from some of our favourite guest designers and a fabulous competition exclusively for our Sewing Street family. Keep your eyes peeled on our email newsletter, Facebook and Instagram for more details in the run-up. And don't forget to tune in from 8 AM to 1 PM on Friday the 31st of July until Sunday the 2nd of August on Freeview Channel 74, Sky 670 or on our YouTube channel.
Welcome back to our 5th hour of our first day of Christmas. I am so excited. Now, unfortunately, Victoria Peat has made the most incredible design here. We've got this wonderful set of Mr. and Mrs. Claus cushions, a wonderful pack here. We've got the kit of the fabrics and the pattern available for $24.99. Exclusively designed for us at Sewing Street. Victoria Peat, unfortunately, is not with us today, but she has done a wonderful video. So she's in Gibraltar at the minute, and she's been sending lots of love on social media. So please enjoy the video there. Let me quickly tell you what you're getting in your kits. You're getting 1 metre of the red fabric. You're getting 1/2 metre of the grey. You're getting a fat quarter of the white, a fat quarter of the peach, fat quarter of the sky blue or light blue, I'm not sure which one that is, and these incredible instructions exclusive to Sewing Street. They make 2 cushions. The fabric's enough to make both cushions. You've got all these incredible layouts, great designs, all by foundation paper piecing, a fabulous set of instructions. Also, you can't go wrong because all the colours already drawn out on there for you. Really, really good, those. Victoria will go through in more detail with that with you. Sorry? Oh my goodness, 1/3 of the stock on this is already gone before the show. Not surprised. Look how cute they are. Now, for foundation paper piecing, obviously we use our add a quarter ruler. These are now back in stock. I'm so pleased. Such great. You've got 2 rulers here. You've got the 12-inch and the 6-inch, which is fabulous, especially for a kit like this, because when you're doing the smaller areas, having the 6-inch ruler really, really makes life a lot easier. But if you're doing the longer seams, the 12-inch ruler is really, really good for that as well. Victoria's using those in the demo as well. But then you've also got the Carol Doak foundation paper piecing paper. Really, really good, that. I absolutely adore using this, so that is back in stock as well now. So if you do want to get some of that, we've got that back in stock. So we're going to go back to Victoria now in Gibraltar, that you can now watch her demonstration. Back in a minute.
Hi there, I'm Victoria Peat, and I am absolutely delighted to be here with you today on Sewing Street. If you've not met me before, I am a sewing pattern designer. I do a lot of patchwork and quilting, but I also do dressmaking and all sorts of bits and pieces. But today I'm here to show you a brand new pattern that I've been working on, and I'm just delighted, absolutely delighted. It's for a pair of cushions, and the cushions are Santa and Mrs. Claus. Aren't they fabulous? Look at these. They are, let me get those in shot for you, 2 cushions, 2 happy little faces. Aren't they gorgeous? Oh, I hope you love them. We've got a pattern that has the instructions for both of the cushions. So you're going to get both of those all in one pattern. They are foundation paper pieced. So you've got the sections in the middle, which are the faces, and you've got Mrs. Claus here. And she's got her cute little glasses and her side bun and a hat. Those central sections here, these are 10 inches square when they're finished. But the instructions have got information for you on how to add on the borders and to do the piping and to do an envelope back. So here is Mrs. Claus. And would you like to see Santa as well? And here's Santa. He's cute, isn't he? And as you can see with these, what I've done is I've taken the opportunity for it being a small project to have a bit of a play with my free motion skills, which are so-so, let's go for. But I've done things like I've done just simple cross-hatching in the back, but I've also done swirls for the beard to add texture. I've gone round and round at the bottom of the hat. And shall I show you on Mrs. Claus? I've done texture on her hair and on her bun. They're cute, aren't they? So that's what we've got today, a pattern for both of those. Would you like to have a look at the pattern? Shall we do that? And you can see what you're going to get with a printed pattern. So here's the printed pattern that you're getting. It's a 12-page colour printed project. And on the front, you've got your picture, and it says 14-inch piped cushions. On the back of the instructions are where you've got your all of your fabric requirements and all of the tools and notions that you require. And we'll go through all of your tools in a moment. But I thought I'd be useful to have a look through the instructions so you know what you're getting. So inside, there's a bit of an introduction, and then start to talk about here what you need to do with regards to cutting out. I've given instructions for cutting out for the borders and for the bias strips for the piping to go around the outside. Then I've said leave the rest to use for your cutting for your foundation paper piecing, but I would suggest that you cut out these larger sections first, and then you can leave the rest for the foundation paper piecing. I've got two little diagrams here for colouring in, and those have all got your reference numbers on so that you can use those. Those refer to the pattern pieces, and also you can use these colour illustrations on the front for reference. You can blow these up if you like, but I've kept these quite small because I don't know, you might want to change the colours an awful lot, but with Christmas quite often, Santa's got a red hat and white trim on it, so there's less room for changing, but you of course may want to change the background or the colour of her hair or something. So you might want to blow those up on a photocopy if they're not big enough for you. Moving on to the next page, this just talks to you a little bit about your pattern pieces, and then we've got two construction diagrams that talk to you about how the foundation paper piece sections come together. So you've got one for Santa and one for Mrs. Claus, and they've all been labelled. And then we move on to talk about how those sections are joined together. And I've done that both with words and with illustrations to help you along the way as to how to pull Santa together. And then on the next page here on how to do Mrs. Claus. I've then got instructions for adding your borders, and then information on doing the quilting, which is absolutely optional. You may not want to do the quilting. You could just keep it really, really simple. But the instructions are there to say when to do that quilting should you wish to. Then information about sewing the face on, and then making your piping. Again, you may not want to do piping, but if you do, it quickly talks you through how to add that piping. Or first of all, how to make your piping, and then on the next page, there's information here as to how to add the piping to your cushions. Just a few step-by-step instructions and some photographs to go with it. And then some instructions on how to make the back for your cushion. Now, the paper piecing sections themselves, you will need to copy. Otherwise, the document was going to get larger and larger, and the larger it gets, unfortunately, the more expensive it gets. So we've done it so that they are in colour, but you will have to copy them. And I'll talk to you about foundation paper in a moment. But they're all on here, and they are labelled so that they link back to these illustrations and diagrams here. But they've also been coloured in as well, just to try and help you as much as possible. So you've got your pieces here for Santa, and then moving on to Mrs. Claus. Those are all your pattern pieces. So in terms of what to do with your pattern pieces, you can copy those off by hand. You can black and white copy them because they've got all the reference numbers on them. But if you'd like, you can give foundation paper a try. Now, foundation paper is a more lightweight paper. It almost feels like a newspaper type paper. It's durable and it's strong, but it's not as heavy as printer paper. So normally when I'm feeling lazy, I just print off or photocopy onto photocopy paper, and that's normally something around 80 GSM. This is a lot more lightweight, and it's really, really simple to use. It's absolutely fabulous. So what I've done is I've copied all of my pattern pieces onto the foundation paper. Now, if you don't have access to a colour copier or a scanner copier type thing, you can do it in black and white, and that's where the having some coloured pens might be really useful to colour in with. So that's your pattern. So your pattern that you're getting today, that you're buying, is your 12-page pattern that will make both cushions. So all the fabric requirements and everything will allow you to make both of those. Right, shall we move on and talk about some of the tools that you're going to need in order to make the cushions? So the tools that we're going to need for this project, I've got laid out here for you. To begin with, you'll need to have a rotary ruler and a blade. I like to use a 6.5 by 12.5 inch ruler because it's not too big and it's not too small. I've got my rotary blade, but you'll notice I've got a second rotary blade here. This one, I've got an old one that I put my old blades in, and I use this for cutting through paper, so that's useful. So, but you might want to just have some paper scissors instead. I've got my add a quarter ruler, and we'll have a look at how that works as we go along. I have got a glue pen, dissolvable fabric glue pen. I've got a fabric marking pen. This is like a friction pen type of thing that's heat erasable, but you can use any fabric marking pen that you like, probably not a chalk, more of a pen is more useful. I've got some coloured pens here that you may or may not want to use, pens, pencils, anything you like. Again, you may not need these, but we'll run through that. I've got some sewing pins. I've got glass-headed long quilters pins, but I also have some sewing clips as well that I like to use the two in conjunction with each other when I come to joining the sections, but we'll have a look at that. I've got some thread, and I've gone with a mid to dark grey thread for my piecing. If you're looking to do your cushions with piping, then you'll need your piping cord and your zipper foot. For the piecing itself, you'll need your like a standard presser foot or a clear presser foot. Something like that will be really useful to have. Today I'll be using foundation paper. I've got the 8.5 inch by 11 inch sheets, and we'll have a quick chat about those as we go along as well. I have my threads. I've got some embroidery floss that you can use either black or dark brown, whatever you like to do the facial features, and a needle to go with that. I've also got some stitch and tear, just an offcut, and I'll show you how I use this to do the embroidery on the face. You absolutely don't have to, but I just thought I would show you how I work with that. The only other thing that I've got is an iron and a pressing surface. I like to have everything all set up together, so I tend to use a wool pressing mat and a mini iron, just so that I can have everything nice and close and nearby. So those are the tools you need. Shall we make a start and have a look at starting to do the foundation paper piecing? So as I mentioned, I have taken my my paper pieces and I have copied those onto the foundation paper. If you don't have access to a colour copier, as I mentioned, you can use your coloured pens or something just to colour in or mark a key or something, just so that you can remember which sections are which colours. It helps you as you go along. What I've done as well is I've just trimmed around the outside, but I've not trimmed on the dotted line. I've just trimmed to the outside of that, because I find that gives me slightly better results at the end, because what you want is for the fabric to come right up to the very edges of each of these sections. So today what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you how I sew section E, which is section E of Mrs. Claus, and then I will show you then how I join this section onto the rest of her face. When I am foundation paper piecing, what I like to do is I like to pre-fold along all of the lines. So I'll just take the pattern piece and I'll fold all the way along from one side to another for all of those lines. You can do it as you go along, but I find it easier if I've pre-folded everything. So foundation paper piecing, we always sew in order. So we'll sew piece number 1 and then we'll add piece number 2, add piece number 3 and so on. So we're going to start off with piece number 1, and this one here is a red piece. This is the top of Mrs. Claus's hat. And we're going to turn this over, and we're going to add a bit of the fabric glue pen on the reverse just to hold the first piece of fabric in place. Now today I'm working with solid fabrics, so it doesn't matter which way is the right way and the wrong way. But if you are using a print, you might have a really lovely Christmas print or something to use. So that you would make sure that your first piece always is the print side facing down. After that, every single piece is print side facing up or right side facing up. So to begin with, it's wrong side facing downwards. And we're going to make sure that the pattern piece sits over the top of this piece of fabric, just extending out a little bit. And on the underside, we just need to make sure that these lines here, that the fabric extends past these lines by 1/4 inch, because we're going to be using the 1/4 inch ruler, which trims seam allowances to 1/4 inch. So that fabric just needs to be big enough to go behind all those pieces. So as this is the first piece, what I'm going to do is I'm going to fold back on the line between 1 and 2. I'm going to fold back, and because I've pre-folded that, that's nice and easy to do. I'm going to fold back here, and then I'm going to use my add 1/4 ruler just to trim off some of this excess fabric here, because what we want is a nice straight line. And by folding back, I can just see that, you know what, this is a little bit short on seam allowance here. So I'm just going to move this round a little bit. And that's the nice things about these glue pens, is that they are repositionable, and you can just move things around a little bit. Okay, so I'm happier there. I'm going to take my add 1/4 ruler, and the add 1/4 ruler, if you've not used one before, are absolutely fabulous for foundation paper piecing, because they've got a little lip on, excuse me, they've got a little lip here that allows you to butt up against the paper pattern piece, and it just butts up against that side, and then you can use your rotary cutter to trim away any excess fabric. So that then gives me a nice straight edge to work with. I'm then going to take this, and my next fabric that I'm using is piece number 2, and that's a background fabric, and I'm using a light blue for this. I like to use a larger piece of fabric and cut down as I go, rather than cutting out lots of squares and rectangles, because I find it's very easy to get lost and confused. So I'll have my larger piece of fabric. You might be working from a fat quarter or something. You might want to trim it down a little bit in size, but yeah, don't work from large meterage, but just, you know, don't go too small. And again, what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to use piece number 2 here, but I also need enough to go into the seam allowance at the top edge here. I'm going to fold that back. I'm going to place that on top of my fabric. And then what you can do is you just fold back and you envisage where this is on this side here. I can see my crease lines because I've already creased for the next sections, and I know they're coming down here, so I know I've got enough room. So now what I'll do is I will pick this up, the fabric and the pattern piece and the piece number 1, and I will take this over to the sewing machine. So when I get over to the sewing machine, what I'll do is I've had this all in my hand. I'll then flip this over, well, I'll lift my presser foot, and I'll flip the pattern piece over. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to sew on the solid line that's between piece number 1 and piece number 2. So I'm going to line up the straight line, the solid line, with the middle of my presser foot. And that's where having a clear presser foot is really, really useful, because then you can kind of see where you're going. Now the other change that I've made is I've just reduced the stitch length on my machine to something like either a 1 or a 1.2. And what that means, it just means that the paper's easier to remove afterwards, because if you use a large stitch length, it makes it difficult. So I'm going to stitch along that line. I don't need to back stitch. So along there, and I get to the end, I'm just going to cut my threads. Lift the presser foot and take it over to my my work area. And as you can see, I've got my sewing machine is just to my side, just here. Then I've got a cutting surface and I've got my pressing surface all in one, because it's easier because you've got so many repeated processes to try and make sure that you've got everything close by. What I'll do now is I'm going to, from the wrong side, I'm going to press the seam where I've sewn between 1 and 2, and then I'm going to press here, and then I'm going to press that away like this, okay? Okay. Now, ideally, what I would do is I would let that cool, and I would let that set, because that, I believe, gives you a nicer finish. But for the purposes of getting on with the demonstration, I will not do that today. Now, what we need to do is trim away this excess fabric. So we know that this piece number 2 needs to only go as far as this point here. And at some point, we're going to be sewing this section in this corner. So I'm going to fold back along this line, which I've already pre-folded, and I'm going to use my add a quarter ruler to trim back that fabric, and that gets rid of that excess red, and we'll start to get rid of this excess blue. I'm then going to trim across the top here, and then I'm going to do a similar thing between piece 1, 2 and 3. I'm going to fold back along this line, and I'm going to use my add a quarter ruler to trim away the excess red on this side and this piece of blue here. Got my add a quarter ruler, and I'm trimming off. So you can see there that's got rid of the extra piece of red, and this blue is now all free. So if I turn that over, you can see you've got piece number 1 and piece number 2. So from the other side, we now need to get in piece number 3, which is this one here. I'm going to fold this back along the line. I've trimmed this already. So the piece of fabric that I need will need to be enough to go behind this piece of fabric. So I'll take my larger piece here that I'm working from. And now ideally I want to work from a straight edge. So I'll take a straight edge on my fabric, and I'll place it along there. Now, it doesn't matter if you can't find a straight edge. What you could do is you could sew it here, but you would just need to trim off because you don't want this excess sitting inside your project. But if you can start with a straight edge, that's a lot easier. Okay. So I'm going to do the same thing. Now that I've got those 2 raw edges matching, I'm going to pick up like this, and I'm going to take over to the sewing machine. So I'm making sure that these raw edges are still matching before I go underneath the presser foot, because what you need to watch for is that sometimes, particularly when you're dealing with smaller pieces, that this fabric underneath can accidentally fold out the way or can fold this way. It happens more often than I care to think about. So just make sure that before you go underneath the presser foot that these raw edges are matching. So I'll slide the paper underneath. Go under. Now this time we're going to sew through the outside seam allowances, and I'll show you that on the camera once I've finished sewing. I'll put my needle down, and once my needle's down, I'll then sew along. Again, I'm using that slightly shorter seam stitch length so that I can remove my papers later. But you know what, this foundation paper is absolutely fabulous, and it's so easy to remove, much easier than standard copier paper. So hopefully you'll be able to see this on the camera, is that I've actually sewn through the seam allowance here and here as well, so that when I come to press this away, that this seam allowance has got stitching through. Otherwise the fabric will sit and you may end up with a hole in your work or something. So when you've got a line that crosses or touches the outside edge of your piece, make sure that you sew through the seam allowance. I'll do the same thing on this piece here. I'll sew through that seam allowance. So back over to the pressing surface, I'm going to press this flat and then open it out. And then I'm going to trim this excess fabric, and at the moment I can just be slightly rough, if you like. Don't have to be too accurate because I like to trim everything at the end once I've got all of the piecing done on a section. Okay, so if we look from this side, we've got piece number 1, piece number 2, piece number 3, and now I'm going in here for piece number 4. And we're going to do the same thing. I'm going to fold back along that line. I've got my straight edge. If you don't have a straight edge when you're doing one of the other sections, use your add a quarter ruler just to trim and make sure that that's nice and straight. Removes the extra bulk and gives you a straight line to work from. And then place on your fabric. Now, if you are trying to work with a directional fabric or you've got something with a print and you need to be more careful with it, obviously you'll need to bear that in mind whilst you're placing your fabric, because I'm saying, oh, just find a straight edge. But if you've got a stripe or a pattern or something that needs to be the right way, you just need to, that's when you need to start playing with how you place your fabric. But because I'm working with a plain solid, I'm happy to just find a straight edge. Let's see. Will it go in this space here? Oh, it might just go in here. Oh, yes, it will. Look at that. That's always good. So I know that this piece here, piece number 4, you've got the seam allowances around the outside, and I know that the fabric is bigger than that piece all the way around. I'm going to pick up and take over across to the machine. Checking my raw edges are matching, flip my paper over, and I'm going to sew through the seam allowance, or start outside of the seam allowance. And I'm lining up this straight line with the middle of my presser foot. Okay. And we'll do the same thing again, press, and then press the fabric away. And once we've done that, I'll just roughly cut away. And I personally, with this pattern, I would do the sections that have got the larger pieces on first, and then I would save all these little offcuts, because these are really useful for things like on both Santa and Mrs. Claus. You've got lots of little sections around places like her hair and around Santa. Both of them have got the little pom-pommy thing on the end of their hats. So just save these pieces, don't throw them out. And I'll trim this section off here. It gets rid of all of that excess. So this piece has been now completely pieced. What I now need to do is I want to trim this so that it's the exact size required for patching against the other sections. So we need to take our rotary blade ruler, our rotary ruler, acrylic ruler, and a rotary blade, and trim on the dotted line. Now I've got a really old blade here that I dropped once, and I broke the little handle release on it. So what I do is I take my old blades and I pop that in here, and I use those for cutting paper. So I like to keep that for foundation paper piecing. So I'll take my my ruler and I've got a 1/4 inch line marking on my ruler. So I'll place that on the solid line on the outside, which means that the outside edge of my acrylic ruler should sit on the dotted line of the pattern. And then I can trim away this excess paper and this extra excess fabric. Oh, sorry. So I'm just trimming off. And that just ensures that you've got a really sharp, nice, neat section piece. And I think being nice and precise at this stage means that you'll find the next stage where you're joining the sections together, you'll find a lot easier. So that's all rubbish. That's rubbish, rubbish. And then we've got some fabric that we can use for another time. So that's your piece completely sewn and ready to go. So what we'll do now is we'll have a look at how you start to join your sections together. So once you've pieced all of your sections, it's time to sew them all together because we want to try and create the face. Now what we do need to do is bear in mind, and there's a couple of spots where you just need to be careful where you're matching your seams, and I'll show you how to do that. But it's things like where the top of the hat is and where the hair joins on here, just a couple of spots. I'm going to just show you a quick picture to show you what I mean. So in the pattern, you have a construction diagram that shows you each of the different sections. So you've got sections A, B, C, D, and E. And the orange lines show you the lines between the breaks between each of those sections. What I've done is I've drawn some green circles around some of those junctions, because those are the points at which you need to just watch and be super careful about where you're joining things together. So that diagram is here on this page. You've got one for Santa and you've got one for Mrs. Claus. So if I show you where I'm up to with what we've sewn so far, this is the section that we've just sewn. Before this demonstration, I sewed up the other sections. Well, let's get that the right way round. So that's where we're up to. If I just flip these over, you'll be able to see each of the sections. So there's E that I've just demonstrated for you. I've got section A and B that I've already joined together, and I've started by joining section D to section C. My next port of call will be to join these two onto here and this one onto here. But just to show you on this one, this is one of those green circles. You need to make sure that this, well, you don't have to, but it would be nice if you wanted to, is just to make sure that this little junction here where the bottom of her hat meets the little pom-pom at the bottom, you just get that little join meeting up really nicely. And again, on her face, you've got her little side bun. It's nice if you can get this seam matching as well. So next up, we need to join on, and I'm going to do this one first. I'm going to join E onto the top of her face section. And on here, it's the junctions between these sections and these sections that you want to get right. So when I'm joining foundation paper piece sections together, I like to use my long quilters pins, and they're the yellow glass-headed pins. And I'll take the paper pieces and I'll pop a pin through these corner points here where the right angles are, or the edges. I'll pop that through. And what I'm going to do as well is I'm also going to put a pin at the top of the hat, because I've just said how we want the top of the hat to sit in and match on the hat band and the next piece down. So I'm going to put a pin between these two pieces here. So between piece 1 and piece 4, I'm going to put a pin, and I'm just going to stick it through, and then I'm going to look from the right side just to make sure that that pin is coming out exactly between the two pieces of fabric. And what I want is for the pin to come out just at that junction. I don't want it to come in over on the blue, and I don't want it to come too far into the red section. I want it just on that at that join. And then I'm going to try and match that with the junction here between the white hat band and the background. First of all, I'm going to stick in another pin on this side between the red and the blue, because I want that part to match the top of the hat. So I'm going to stick a pin in. And again, I want it to sit right on the join between the hat and the background piece. So I've got those pins in this section. I then want to do the same thing on this section below. So I'm going to put 2 pins in here in the corners. And then I'm going to stick a pin in this spot here between piece 9 and 10, which is the outside part of the hat, because that's what I want to join up here. All right, that's through that junction, and then another one on the side here where I want this piece here to join, so the little seam between 7 and 8. Okay, so I've got pins in the top section, section E, and pins in section C. Then I'm going to bring these two pieces together. I'm going to lay this right sides up. I'm going to lay this on top. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to take out the pin in the lower section, this first left-hand one, and then I'm going to pop the pin from E, which is the top section, through that hole that's left behind. I'm going to take that out and pop the pin through the hole that's left behind. I'm going to do the same with the next one along. I'm going to take the pin out of this bottom section, which is between the background fabric and the white. I'm going to take that out, and I'm going to take the pin from the top section and pop it through that hole. And that will mean that you're going to get the closest matching seam as you can by having those 2 points secured. I'm then going to move along. There's no need to do anything with this section here. This bit here is the top of her hat here. So that's this one here. So this one's got nothing. This part here doesn't have anything to match with here. So don't worry about that one. We'll move along to this next pin. Take out the one on the underside and replace with a pin from the top. And then the last one as we go along, we'll take that one out and pop that one through. So I now know that those 4 key points on my pattern piece are married up. Then what I'll do is I'll take some sewing clips, because what you can't do is you can't take this over to your sewing machine. When you're dealing with larger pieces of foundation paper piecing, you can pin through these, but I find you've got the chance that this might get disrupted and might move. So what I prefer to do is just make sure that these pins are running perpendicular to the pattern pieces, and then I'll pop some sewing clips on. Oh, drop that one. Put all that round, and those will just clip in place and hold them. But hopefully what you'll find is that everything will marry up anyway, because that's the joy of foundation paper piecing, is that the paper creates that foundation and keeps everything all solid and stops it all moving around. I'm going to take this pin out here, replace with a sewing clip. I can take that one out. I'm just going to leave this one in for the time being, the ones either end in place for the time being. And then I'm going to come across to the machine. And I'm sewing again with a shorter seam allowance, seam length, stitch length even. But if you're not sure and you're dealing with seams that you think are going to be quite tricky and you're not sure whether you've got these points married up, what you can do is you can increase your stitch length. Have a check and see what you've sewn, and then you can always go back again and re-sew so that you can get your papers out. I'm going to wing it today. I've got that line again measuring up with the middle of my presser foot. And as I go along, just take out the sewing clips. And you're just sewing along that straight line, the solid line. Just take this other little pin out. Let me get closer to it. And I'm going to sew through the seam allowance at the sides. So I've sewn all the way along this top edge, and if you turn it over, hopefully you'll see that you've sewn along the line here. I've got a bit wonky here, but hopefully when we open it out, we will see whether we've matched those seams. Oh, that's not so bad, look at that. So that's quite nice. You can see the top of her hat here. These are the points that we match. We match the side seams, we match this corner of the hat, we match this corner of the hat and the other side seam, and you can see they're all nice and straight and square. So now what we'll do is we will join this section here, which is the AB section. We're going to join that onto the side here. So where we want this to match, and this looks like it's not going to work, but I promise you it will, is that we want to get, and I'll show you on the final cushion, is that you really want this corner this sort of diagonal section of her hat at the bottom. You want to meet right next to her pom-pom, and then this outer edge of the diagonal section you want to meet with the little diagonal section on this tiny piece. So this piece here is A, is it? No, this section is B. So this section is B, and then this larger section here is A. So that's the reverse that you're seeing here. Okay, so we need to stick some pins in like we did last time. So I'm going to stick one in the corner, which is effectively the side seam of the piece. I'm going to put one pin in on each of those ends of the diagonal section of her hat, and then at this other corner piece. And then I'm going to do the same thing with the section AB. One in each corner. Actually, I'm going to stick that one in there. And then we want the join on B2. It's just right at the very bottom, down here, where we want to join. Stick a pin and just make sure on the other side that it's coming out in the right place. And then at the top section, okay, so I've got my pins in, and now I need to do the same thing. I'll keep this larger piece right sides facing up. I'll put this one on top because I find it easier to sew with the smaller piece to uppermost. I'll start on this left-hand side. I'm going to take the pin out from underneath, pop the pin in the top, through that hole, and then just work my way along. Next pin out from the bottom, slide it in from the bottom. And if you can't see that hole, if you just hold it up to the light, you'll be able to see the hole that's been taken away, that's been left when you've taken away the pin. And I've just done that very thing. Hold on, let me lift this up so I can see the little hole. There we go, sorry, I'm with you. And then the last one. What I tend to normally do is just stick my thumbnail right next to where the hole is going to appear when the pin comes out. It helps me remember where it is. And you can go in. Okay, so those pins are in, they're all sitting nice and perpendicular. We'll get the sewing clips again and hold everything in place. Make sure they're perpendicular. Okay, now what you might like to do is you see here how A and B have been sewn together, and this seam allowance B has been pushed towards A. So there's a little bit of paper on the underside on this little seam allowance. What I've done is I've gone in and I've just removed that, because whilst this foundation paper is super easy to remove, if it's caught on the underside of a seam that's been pushed to one side, it is a lot more tricky to remove. So I just tear out that tiny little piece. Right, remove those pins. I'm going to go over to the machine. Remove that top pin and do the same thing. And sew all the way through the seam allowance on the outside edge. And this one is a little bit more tricky to match up, so if you're really not sure, go for the longer stitch length. And then we flip that out. Oh, that's worked out quite well. Now, what you might want to do is sometimes with foundation paper piecing, you just need to have a look at your sewing and how you've sewn your blocks together. Your sections together, and sometimes it's just out by a little millimetre here or there. So have a play and see whether the seam allowance that's left between joining the two sections looks better pressed in this direction or this direction. This particular time, I think I would press my seam this way, because the turn of cloth might just mean that the little part where you're trying to join sits a little better. I'm not sure how clear that is that you can see, but for me, I think that join here looks better when the seam allowance is pushed this way than when it's pushed that way. You can see it just has a little jog in that. So I would press out in this direction. So here she is. This is Mrs. Claus coming together very nicely. The next stage for this is that you would then start to add on your borders. I'm not going to do that here today because we're rapidly running out of time, but what you would do is you would add your borders. I think I've instructed to add your side borders first, press away from the central section, and then add your top and bottom borders and press those away. If you're planning on quilting and doing any other embellishment, then I would be tempted to make a quilt sandwich. I have said it's completely optional because I've made some foundation paper piece cushions before where I've not done any quilting at all. But I think this is quite nice to add that little bit of texture, like I've done with her face and with her hair, and I've done with Santa's beard. So I would make a quilt sandwich, and then you can get out your free motion foot, or you can do some hand stitching. That would also look really, really lovely. But I would do all of that, and then I would move on to doing the face and adding the eyes and the nose. The way that I would do it is that I would do the face details first. So I thought I would just show you two different ways that I might add that face detail. So first of all, you've got your central section, you've got your borders on, you may have done a bit of quilting. It's entirely up to you how much or how little you want to do. But can you just see the difference between having her hair completely plain and having that bit of free motion on top of that? It just gives you just a little bit more texture and makes her quite interesting. So if you are planning on doing that, get all of that done. You then need to add her character by adding on her face details. I mentioned to you at the start about having a little piece of stitch and tear. So what I've got here, and let me see if I can get this, I'll show you on the sewing machine. What I've done is I've got a piece of stitch and tear, and I've placed this on top of the pattern from your booklet. And I've used some like a heat erasable pen where I've traced off the face details. I've traced off a bit of her hair just to help with placement, and then I've traced off the position of the nose, the mouth, and whatnot. So I've put that on some stitch and tear. What that will then allow me to do is to place that on top of the patchwork here. It doesn't need to be any bigger than that because you're only stitching this little bit here, but I've gone a little bit bigger just so that I know where it's going to sit on her face, because I'm not that great at eyeballing things. So I like to give myself almost like a little template. So I've placed that on top, and then what I would do is that I would just stick that in place with some pins. So once you've stuck that in place, what you can do is that you can use your embroidery floss, and I've suggested you can use either a brown or a black to do the facial details. And I would sew with a back stitch, and I would sew through that stitch and tear, and then when you're finished, you can gently tear that away because that gives you a really, really good template. If, however, you don't have any stitch and tear, what you can do is you can use the pattern piece. So you might have, let's take this off. So you might have a copy of the pattern piece, and you can, I've just done this on a black and white copier. So you can just lay this on top, or you can use some more of your foundation paper. And then you can pop a pin through. For example, I would go through the edges of the glasses, and I'd maybe do a pin at the bottom, and then I would peel that back and I would mark those spots with my heat erasable pen. So I'd mark this little section was the bottom of the glasses, and then I peel this back and I'd mark the top and the top. So then when I removed that out of the way, I could then sketch in, okay, that's the top of her glasses, and then I would curve round and back up. So then you've got, and can we see that? I'll come back to the machine again because that's a good, so on here, I've then drawn that in. Oops. So I've drawn that in with my heat erasable pen, so I can just sew on that line with my embroidery floss. So you've got two different options there on how you might like to do it, or you might like to change her face completely. It's completely up to you. But what I thought was the easiest way to do it was to stitch her face details, and then I can add the buttons in afterwards, because then if I've gone a bit skewiff with the eyebrows or the mouth or whatever, I can just play a little bit with the buttons. And I've just used fairly basic buttons. I've used 1/2 inch for each of them. I actually couldn't find the right kind of button that I liked. They were all a bit too fancy, but I've used the reverse of the buttons for the eyes, and for the nose I found one with a shank that was really lovely. But what you could also do is a self-covered button. A small self-covered button would also look really nice. So yes, that's what you would do at that stage. Is you would do all your quilting, you would do all your embellishment, and you'd get their little faces done, and then that's effectively the front finished. I would then trim back and square it up as you would do a quilt or anything else. Square up the sides, and then you can get on to making your binding, making your piping, and adding that to the front of your cushion. We are running out of time, but just to let you know, on my website I've got instructions, and of course in the booklet as well, there's instructions on how to make your piping and how to add that to your cushion. But that is entirely optional as well, so it's up to you whether you want to add that on. But I think it looks really nice, and you can pick out one of the colours from the patchwork. I've specified in the instructions grey, but you know, it's obviously up to you what you want to do. So I think that's it. In terms of everything I can cover off today. Don't forget the pattern itself comes with instructions for both Santa and Mrs. Claus. So again, one more time before I go is, here's Mrs. Claus, and shall we say Santa again? There he is. They make a really lovely pair, don't they? Really nice. There we go. Fabulous. Thank you so much for having me. It's been really lovely to be part of Sewing Street. If you've got any questions about the pattern, you know where I am on the social media, so just give us a shout and I will help you where I can. Lovely to have been here, and I will see you all again soon. Bye.
Thank you so much. What a great demo. Hope you're staying safe and enjoying Gibraltar. Lovely to have you here. Amazing, amazing pattern. Really, really fabulous. Great detailing on it. I bought 2. So we've also got our wonderful kit of fabric. You're getting 1 metre of the red. You're getting 1/2 metre of the grey. Sorry, I'm not doing this very well today. Metre of red, 1/2 metre of grey, and then you're getting a fat quarter of the white, fat quarter of the peach, and a fat quarter of the powder blue. That is all the fabric included, as well as this wonderful, wonderful pattern. It's just so good. Aren't they just adorable? Well over half of them have gone. I know 2 of them are gone to me, so I'm very excited about that. Now, it is Friday, so we get to do Make of the Week. I'm very excited about this each week. Every single week, everybody posts pictures on our Sewing Street fans page, and we're able to then, Debbie, myself, and Vicky, pick our top favourites of the week. I'm telling you, it gets harder and harder each week. Each person who wins each week ends up getting free postage and packaging on their next order. So if you've won this week, you just need to go on to the Facebook page, Sewing Street TV, send us a message, and somebody will send you your code. Our winners for this week are, forgive me for surnames, Patricia Dunham, Kelly Wilkinson, and Samantha Knightley. And we've got the pictures of their makes now. We've got Patricia Dunham. Oh, I love that. Bit of K facet there. Then we have Kelly Wilkinson. Isn't that just adorable with Debbie's panel there? Really loving that. I'm hoping you know the man in your garden. It just looks a little bit random. I'm sure he lives there, is meant to be there, but hello. And then last but certainly not least, we've got Samantha Knightley with a fabulous little puff. What what did we call those? The puff cushions that we did with Wendy Orlando this week. Really, really stunning. Well done, all of you. You've all won free postage and packaging on your next order with Sewing Street. Now, because it's Christmas, we've got 5 hours again tomorrow. Let's have a little look at the menu of what we've got on tomorrow. So we've got the Bargello Christmas Tree Quilt. That is with Sarah Bolam, woohoo, at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Then we've got the Folding Advent Calendar with Janice Hobbs. Then we've also got the New Forest Quilt with Sarah Bolam at 10 a.m. Then 11 a.m. is Annie Downs on the 12th book. Ooh, looking forward to that. And then you've got me with the FPP Christmas wall hanging at 12 o'clock. A little bit more foundation paper piecing for you there. Now, don't forget, anything you check out over the Christmas in July, August break, you're going to be getting your free little badge that comes with every order. 1 per customer over the 3 days. Isn't it adorable? So, so sweet. And every single time you check out, you're going to be entered into a competition where you can win 10 Fat Quarter bundles worth over £100. There are 3 people who are going to win that. It'll be announced on Debbie Show on Monday morning. So every single time you check out will be a free entry, so you will easily be able to do that each time you check out. $3.95 all day, no matter how many times you check out. If you want to stay in touch and know what's going on and get some sneak peeks about what's going on, don't forget to sign up to our newsletter, which is www.sewingstreet.com/sign up. It's a really great way of being able to stay in touch, get some information about new guest designers, and find out what's coming up next, which has been great. Can't thank you all enough. I've had a really wonderful day. Lots of great, great products, lovely designers, and mince pies. Liberty Fabric. What more could you ask for? Thanks so much for all your time today. Catch you all tomorrow. Bye-bye.